Chapter 2685. Genius remembers love in 1 second / small. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Yanwei and the others did not know the relationship between Kulu and Zichun, but this did not prevent them from knowing how powerful and terrifying Kulu was. This lord could kill a level 6 celestial before he had a physical body. Now that he had a physical body, even if his condition was not right, even if he became weak, how could he be so weak when he was already at level 7? Even if that level 8 divine envoy was not ordinary, it was unrealistic to think that he could suppress Kulu with just 2 moves and make him cough up blood. Kulu was already extraordinary, not to mention that the powerful Zichun had not appeared yet. He could kill a level 8 divine envoy with 1 slash. Hence, Kulu's continuous retreat meant that he had other motives. They were very clear about Kulu's motives, but no one would believe them. This was because they had never fought with Zichun before, so they were not clear about his methods and did not know of his existence. To these people, there were only Kulu and Ichien. It seems that Kulu is as greedy as Zichun. Not only does he want to get the law crystal, but he also wants more, Sina said in a low voice, his expression unnatural. If so many people were killed, how many law crystals would they get? Of course, they coveted those law crystals too. They also had the strength to do so, because there were 5 level 9 celestials beside them. This kind of strength was enough to be the Oriole. However, before this, Sina and the others were subconsciously looking at Yanwei. Among the group, he was the most opinionated and scheming person. Let's go and take a look. This time, there are many people who want to be the Oriole. We may not have any hope, Yanwei said. If you don't have confidence, why are you still pretending to be so mysterious? Bin Senlu, who had always been unhappy that Yanwei was the center of attention, finally found a chance to mock him. He was the second son of a celestial god. Wherever he went, he would be the center of attention. Everyone's eyes would fall on him, and they would subconsciously ask for his opinion. They would all follow his ideas. However, ever since he arrived, these people had not even looked him in the eye. This caused him to feel extremely displeased. Furthermore, they cared so much about the person he disdained the most. This caused him to feel even more displeased. Love, go little, say netu chu therefore. When he heard Yanwei's words, he began to mock him smugly. I told you not to call him here, but you insisted. Sina glanced at Bin Senlu, then looked at Chi Wei and said unhappily, Sina, what is the meaning of this? Bin Senlu stared at Sina, his face cold. You know very well what we mean. We didn't intend to call you. It was Yang Wei who insisted on giving you this opportunity. But since you're here, don't talk so much nonsense. Be honest, but you just keep looking for trouble. Why don't you find someone else to ally with? Sina said. As a son of a celestial god, he naturally did not fear Bin Senlu. If he had the chance, he would not mind beating him up. The anger on Bin Senlu's face intensified. However, these challengers, other than them, were all from the 10th domain. This was a place that belonged to the 9 celestial gods. The 9 celestial gods did not care about this place. Similarly, in these people's hearts, they had no intention of relying on these celestial gods. Bin Senlu was a son of a celestial god. Even if he revealed his identity here, he might not be fawned upon. There might not even be anyone who would ally with him. All right, everyone, stop talking. At this time, we should avoid internal conflicts the most. Let's go take a look. Chi Wei said indifferently, then flew forward. As they moved forward, their speed was neither fast nor slow. At the same time, in several other places, there were clearly people who wanted to be the Oriole. The level 8 who continued to chase was very pleased. He was the first to catch up, and in just 2 moves, he had injured the one who knew the god-binding hand. As a result, he was even more confident. He had already made up his mind. After capturing that guy and learning his god-binding hand, he would immediately kill him. He did not dare to do anything to that celestial god's daughter, but in his heart, he was thinking that perhaps something wonderful would happen between them and gain the favor of the celestial god's daughter. Looking at her now, the celestial god's daughter's back was still graceful. Thinking back to her face, she was also the kind of absolute beauty. Moreover, his looks were not bad, and his divine skill was unique. His battle strength was also very strong. As a result, perhaps the two of them could really become a couple and become a legend of the celestial god race. With such a beautiful thought in his heart, his expression naturally became even more pleased. As a result, when he saw the strong light erupting from the two in front of him, he was not overly vigilant. He only felt that the two of them were speeding up to escape. That was indeed the case. The two of them ran even faster. This level 8 divine emissary ran to the place where the two of them had just erupted with strong light. Swoosh! At this moment, the ground shook. A spirit snake that emitted divine light instantly broke out of the ground. With an unexpected speed, it wrapped around the level 8 divine emissary's body. Humph! Insignificant skill. Such an unforeseen event caused the level 8 divine emissary's expression to slightly change. However, after perceiving that the power of the spirit snake was not that strong, he coldly snorted in disdain. The divine light on his body surged, and a powerful aura erupted. He wanted to shake off the spirit snake. At this time, the 8th grade divine envoy felt a strong sense of crisis coming from the side. His complexion changed once again, and the divine light on his body became even more dazzling. With a loud shout, a powerful energy formed a defensive barrier, and divine light circulated around it. At the same time, he dodged to the side. The source of the danger that the level 8 divine emissary felt came from God Zichun. He broke out of the ground from the other side, and with the stone knife in his hand, a divine light enveloped his whole body. He used the fleet footsteps and went straight towards the level 8 divine emissary. His target was not the level 8 divine emissary's head, but his arm. As he approached, a cold light flashed in God Zichun's eyes, and he slashed out with his knife. Pung! The level 8 divine emissary had just formed a defense, but in the face of God Zichun's sharp knife, the light on it changed slightly, and it was directly cut open. At the same time, the speed of the knife did not decrease, and it swept past the level 8 divine emissary's arm, and then it quickly disappeared. Puff! Blood spurted out, and the level 8 divine emissary's arm was immediately cut off. Before the arm could fall, it was picked up by God Zichun, and he flew into the distance. Pung! At the same time, the energy that wrapped around the level 8 divine emissary collapsed, and it turned into specks of light and disappeared. God Zichun and Ichien, who were running away in the distance, turned into rays of light and dissipated. It was obvious that they were clones. As for the real bodies of the two people, they were running away at a very fast speed. The level 8 divine emissary was slightly stunned by such an unforeseen event, and then he felt a pain in his arm. When he lowered his head, he saw that his left hand had disappeared. In an instant, he let out an angry roar, as if he was enduring endless pain. Although losing an arm was painful, it was far from the reaction of an level 8 divine emissary. The reason for this was that there was a divine ring on his hand, and in that divine ring, in addition to the wealth he had gathered, there was also the law crystal he had obtained this time. Now that his arm was gone, everything was gone. In an instant, his body swayed in the air, and he almost fell to the ground. Die. Seeing that the two people in front of him were about to disappear at the end of his line of sight, the level 8 divine emissary finally reacted, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream and rushed forward. However, due to the previous delay, the distance between him and Zichun of God had grown further and further. At this moment, the people behind him also caught up, and when they saw that the level 8 divine emissary had lost his left hand, they were all stunned, and then an indescribable expression appeared on their faces. They also heard the level 8 divine emissary's fury. Damn it! You dare to sneak attack me! I want you to die! The level 8 divine emissary's voice was still echoing in the sky. Everyone clearly understood the level 8 divine emissary's meaning. It wasn't that the two people were too strong, but that he was too careless. As for why his arm was broken, as a divine emissary, they naturally knew. It was because everyone wore a divine ring on their left hand. Subconsciously, they glanced at their divine rings. If this thing was lost, then all their years of hard work would be in vain. However, it was also impossible for the other party to obtain the things inside. Unless they died, or the other party's soul realm was much higher than theirs, then they would be able to dissolve the divine soul inside. In addition, if the other party took away the divine ring of the level 8 divine emissary, it would do more harm than good. This was because the other party could sense his location through his divine sense, so even if he ran to the ends of the earth, he wouldn't be able to get rid of the level 8 divine emissary who had lost his divine ring. Although this was true, the level 8 divine emissary who was rushing forward quickly discovered that he had lost his sense of the divine ring. How could this be? He was still in a violent rage, but at this moment, he was startled. He obviously didn't believe that the other party had forcefully broken his divine ring. If that was the case, then there would be another reason. The other party had some kind of powerful sealing technique that sealed his divine ring, causing him to lose his sense of the divine ring. However, the divine ring was still his. As long as he didn't die, no one could obtain it. Whether it was Zichen or God Zichen, they didn't know any powerful sealing techniques. The reason why the other party had lost his sense of the divine ring was because the divine ring was now in Zichen's world. Moreover, Zichen was using the rules of his world to forcefully break the divine soul left behind by the level 8 divine emissary. How is it? Yiqian, who was advancing, turned her head and looked at God Zichen. God Zichen, who was connected to the real body, revealed a faint smile. It's not a big problem. The real body will be able to break the divine ring after a period of time. Hearing this, Yiqian's beautiful eyes lit up. She was very happy, so she asked, "What should we do next?" "Hide and hunt," God Zichen said, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Soon, the level 8 divine emissary discovered that he had lost his target. He roared and rushed forward. Not long after his figure disappeared, the large group of people arrived. They were all level 7 and 8 existences. Bang! The earth shook, and Zichen's figure appeared. This time, it was his real body. Chapter 2686. Geniuses remember love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Zichen's real body was sitting cross-legged in the world. Since he came here, he had been comprehending the saber essence. Above his head, a divine ring was floating. The divine ring was shining with divine light. On the surface of the divine ring, the power of the rules of the world was constantly stabbing at the divine ring like sharp blades. The outside of the divine ring was shrouded by the power of the rules of the world. It was because of the power of the rules that the divine soul connection between the level 8 oracles was blocked. Zichen's real body opened his eyes at this time. He did not look at the divine ring above his head. When he heard the thoughts of the divine avatar, he knew that it was time for him to make a move. He stood up. Beside him were the other 3 avatars. Their bodies were surrounded by light. Their spiritual thoughts were like tentacles, extending toward the Saber Ancestor's tablet in the distance. In a flash, Zichen's real body appeared in the outside world. The ground outside shook. The divine avatar created a scene of the real body breaking out of the ground. Then the avatar disappeared. Zichen's real body appeared in the crowd. The people who rushed over suddenly saw this scene and their faces changed. Some took out their weapons and were about to attack. Some subconsciously wanted to retreat. Space-splitting slash. Zichen obviously would not give them the chance. He stretched out his palm and slammed it into the void. A black circle appeared beside him. Where the circle passed, the space was divided into 2. The black crack contained the power of the rules. Wherever it passed, the bodies of the level 7 and level 8 oracles were forcibly cut open by the rules. However, during this process, they did not feel a strong sense of danger. It seemed that although this blow was powerful and shocking, it was not fatal. The people around separated. Such a change made their faces full of horror. At the same time, their bodies shone and they wanted to reassemble. At this time, Yiqian appeared in a flash. Her body was shining with divine light. Her hands were quickly forming seals. Beams of divine light flew out from her body and flew in all directions. After the divine light left her body, it turned into sharp blades and fell on the bodies of the oracles that had been cut open by the space-splitting slash. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, numerous sounds could be heard. The arms of the divine envoys with divine rings were chopped off once again. Love, go little, say W Chu with Yi Qian's current strength. It was impossible for her to chop off the arms of dozens of people in an instant. That was because these people were all high-level existences. Even the weakest among them was at the same level as her. However, when Zichen attacked earlier and broke their bodies, they were unable to mobilize their god power. They were unable to form an effective defense, which allowed Yi Qian to easily cut off their arms. Swish! Swish! Immediately after, Zichen's body transformed into numerous doppelgangers. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of Zichen in the field. They appeared in various places, grabbed the severed arm, and quickly returned. They disappeared from Zichen's side, and then Zichen and Yi Qian ran away again. During this time, his clone appeared again. Buzz. Powerful god power surged, and a surging aura circulated. An 8th-level divine envoy's body reassembled. His face was filled with fear. Although the attack just now did not make him feel the threat of death, the other party's attack was definitely powerful to be able to cut open his body in one blow. However, this also had to do with his carelessness. At the same time, his face was filled with endless anger. His divine ring was gone. It contained all the wealth he had obtained through his hard work over the years. It was his everything. Apart from that, there were also a few law crystals, which indicated whether he could successfully enter the 9th level. But now it was gone. Everything was gone. He let out a loud roar. His voice shook the sky, and it contained endless anger and madness. Immediately after, more roars rang out. The other people's bodies also reassembled. Then, they saw that their divine rings were gone. At this moment, there were dozens of people present, but only a few of them were able to keep their divine rings. The rest of them had all lost their divine rings. However, their lives were saved. Not a single one of them died. Because of this, they were even more furious. They guessed that the other party's attack was not powerful, and they had been careless. Chase. Even if I have to chase them to the ends of the earth, I will kill them. Kill. These people were all enraged and madly chased in the direction Zichen had fled. Love, go little, say W. Chu, but soon, they discovered that they had lost their spiritual connection to their divine rings. This discovery made them even more furious. However, they still did not think that these two people could pose much of a threat to them, even though some people had already seen that it was not 2 people, but 3 people. Count how many divine rings there are. In the outside world, God Zichen was still running away. Yi Qian flashed and appeared in Zichen's world. At this moment, in front of Zichen, there were pieces of divine crystals and some divine rings. These divine crystals were transformed from the divine envoy's arms. Zichen's gaze swept across these divine rings. He quickly counted the number and said with a smile, 25. Hearing this, Yi Qian's beautiful face revealed a look of anticipation. I wonder how many law crystals there are in these divine rings. They are still alive now. They must have more or less gained something from them. As Zichen spoke, he gently waved his hand. The divine rings flew up into the air. From the heavens above, rules would descend and shroud all of the divine rings. Then, the law crystals of the world began to transform into attacks and began to destroy the souls contained in these divine rings. In the outside world, God Zichen was still running away. However, as he ran, the space in front of him changed. His eyes turned cold. Obviously, he had encountered that spider again. My clone has encountered a spider. Yi Qian, go and help. As Zichen spoke, he raised his head and looked at the first divine ring he had obtained. A smile appeared on his face. It seems that we will soon have our first harvest. After saying that, a golden ray of light rushed out from his head. This golden light was abnormally bright, illuminating the surroundings. This was his 7th-level ancestor realm soul. It left his body and went straight up. Yi Qian raised her head and looked at Zichen's soul figure. She saw him floating above the first divine ring. At this moment, a dazzling light burst out from the divine ring, and a powerful divine aura burst out. This aura was accompanied by an angry shout. You want to break my soul imprint? Dream on. The divine light became more and more dazzling. Finally, it turned into a light figure. It was a wisp of the 8th-level divine envoy's soul. After he appeared, He turned his head and looked around. When he saw the world Ziqian was in, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This is a different space. Where did you get this space? Ziqian smiled faintly. How is this space? It's clearly a world. The shock on the 8th level divine envoy's face gradually disappeared. A bright light appeared in his eyes. You actually have such a thing on you. It seems that you have been hiding here all this time. A different space that can be opened in this place is definitely not ordinary. The light in the divine envoy's eyes turned into greed. Ziqian looked at him and shook his head. It seems that you are an idiot like your real body. At this time, you are not thinking about how to survive. Instead, you are thinking about other things. The mere 7th level. What can you do to me? The 8th level divine envoy's soul said arrogantly. When I inform my real body, it will be the time of your death. Seeing you like this, I believe that your real body must be a brainless fellow. Golden light flickered in Ziqian's hand. A long saber with a sheath appeared. He held the sheath in his left hand and the hilt in his right. He stared coldly at the 8th level divine envoy's soul. Feeling the killing intent in his opponent's eyes, the 8th level divine envoy's soul shouted, "How dare you?" His eyes turned cold. Golden light flickered on his body. Ziqian immediately unsheathed his saber. Swoosh! A bright golden saber light, accompanied by 3 saber intents, went straight for the 8th level divine envoy's soul. Sensing the power of this attack, the 8th level divine envoy's expression changed drastically. His hands kept forming hand seals. Divine light curled up and a large bell fell from the sky, protecting him. This was one of the more common techniques of the god race. It was called the apocalyptic sacred bell. It could be used for both offense and defense. Although the name sounded impressive, it was the most common technique of the god race. Dong! The bell rang and a divine ripple spread. This was a counterattack in defense. However, how could this little power affect Ziqian? The advancing saber light did not encounter any obstruction. It slashed directly on the 8th level divine envoy's defense. Bang! The defense on the surface of his body shattered immediately. The advancing saber light did not diminish as it swept past the 8th level divine envoy's body. A mournful scream was heard as the 8th level divine envoy's soul scattered. An existence of this level was no threat to Ziqian at all. In the outside world, a saber light swept past the body of the giant spider. God Ziqian stood there. The poisonous blood all over his body turned into specks of light that fell on God Ziqian's body and was absorbed by his body. In front of him, the giant spider's body turned into specks of light and dissipated, turning into a law crystal. Not far away, some tentacles were still struggling. Before Iqian came out, God Ziqian had already finished the battle. The 8th level divine envoy's expression suddenly changed. Then, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. He was overwhelmed with shock. He knew that he had completely lost the divine ring. In Ziqian's world, after the 8th level divine envoy's soul was killed, the bright light on the divine ring immediately dimmed. At this moment, the divine ring became an ownerless object. Ziqian stretched out his hand. The divine ring flew toward him. After it landed on his hand, a wisp of soul power entered it. The divine ring shone again. It had recognized its owner. "Let's see what's inside?" Iqian asked. She was very interested. Ziqian nodded. Then, he immersed his spiritual senses into the divine ring and saw many things. Most of them were divine crystals, which were equivalent to wealth. The wealth of an 8th level divine envoy was not small. The large amount made Ziqian nod with satisfaction. Then, he quickly scanned the divine ring with his spiritual senses and saw the law crystal. Chapter 2687. A genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Do you have any law crystals? Iqian asked. Yes. 15. Ziqian nodded with a look of surprise in his eyes. 15. Iqian was a little surprised. She and her god's avatar had worked very hard to find law crystals and had only found 12 so far. She didn't expect this level 8 to have 15. One had to know that he was only one person along the way. How could he get so many? His luck was simply too good. In fact, no one dared to say that they were lucky when they encountered those spiders. After all, it was still very dangerous. It won't be easy for him to kill these spiders in a short period of time with his strength alone. Moreover, his attack isn't strong enough to kill the spiders in an instant. Many of these should have been snatched. Zichun took out the law crystals in the god ring. There were indeed 15 of them, the same as what they had obtained. At this moment, there were still some empty god rings in this god ring. Zichun had the world and didn't need to carry so many god rings. He waved his hand and all the things in the god ring appeared. Pieces of law crystals emitted colorful lights and were carried into the distance by the laws and placed together with the other god crystals. As for the other things, they were also placed in other places. After doing this, Zichun looked up at the god rings that were flashing with divine light. He had only opened one and found 15 law crystals. What if he opened all of them? How much would he gain? His eyes were filled with anticipation. Opening one god ring meant that the gains were even greater than before. This meant that he would be able to snatch them faster. This was a good sign. Zichun naturally wouldn't stop doing this. Moreover, these people's intentions weren't pure. Everyone had their eyes on him, so he wouldn't feel any burden to snatch them. The previous group of people had already snatched enough and were already on guard. If they continued to snatch, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Therefore, Zichun decided to find a second group of people. There were many divine envoys here this time, so there were also many people chasing after Zichun. Some of them formed groups just like before, while others formed groups of 3 to 5 and followed behind. Obviously, they wanted to be the Oriole. Zichun, that group of people is about to catch up. Be careful. A shout that only Zichun could hear was transmitted into his world. Hearing this voice, Zichun smiled. Shadowless could go anywhere. During this period of time, he had been helping him gather information. Not only did he know where people were following him, but he also knew that the people behind him were the true experts. Zichun hid in his world. His divine avatar had already run away, but Ichien was still in his world. After concealing their auras, the existences whose divine rings had been snatched quickly flew over to where Zichun was hiding. As they charged forward, they roared again and again. Their faces were filled with endless anger. Without a doubt, he had successfully aroused public indignation. He believed that as long as he was blocked by them, both sides would immediately start fighting. There is a small team of 5 following behind. One is at level 8 and 4 are at level 7. Shadowless's voice sounded again. The 5 of them are already plotting to split up the others to intercept you. Zichun released his progenitor's soul and sensed the 5 approaching. Among the 5, the level 8 said in a low voice, "From the information, there are a total of 3 of them." They were able to brazenly snatch so many divine rings. On one hand, they were careless, but on the other hand, those 3 cannot be underestimated. Later, the 2 of you will split up and find a way to blend into the group. Now is the time when they are enraged. Persuade them to think of a way to block you. While moving forward, the level 8 instructed in a low voice. The 4 level 7 nodded. Shadowless, who was beside the 5 of them, heard their conversation clearly. If they are unwilling to split up, tell them that the goddess has a way to remove the soul imprint in the divine rings. When they hear that, they will be even more worried. Shadowless heard this and looked at the 5 of them. Hey, you don't need to scheme anymore. It's useless. Now, why don't you think about whether you can keep your lives? Shadowless reminded them out of kindness, but the 5 of them couldn't hear it. Have you all finished discussing? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. The void in front of them began to distort, and a door appeared. Zichun and Ichien appeared from the door. It's the 2 of them. Seeing Zichun and Ichien, the 5 of them narrowed their eyes and stopped subconsciously. They were very surprised. They didn't know Zichun, but they knew Ichien. They knew that she was the goddess. Combined with the information they heard earlier, the person in front of them was the 3rd person. However, the one who knew the trapping god's hand was not here. Attack. The level 8 divine emissary's eyes flashed coldly. He ordered and took the lead to charge towards Zichun. As he rushed forward, his body shone with divine light, and he quickly formed a seal. The void behind him distorted, and a giant python surrounded by divine light appeared from the void. This giant python was hundreds of feet long. Its body was wriggling, and its scales were fine and hard. On its forehead, there was a long, sharp horn. A powerful aura emerged from the giant python's body. As soon as the giant python appeared, its cold eyes fell on Zichun. Divine Dragon Kill. The level 8 divine emissary shouted. His expression was cold as he pointed at Zichun. Seeing this giant python, Zichun was very surprised. This kind of technique wasn't ordinary. It could be seen that every existence that could come here had at least one or two unique skills. Moreover, this giant python seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. At least, it was much more powerful than an ordinary world-extinguishing divine skill. However, after hearing the other party shout, Zichun almost laughed out loud. Divine Dragon Kill? Are you sure this isn't a joke? A giant python with a horn on its head is a divine dragon? Then where would the barbaric dragon, Lei Long, and the others put their faces? A mere snake dares to call itself a divine dragon? What a joke! Zichun sneered. A sheathed long saber appeared in his hand. His gaze gradually became cold. A hissing sound came from the front as the giant python flew towards him. The long horn on its head was shining with divine light. Then, a colorful lightning shot out from it. It was as if the lightning of the divine world was connected to the vault of heaven. Above the vault of heaven, thick clouds rolled as one after another divine light was faintly discernible. In the next moment, the sound of thunder resounded as the lightning fell from the sky towards Zichun. Seeing this lightning, the lightning flashed under Zichun's feet. He didn't use the heavenly lightning wings. His figure was constantly flickering as the colorful lightning brushed past his body. These lightning bolts contained a powerful divine power. They directly fell on the ground as if they were chains made of lightning. Rumbling sound resounded one after another. Thick smoke rolled on the ground as the ground exploded. Soil splashed everywhere as the smoke covered the sky. Zichun's body flew through the air as he was shrouded in smoke. He bypassed the lightning bolts and arrived in front of the level 8 divine emissary. Humph! Seeing the arrival of Zichun, the level 8 divine emissary disdainfully snorted. A mere level 7 divine emissary dared to rush in front of him. He was simply courting death. His eyes flashed with killing intent. His expression was extremely cold. His hands moved again as he pointed towards Zichun. At this moment, the huge serpent had already arrived in front of the 8th level divine emissary. Its huge body completely covered the 8th level divine emissary. At the same time, it opened its big mouth and bit towards Zichun. The moment it opened its mouth, the void darkened as if space was being swallowed. Endless oppressive force came from all directions and fell on Zichun's body. Zichun fell into endless darkness. He let out a loud shout as the long saber in his hand was unsheathed in an instant. Clang! The crisp sound of the saber being unsheathed resounded as boundless light appeared in the dark void. Light appeared in front of Zichun's eyes. This light grew brighter and brighter as if it was tearing apart the night. The golden saber light slashed down, splitting the dark void in the middle. The sound of a giant python's painful hiss could be heard. The speed of the saber light did not decrease as it continued to move forward. The level 8 divine emissary had a look of disbelief on his face as the saber light landed on his body. Bang! The defense on his body shattered in an instant. At the same time, the saber light slashed down diagonally. Divine blood spurted out as his body was split in half. After killing the level 8 divine emissary with a single slash, the other 4 level 7 divine emissaries were horrified. At this moment, the first thing that came to their minds was to escape. However, at this moment, Ichien, who was already prepared, instantly rushed out with the divine light that surrounded her body. Spirit binding. The divine light turned into 4 rays of light and spread out, wrapping around the 4 of them in layers. Buzz. Zichun's long saber was unsheathed at this moment, and a golden saber arc appeared. The saber arc contained 3 saber intents. After it appeared, it instantly spread out and kept expanding. When it had extended to dozens of feet, it swept past the 4 divine emissaries' bodies. The bodies of the 4 divine emissaries were all split open. The heaven-defying energy contained in the saber edge forcibly obliterated their vitality. This time, Zichun did not hold back and killed 5 of them with 2 slashes. He quickly stepped forward and collected the corpses of the 5 divine emissaries. Then, he returned to his own world with Yiqian. After that, he opened his world and chose to teleport over a long distance. The battle here quickly alarmed the others. When they arrived, there was no one left except for the messy ground and the divine blood that spilled on the ground. Although they did not see the real battle, it did not prevent them from feeling the power of the previous battle through the aftermath. As for those who wanted to be the Oriole, they naturally had to weigh their own abilities. Moreover, the other party had started to kill, which clearly indicated that he would not hold back in the future. Jiwei and the others quickly arrived. Through the remaining aura fluctuations, they could sense that it was a battle between level 8 experts. Moreover, among them was Zichun, whom they were very familiar with. He has started to kill and rob. It seems that it's time for the level 9 to reel in the net. He looked over and saw other grade 9 cultivators flying forward. This time, they did not hide their auras. Chapter 2688. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After killing 1 8th level and 4 7th level, Zichun and Yiqian continued forward. This time, however, they didn't hide it. They really started killing. Love, go little, say W, Chu with teleportation. His speed was unprecedentedly fast. It was obviously impossible for those people to catch up with him. Puff. Sword light flashed, and several 7th level experts were killed. Yiqian took away the divine rings. After killing several groups of 7th level and 8th level divine envoys, the news of the massacre finally spread. For a moment, those who wanted to treat God Zichun as a pushover stopped. Of course, they wanted to get the God-trapping hand. However, compared to the God-trapping hand, their lives were obviously more important. Although the other party was only 7th level, he could kill an 8th level existence with one move. When the news spread, it caused an uproar. Except for some who lost their divine rings and were still unwilling to give up, the others all retreated. Just as they were retreating, they encountered some 9th level experts, which made them even more shocked. Obviously, they weren't the only ones who had designs on that guy. At the same time, they were very glad that they realized it early. Otherwise, even if they got the God-trapping hand and the token, they would have been snatched away by those 9th level experts. Although there was only a 1-level difference between 9th level and 8th level, the difference in combat power was still very obvious. At this level, divine envoys were already the strongest. One more step, and they could become generals in the God realm. After seeing those 9th level experts, they completely gave up hope. However, they didn't leave immediately. Instead, they turned back, curious about how things would develop next. In the midst of the massacre, those 7th level and 8th level experts left, but there were still some who didn't. Those people were the ones who lost their divine rings. They were obviously unwilling to leave, even if they knew that if they continued to chase, they would only die. They worked hard for many years to get the wealth in those divine rings. Now that the divine rings were gone, their years of hard work had gone down the drain. Love, go little, say W. Chu. Even though they had an almost endless lifespan, and even though they could still obtain some benefits in the future, they still chose to continue the chase, even if they might lose their lives. In Zichun's world, Shadowless's figure appeared. He said, "Some of them left, but some of them are still chasing." "Looks like you still haven't given up," said Zichun. "No, they've already given up. They're only here for the divine ring." Shadowless said, "Divine ring?" Zichun was slightly taken aback when he heard this. These divine rings contain all their gains after they became divine envoys. Now that we have taken their gains, they are naturally very unwilling. Yiqian, who was standing at the side, said, "Ever since Zichun chose to kill, she had never left. She had been following him and assisting him. Shouldn't you be prepared to be robbed before you steal from others?" Zichun asked. He didn't understand their behavior. That's true, but no one is willing to lose everything. Some people left because they still have cities. They should be city lords. and most of their wealth is in the core of the city. These people clearly know that there will be danger, but they still chose to chase after us. Clearly, they don't have cities, Yi Qian said as she stared at Zichun with her beautiful eyes. Then what do you think we should do? Zichun said. Anyway, we don't care about this wealth. Why don't we return it to them? Of course, we have to take those law crystals. Consider it the price they have to pay. Zichun naturally had no objections to Yi Qian's suggestion. He had his own world. As long as he went to the territory of creatures from another space-time, he could start a massacre in the world. Then, the harvest would be very impressive. Perhaps it couldn't be compared to the wealth in these divine rings, but he had a way to quickly obtain wealth. Zichun really didn't care about the wealth here. Moreover, since Yi Qian had spoken, he naturally had to support the kindness of the goddess. He had no objections. Therefore, Zichun raised his head and glanced at the divine rings. He saw that all the restrictions on the divine rings had been broken, and there were the soul imprints of the divine envoys in them. A dazzling golden light flew out from between his eyebrows and turned into a pure soul body. It stood in the air, holding a sheathed golden saber in its hand. The soul body looked at the divine rings with a cold light in its eyes. The next moment, the soul body unsheathed its saber. A bright golden saber light swept towards the divine rings in front of it. This was an attack from his soul. It was already very terrifying. In addition, the soul imprints in these divine rings were just a wisp. They weren't as strong as the main body. Wherever the golden blade light passed, silhouettes rushed out from the divine ring one after another. Those silhouettes were shining with intense divine light. After they came out, they started to form seals to form a defense. They wanted to block the attack. Pung, pung. Wherever the golden saber light passed, the sound of the defense shattering could be heard. Then, the saber light swept past their bodies. The next moment, screams sounded in this world. The wisps of souls of the divine envoys were all destroyed in an instant. Then, all the divine rings became ownerless items. Zichun waved his hand, and all the divine rings flew down. Let's see how many law crystals there are inside. As Zichun spoke, he took a divine ring. He didn't deliberately refine it to recognize him as its master. He just transferred a strand of energy into it. Then, he saw the things inside the divine ring. He quickly scanned it with his spiritual sense, mainly looking for law crystals. Besides Zichun, Yi Qian also stepped forward to help. She stretched out her slender jade-like hand and picked up a divine ring to investigate. Yes, I have 3 here. Zichun withdrew his spiritual sense, and the 3 law crystals floated beside him. I have 2 here, Yi Qian said, and also took out 2 law crystals. This one is unlucky. You don't have any. I don't have this either. I can't even get a single law crystal. I really don't know where this person got the confidence to snatch the god-trapping hand. Yi Qian withdrew her spiritual sense, pouted her red lips, and said unhappily. When Zichun saw this, he chuckled softly and continued searching for the next divine ring. Soon, the 2 of them finished investigating the 20 divine rings they'd obtained last time. Apart from the law crystals, Zichun didn't touch anything else. There were over 20 divine rings in total, and he had obtained 52 law crystals. This was not a small harvest. After putting away the law crystals, Zichun looked at Yi Qian and said, Next, I'll have to trouble you to deliver these divine rings. Yi Qian was a goddess, so it was naturally better for her to deliver the divine rings. All along, everyone had thought that it was Yi Qian, the goddess, who broke the souls in the divine rings. Yi Qian didn't refuse. She picked up the divine rings, and then under Zichen's lead, flew toward the divine envoys who were still chasing. At this moment, there were still a dozen people in the group who were unwilling to give up. The divine rings contained all the wealth, but now, they had almost lost their target. Not only had they lost their target, but they had also lost their connection to the divine rings. Just as they were unable to find their target, their expressions suddenly changed, and then they all coughed up a mouthful of blood. This scene meant that they were completely not fated with the divine rings. For a moment, everyone's faces turned pale. To be able to break all their divine rings at once, in their opinion, the goddess must have used some method. For a moment, their hearts were like dead ashes. This time, They'd really tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Their many years of wealth was gone just like that. Just as they didn't know what to do next, the space in front of them suddenly began to distort, and two figures walked out. They were the targets they were looking for. When they saw the two of them, their first reaction wasn't to go up and fight, but to be on guard. The two of them might be here to kill them. Seeing everyone's nervous expressions, Ichian took out the divine rings on her body and said, "These are your things. We've taken the law crystals, but we didn't touch the rest. Consider this a lesson for you. If there's a next time, there won't be such a good thing." After saying that, Ichian shook her hand and threw the divine rings away. There were more than 20 divine rings, but there were only a dozen people. When these people saw the divine rings, it was as if they saw endless wealth. They didn't have time to be on guard against Ichian and Zichun, and directly flew forward. During this time, someone quickly picked up a divine ring, and after examining it, a look of joy appeared in his eyes. He cupped his fists at Ichian from afar, and then quickly left. However, there were also some people who, while joy appeared in their eyes after obtaining the divine rings, also flashed with a cold light. They had been allies just a moment ago, but in the next moment, they attacked and killed each other. Ichian stood there, and when she saw this scene, her pretty face immediately changed. The battle had already broken out in front of them. "Let's go. This has nothing to do with us anymore." Zichun also saw the battle in front of them, but he was already numb to it. He pulled Ichian and turned to leave. Ichian shook her head in disappointment and left with Zichun. "They're here. Come quickly. They're here. The one who knows the god trapping hand is here. Everyone, come quickly." At this moment, the people who had divine rings in their hands behind them started shouting loudly. Their voices traveled very far. When Ichian heard this, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. She wanted to turn around. Zichun pulled her back and didn't let her turn around. "Don't worry. We will be discovered by them sooner or later. Besides, this problem will have to be dealt with sooner or later." With that, the two of them turned into streaks of light and flew into the distance. At this moment, a powerful level 9 aura erupted behind them. The level 9 powerhouses who had been chasing them had finally caught up. "Stop right there," shouted one of the level 9 powerhouses as he flew rapidly. Beside the level 9 powerhouse, Saman said coldly, "If you have the ability, don't run and fight 300 rounds with your master Saman. If you hadn't run last time, this battle would have been over in 1 round." Zichun's cold voice was heard from the front. However, at this moment, Zichun sensed level 9 auras on both sides. It was obvious that the level 9 powerhouses who had been chasing them were heading in this direction. When he had been a level 6, he had already fought level 9 powerhouses. Now that he was a level 7 powerhouse, he was naturally confident that he could fight level 9 powerhouses. However, this was limited to one level 9 powerhouse. At this moment, there were more than 10 level 9 auras around them. Zichun naturally didn't have the guts to stop. He could only rendezvous with his god's clone and shake off the pursuit of these level 9 powerhouses. "I'm sorry," Ichian said apologetically as the level 9 powerhouses got closer and closer. Chapter 2689. A Genius Remembers Love in a Second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Ichian's body glowed with divine light. Her colorful dress fluttered in the wind, revealing her slender figure. However, there was an apologetic and guilty look on her beautiful face. If she hadn't wanted to return the divine ring, they wouldn't have been discovered. "Silly girl, it's not your fault." Zichun looked at Ichian. "But if it wasn't for me," Ichian said apologetically. However, before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Zichun. "You returned the divine ring because of your kindness. They exposed us because of their unrighteousness. It's their fault for harming us after obtaining the divine ring. You don't have to blame yourself. There's nothing wrong with being kind. They are the ones at fault." Those level 9 auras were getting closer. Zichun smiled coldly. "Moreover, what can they do even if they surround us? Could it be that they can still surround and kill us?" As he finished speaking, the void in front of him distorted. A space portal appeared. He pulled Ichian into the space portal. 10,000 miles away, the space portal appeared again. Two figures appeared. They were Yi Qian and Zichun. In front of them, a light figure flew back. It was a god's clone. Both parties met. He had his own world. As long as he wanted to leave, no one could stop Zichun. Seeing Zichun and Yi Qian disappear into the space portal, the level 9 experts behind them were shocked. Their divine light shone brightly. Powerful auras surged as they sped up. However, when they got close, the space portal was already closed. They couldn't find any trace of the two within the range of their divine telekinesis. They disappeared? The expressions of the group of level 9 experts changed. They were all very puzzled. Saman and level 9 also came here, but they were also confused. 10,000 miles away due south. At this moment, a voice was transmitted into Saman's mind. Saman was pleasantly surprised when he heard the voice. He pointed to the south and said, "They're here. Go after them." Everyone headed south. During this period of time, Ji Wei and the others reappeared. Their team was considered the largest in this group, with 5 grade 9 experts in charge. Furthermore, these 5 level 9s were all people assigned to them by the celestial deity. Their combat power naturally could not be underestimated. "Indeed, it's there," one of the rank 9s said. He was Bin Sinlu's bodyguard. "If we travel 10,000 miles each time, it will be troublesome." Yin Wei frowned slightly. However, they did not stop and continued to follow. The previous battles for the divine rings were still ongoing. This was a huge amount of wealth. Once they obtained it, it would be worth it even if they did not obtain anything else this time. In order to obtain this wealth, they did not hesitate to use all means and methods. Those who had been content with what they had before had already left, leaving behind only those who were not content. One of them had obtained several divine rings, but after opening them, he discovered that the law crystals inside were all gone. Someone said unhappily, "What kind of kindness? If you really have good intentions, why didn't you leave the law crystal for us?" Someone at the side agreed. They were very dissatisfied with Zichen's action of taking the law crystal. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly surged from afar. 2 grade 9 experts were following behind. Everyone did not care about this. This was because they knew that the target of these grade 9 experts was the guy who knew how to use the trapping hand. Moreover, they were the ones who reported the tracks. However, these 2 grade 9 experts did not immediately pursue the south. Instead, they rushed in this direction. Clearly, they knew what these people were doing. Seeing the arrival of the 2 grade 9 experts, these people's faces were filled with surprise. However, in the next moment, this surprise turned into fear. The 2 grade 9 experts who looked similar approached. Divine light flashed on their bodies as they approached. Each of them held a large blade that was surrounded by divine light and directly slashed at the crowd. Poof, poof. Naturally, it was very easy for the 2 grade 9 experts to kill these grade 7 and grade 8 existences. As the blade light flashed past, heads flew up one after another. When the people behind saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. One of them said in horror, "Sir, the one who knows how to use the trapping hand has already run away. We don't have any law crystals here." "Love, go little, say W Chu," one of the grade 9 experts said coldly. "Even if we don't have law crystals, it's the same with the divine rings. Those riches are equally attractive to us." The blade light was still flashing. The divine envoys who had been fighting over the divine rings and had not left just now encountered the 2 grade 9 experts' blade light one after another. The battle started very quickly, but it also ended very quickly. The oracles who hadn't left earlier were left here permanently. The 2 grade 9 experts took the divine rings that belonged to them. After opening those divine rings one by one and seeing the riches inside, the two were very satisfied. Zichen and Yi Qian did not care about the riches inside, but that did not mean that others would not care about it. After teleporting 10,000 miles away, Zichen quickly sensed that there were grade 9 experts chasing after him. His face showed a touch of surprise. Swoosh. The next moment, he entered the space again and teleported 10,000 miles away. After 2 consecutive teleportations, all the grade 9 experts lost their perception of Zichen. Completely losing their target, the grade 9 experts who were chasing after him were stunned. After that, They could only scatter and search for Zichen's traces. This world was big enough that it was not easy to find a person. Among the grade 9 experts who were searching for Zichen was Willie. Under the situation where he could not enter the entrance, he naturally wanted to come here to join in the fun. Moreover, with so many grade 9 experts gathered, he also wanted to see what the two people beside the Divine Maiden were capable of to make the Divine Maiden not bring grade 9 experts, but 2 grade 7 experts. This kind of trial was full of danger. All the sons of gods had grade 9 experts following them, and their fighting strength was extraordinary. However, Yi Qian did not bring any of them, which aroused Willie's curiosity. At the same time, he also wanted to see that person's god-trapping hand. Beside Willie, there was a bald man in a black robe. As he walked, his black robe fluttered in the wind, and occasionally divine light would surge out. Under his black robe, he wore a divine armor. The grade of this divine armor was equivalent to a saint weapon in the human world. It was very valuable and could not be exchanged for by ordinary divine envoys. He knew the god-trapping hand and had a token with him. After coming to this world, he had been following Willie. He turned his head to look at Willie and said, "Do you want me to test him?" Willie shook his head and said, "No need. There are many grade 9 experts this time. I see that Saint Jiu and the others are also here. I believe that they will fight in the end." Saint Jiu was another grade 9 expert with a token. Other than Zichen, who was grade 7, the other holders of the 6 tokens were all grade 9 experts, and their fighting strength was not weak. None of the grade 9 experts who could come here were weak. After all, those who could reach this step in the divine realm were all extraordinary existences. "If I don't have to fight, then what are we going to do?" The bald man said with some dissatisfaction. "Let's go and see his god-trapping hand." "My lord guessed that his god-trapping hand might be different," said Willie. The lord he was referring to was naturally divine King Sander. "What's different?" asked the bald man in the black robe. "Maybe it's more complete, or maybe it's the real god-trapping hand." Hearing this, the bald man's expression changed slightly. Zichen and Yi Qian teleported a few times, and then went far away again. There were too many grade 9 experts chasing after them, and he did not want to fight at this time. His real body returned to this world, and he continued to study the saber ancestor's steel. Yi Qian stood beside him, doing nothing. Most of the time, she just sat there, holding her chin with her hands, and looked at Zichen in a daze. The divine clone was still running forward aimlessly, but as he ran, he encountered spiders formed from law crystals, so the divine clone killed them along the way. Poof! The stone knife flashed with divine light and forcefully cut open the spider's body. Its poisonous blood turned into bits of law, and he absorbed them. This was his only chance to absorb these laws. Along the way, he absorbed them bit by bit, and he felt his soul power grow a little. Collecting the law crystals in front of him, God Zichen glanced at the tentacles that had stopped struggling on the ground. Every time a spider appeared, it meant that there was an invisible creature working with it. But so far, he had not killed a single one. According to Zichen's plan, it was fine to just run like this, and he could get more law crystals along the way. Now, God Zichen could quickly kill a spider on his own. During this time, Shadowless would act as a lookout for him, so he was rarely surrounded. If there was really no other way, he would teleport his main body. According to his original plan, he would just keep going like this. He did not believe that these people would be so free as to keep chasing after him forever. However, after being hunted down for 2 whole months, Zichen was truly convinced of his strength. Afterward, he asked Shadowless, and it told him that there was an entrance in the depths that had not been opened yet. These people really had nothing to do, so they had the patience to waste time with him. Not to mention just 2 months, it might even take more than 100 years. In these 2 months, his main body had teleported dozens of times, but he was constantly disturbed, so he did not learn anything. Moreover, even the law crystals he obtained were few and far between. In the end, Zichen made up his mind to fight directly. But the prerequisite was that Shadowless had to find a grade 9 who acted alone. In a mountain forest, God Zichen sat cross-legged, divine light swirling around him as he absorbed the divine power of heaven and earth. It looked like he was cultivating. In the distance, a streak of divine light flew over, sensing the abnormality in the mountain forest from afar. It was a tall and thin man. When he released his divine sense and saw God Zichun, his lips curled into a cold smile. Everyone is looking for you. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. Since I'm lucky enough to run into you, you can't run away. The grade 9 divine emissary's figure descended, divine power surging from his body as his aura of a grade 9 pressed down. Boom, boom, boom. The 9th level divine envoy hadn't even landed on the ground when a series of explosive sounds came from below. The ancient trees in the mountain forest instantly exploded, and even some of the mountain peaks directly exploded. In an instant, smoke and dust filled the air, covering the sky. Chapter 2690. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Such a change didn't come from God Zichun, but from the level 9 divine envoy. Love, go little, say W. Chu. Obviously, before coming here, he had heard about the massacre of level 7 and 8. He guessed that there was more than one person. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Perhaps he was plotting something. The mountain rocks shattered, and the ancient trees exploded. Boundless energy swept through the surroundings, forming a terrifying force. Swoosh, swoosh. The trees and rocks that had exploded were quickly destroyed by a powerful force, turning into endless powder and disappearing. The world quickly returned to normal, and the forest turned into a plain. On the plain, God Zichun's body was surrounded by divine light. He was sitting cross-legged on an irregular stone pillar. This stone pillar was left behind from the previous mountain peak. He opened his eyes, stood up, and looked at the level 9 divine envoy. If you know what's good for you, hand over the god-trapping hand and the token quickly. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. The level 9 divine envoy said coldly, his expression unusually cold. God Zichun looked at him and smiled coldly. His answer was to take out his stone knife and point it at the level 9 divine envoy. You're courting death. The level 9 divine envoy's eyes flashed coldly. God Zichun slashed down with his knife, and the sharp knife went straight for the level 9 divine envoy, carrying a powerful aura. Bright divine light immediately lit up the surroundings, and an extremely strong oppressive aura appeared. A mere level 7 divine envoy dares to attack me? You really want to die. Divine light flashed on the level 9 divine envoy's body, and the power of the 9 divine envoys began to flow on the surface of his body. He clenched his fist and punched at the knife light in front of him. Bang! The fist and the knife light collided, and there was a violent explosion. The void trembled, and a powerful wave of energy spread out in all directions. The knife light and the fist shattered in an instant, and the powerful energy waves continued to wreak havoc in the sky. God Zichun tapped his foot, and the remaining stone pillars shattered. He rushed forward, his body shining with divine light. He passed through the vibrating energy waves and went straight for the level 9 divine envoy. Love, go little, say W. Chu. What was worth mentioning was that Zichun did not exchange any other divine skills for his divine clone because he was too focused on the strength of his true body. Apart from the god-trapping hand, he only had a few other ordinary Armageddon divine skills. As for a heavenly god skill like the god-trapping hand, the doppelganger's divine soul had yet to awaken. Therefore, the only thing he could rely on to fight the current level 7 against the level 9 was this extraordinary stone saber. This was a truly powerful weapon, and its grade was even higher than some saint weapons. This was his greatest source of confidence. Shwa. The doppelganger passed through the layers of energy and chopped down with its blade. A divine blade light fell down and went straight towards the 9th level divine envoy. Scram! The 9th level divine emissary shouted loudly. He clenched his fist and punched out. He didn't use any powerful divine skills because he didn't think it was necessary at all. It was already very good that the 9th level divine emissary didn't kill him in an instant. If he used any divine skills, he was afraid that his opponent wouldn't be left with anything. He wouldn't forget what his purpose was. The dazzling fist light went against the sky and went straight for the falling blade. It was such a punch that had easily destroyed the blade light. But this time, the situation was completely reversed. Puff! The blade chopped down, and the ninth-level divine emissary's powerful punch was destroyed in an instant. At the same time, the blade light fell and collided with the ninth-level divine emissary's fist. Boundless divine light shone, and the ninth-level divine emissary flew backward. At this moment, his face was full of fear. There was a bloody mark on his fist, and the blood of a god dripped down from the mark. If it wasn't for his quick reflexes, the knife would have cut through his fist, splitting his arm and fist apart. Obviously, the blade that was flickering with divine light was extraordinarily sharp. The ninth-level divine emissary looked up and down at the stone blade in Zichen's hand. The fear in his eyes gradually turned into greed. It was obvious that this was an extremely rare treasure. After obtaining it, not to mention whether it could fight against a divine general, it could at least sweep away those of the same level. Invincible among those of the same level, this was very amazing in the divine world. Good, very good. I also want this blade. The ninth-level divine emissary said and rushed towards Zichen. As he rushed forward, he stretched out his hand, and a light of energy appeared in his palm. It was like a rope that wrapped around God Zichen. God Zichen didn't retreat. Instead, the stone blade in his hand instantly cut through the ropes. God Zichen's speed didn't decrease, and he directly slashed forward. The blade light flashed, and the ninth-level divine emissary's defense was shattered in an instant. His body flew backward. The ninth-level divine emissary's eyes became brighter and brighter. Now, he was almost certain that the blade was not ordinary. If the seventh-level divine emissary had such power, then what about the ninth-level divine emissary? While other thoughts were in his mind, his body retreated again and again. He stood in the distance, and the greed in his eyes gradually became cold. His hands began to form seals, and his expression became dignified. As the seals fell, the void behind him distorted, and a large blade surrounded by divine light appeared. This large blade was hundreds of feet long, and it floated above the ninth-level divine emissary's head. Boundless divine light shone, and it emitted powerful divine fluctuations. When Zichen saw the energy blade, he felt a strong pressure. Obviously, this was another divine technique that surpassed ordinary divine techniques. He held the blade in front of his chest, and the divine light on his body became brighter. The light enveloped his body, and the pressure of the blade was blocked outside. Divine blade slash. Following the ninth-level divine emissary's shout, the large blade floating above immediately shone with an even brighter divine light. Then, it fell from the sky and slashed toward God Zichen's head. Swoosh! As the blade light fell, the space twisted crazily as if it was going to be cut open by this blade. Boundless divine power raged. Before the blade light fell, the ground below, which had already been leveled, cracked open again, and rumbling sounds could be heard. Facing this attack, God Zichen took a deep breath and poured the energy in his body into the stone blade. The stone blade began to tremble, and it burst out with divine light. He shouted loudly and slashed upward with the blade. A blade light, like a waterfall, went against the heavens and collided with the energy blade light that was falling. Boom! The powerful collision caused an earth-shaking explosion, and powerful energy swept out in all directions. Heaven and earth were instantly shrouded by the divine light energy, and it continued to spread out. The terrifying sound of the explosion spread far and wide. Below, the ground exploded, and endless smoke and dust soared into the sky. The ninth-level divine emissary stepped forward and waved his sleeve. The smoke and dust dispersed, and in the aftermath of the explosion, he saw that the seventh-level divine emissary was still in perfect condition. Interesting. Take care of my blade for me. A smile appeared on the ninth-level divine envoy's face. He made a hand seal, and the space behind him distorted once again. This time, two divine blades appeared. When these two divine blades appeared, they seemed to have some kind of connection with each other. Divine light constantly flashed between the two blades, like a chain. Today, I will let you experience my 7-blade slash. Let's see how many blades you can block. After the ninth-level divine emissary finished speaking, he pointed at God Zichen, and the two divine blades behind him fell once again. As they fell, The divine light on the two divine blades became even more powerful and terrifying. Its power was far more than before. God Zichen's expression became slightly dignified. He jumped up, and the stone blade in his hand fiercely slashed upward. Swoosh! A sword arc went against the sky and collided with the two divine blades, and a powerful force exploded. In the sky, boundless energy surged. God Zichen's body fell from above, and then retreated in the void. Every time he took a step back, the void would tremble, and there would be a thunderous sound between heaven and earth. He retreated 6 steps in a row, and after dissolving the previous residual energy, he was still intact. Only when he fought with the 9th-level divine emissary did he realize how powerful his opponent was. If he didn't have the stone blade, he didn't know any other techniques, and he was 2 levels lower than his opponent. It was inevitable that he would be injured. After stabilizing his body, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he directly rushed toward the 9th-level divine emissary. In addition to the stone blade, he had another advantage, and that was the amazing god's bone. However, if he wanted to use this technique, he had to get close to his opponent. But after seeing God Zichen rush forward, the 9th-level divine emissary smiled coldly. He moved his hands again, and 3 blades appeared behind him. These 3 blades, 1 above and 2 below, formed a triangular shape. During this time, divine light constantly flowed within the triangular range, like a small blade array. Slash! As the cold voice fell, the 3 blades fell from the sky. This time, they were faster, and the void seemed to be frozen by these 3 blades. God Zichen, who was moving forward, felt that his chi was completely locked. When he looked up, he saw that the 3 blades had enveloped him. Buzz! So he had to give up on rushing forward. The stone blade in his hand trembled again, and his body soared into the sky. Boom! The 3 saber lights exploded in the sky, turning into a terrifying energy that swept through the sky. Amidst the violent energy, a bright saber light would break through the energy from time to time. The 9th-level divine emissary looked up at this scene, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was at the 9th level, so it was easy for him to deal with a mere 7th level. Behind him, 4 more blades appeared. He didn't believe that his opponent could withstand it, but he was still prepared. The energy in the sky was quickly dissipating, and God Zichen was standing in the middle of it. His robe was somewhat tattered, and his face was slightly pale, but he still managed to block such a powerful technique. Interesting. Then let's try my 4 blades again. There are still 5, 6, or 7 blades left. I don't know if you can block them. The 9th-level divine emissary smiled sarcastically, and the 4 blades flew toward God Zichen. Blocking 3 blades was already a bit difficult for God Zichen. At this moment, if he blocked 4 more blades, he would definitely be injured. If he continued to block 5, 6, or 7 more blades, he would die. Since he couldn't get close to God to use his greatest advantage, he could only think of another way. His real body didn't appear, and he obviously didn't plan to attack. So, he put away his stone blade, and his body began to retreat, forming seals in the air. Chapter 2691. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Since he could not get close, he could only think of a way to attack from afar. Fortunately, God Zichen knew a way to attack from afar. It was his only way. Just as God Zichen was forming seals, there were rays of light flying over from afar. They had sensed the fluctuations of the battle and came over. However, they did not approach immediately after arriving. Instead, they stood at a distance and watched the battle. Seeing the 4 flashing blade lights, someone's expression changed and he exclaimed, "This is the divine skill, 7-blade godly slash." That person is Mayor Emoshidi. Mayor Emoshidi was quite famous in the outer region of the 10th domain. He was extremely powerful, and his 7-blade godly slash had killed someone of the same level as him. In the divine world, as one's level increased, he was still able to kill someone of the same level as him. Mayor Emoshidi's opponent is a level 7. Is he the one who knows the heavenly god skill, God Trapping Hand? He managed to block the first 3 slashes. His combat power is not weak. Not only is he not weak, He is extremely powerful. If it was any other level 7, he would have died many times over. Everyone was discussing loudly when they saw the scene. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the terrifying power of the four-blade godly slash. If it were them, they would not be able to block it at all. However, the level 7 was forming seals, and judging from his expression, he seemed to be able to block the attack. In the next moment, an even louder exclamation was heard. The seal in the level 7's hands fell, and the void started to distort. A huge palm that was emitting divine light descended from the sky and went straight for the four-blade lights. The moment the god's palm appeared, the god's energy that surged between the heavens and the earth frantically gathered towards the palm. At the same time, an extremely powerful pressure spread out in all directions with the god's palm as the center. Feeling the powerful fluctuation, all the divine envoys were shocked. This was because they had recognized that it was the heavenly god's skill, God Trapping Hand. This was a skill created by a heavenly god, and it was one of the strongest skills in the divine world. Seeing the God Trapping Hand, Emoshidi's expression changed instantly and his eyes became even more fervent. A mere level 7 had such power. If he could obtain everything from Emoshidi, how powerful would he be? Boom! The God Trapping Palm descended from the sky, causing the void to vibrate continuously. The power of the gods in the world was being absorbed madly. At the same time, the descending God Trapping Palm was getting bigger and bigger, and its aura was getting stronger and stronger. The four saber lights that had already formed a saber formation were affected by the descending aura of the God Trapping Hand. The saber formation gradually became unstable, and the energy contained within it quickly dissipated. Finally, it collapsed with a loud bang. What? Seeing this scene, Maxidi's expression changed drastically. His four-blade godly slash had not even landed when it was broken by the aura of the God Trapping Hand. The surrounding people were also incomparably shocked. For most of them, this was the first time they had seen the God Trapping Hand. They had never imagined that the God Trapping Hand would be so terrifying. The God Trapping Hand descended from the sky, heading straight for Maxi-D. Shwa. Divine light flickered under Emoshidi's feet, but he wanted to dodge this attack immediately. Regardless of whether his opponent was of the 7th level or not, this was a well-known heavenly god skill in the divine realm. Naturally, he could not afford to be careless. However, just as he retreated and used the Fleetfoot steps, his expression changed again. This was because he realized that his Fleetfoot steps could only move forward in a small space. It was as if the God Trapping Hand had isolated the void at this moment. The range that he could move within was the range that the God Trapping Hand could attack. How could this be? For the first time, a hint of panic appeared in his eyes. However, as expected of a 9th level existence, he quickly calmed down. 5 saber lights appeared behind him. As soon as these 5 saber lights appeared, they immediately headed for the God Trapping Hand that was already descending. Pooh! 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 The 5 saber lights passed through the powerful palm one after another. Then, the space that was sealed by the palm disappeared in an instant. However, before Maxi-D could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw that the palm, which had lost its oppressive aura, moved even faster. Almost in the blink of an eye, the palm arrived in front of him and grabbed him. Just as his body was grabbed by the God Trapping Hand, God Zichun, who had already prepared everything, used the Fleetfoot steps to quickly close the distance and slashed forward with his saber. This slash did not trigger any saber light, but the surface of the saber shone with divine brilliance. At this moment, it was obvious that God Zichun wanted to rely on the sharpness of the stone saber to deal with the 9th level. Pooh! The stone saber slashed, and a soft sound was heard. Maxi-D's head was severed from his neck and flew high into the air. Divine blood splattered everywhere, bringing with it a large area of colorful light. When the crowd in the distance saw that Maxi-D's head was chopped off, they immediately burst into an uproar. However, in the next moment, they saw that the 7th level did not pursue and destroy Maxi-D's vitality. Instead, he slashed down with his saber again, cutting through Maxi-D's left hand. The hand with the divine ring flew up. God Zichun immediately withdrew his god's left hand and ran away without looking back. When he retreated a few thousand feet, the god-trapping hand turned into light spots and disappeared. Maxi D, who was caught by the god-trapping hand, turned into pure energy and collapsed. Maxi D only had his head left. He let out an unwilling roar, and boundless divine light shone from his head like a colorful sun. Below his head, his flesh began to regenerate. Zichun of God had already run far away, but the battlefield was still silent. The people who were watching the battle from afar were all shocked. The powerful city lord Maxi D had used the 7-blade divine slash. Not only did he not suppress the 7th level, but he was also beheaded by the 7th level and almost died. While they were shocked, they also deeply felt the power and terror of the heavenly god skill. The aura just now was too shocking. Maxi D didn't die. It wasn't that God Zichan was soft-hearted and didn't want to kill him, but it was too difficult for a 7th level to kill a 9th level. Rather than that, he might as well take the divine ring and run away. He believed that the 9th level opponent should have a lot of law crystals on him. Maxi D's body quickly regenerated, but his face was unusually pale. It wasn't only because of anger, but also because of the great exhaustion. However, this matter was obviously not over. He roared and chased after Skeleton. The spectators in the distance also went forward to watch the show. After the crowd left, there were still some people who didn't follow. Among them was Chi Wei and his group. "This is Skeleton's true strength," Chi Wei said. His expression became extremely solemn, especially when the god-trapping hand appeared just now. It made him feel a dangerous aura. This gave him the illusion that if the god-trapping hand were to grab him, his body would explode in an instant. Is that the god-trapping hand? No wonder it's a heavenly god skill. It's really powerful. If that move appears, I believe no one can block it. Fortunately, his cultivation level isn't high. Otherwise, no one can suppress him. Beside them, Ben Senlu's 9th level guard said, "Those who know the god-trapping hand should be able to suppress him, right?" Ben Senlu said, "That's possible. However, they already know the god-trapping hand and have a token. They might not attack. The only way now is to surround him with 2 or 3 9th level guards while his cultivation level isn't high. If it's a one-on-one fight, it's impossible to subdue him," the 9th level guard said. Hearing that, Chi Wei turned his head and looked into the distance. There, Wiley was standing with a few people. They had arrived early, but they didn't immediately chase after Skeleton. "How is it?" Wiley looked at the bald man in black robes beside him. "That god-trapping hand is indeed unusual. It's also different from mine. Mine can only trap, but his seems to have other changes," the bald man in black robes said. "Then do you still have the confidence to deal with him?" "He's only a 7th level. Of course, I have full confidence," the bald man in black robes said. "Let alone me. Any 2 9th level guards would be able to suppress him if they worked together." At that moment, a loud shout came from the front. "It's blocked. It's Brother Ryan." Hearing that voice, Wiley smiled faintly and said, "Let's go and see if Brother Ryan can subdue him. Those 2 brothers aren't weak, and they work well together. Naturally, there won't be a problem," the bald man in black robes said. On the other side, Chi Wei and the others were also flying forward. They were very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they caught up with the fleeing god Zichun. The reason they could catch up so quickly was because God Zichun was blocked by 2 brothers who looked similar. They were very fast and rushed toward God Zichun. After a slight pause, God Zichun increased his speed again and rushed forward with his blade. The 2 sides closed in on each other in the blink of an eye. The 2 9th level guards attacked, and powerful auras appeared in the sky. Puff! God Zichun was hit and coughed up blood, but he didn't slow down and rushed toward the 2. In the eyes of the crowd, such a scene was simply courting death. Maxi D, who came later, saw this scene, but he didn't say anything. He also wanted to see what was different about this 7th level when he got close. However, he didn't stop. Obviously, they were going to work together to surround the opponent. In the blink of an eye, God Zichun rushed in front of the 2 9th level guards. The stone blade in his hand flashed with divine light, and he slashed forward. In the meantime, the attacks of the 2 9th level guards fell on him. Puff! Puff! 2 sharp blades pierced through his body. However, Godzi-chan didn't have any reaction. The stone blade in his hand slashed, and the head of a 9th level guard was easily cut off. At the same time, he swung his blade again and stabbed the chest of the other 9th level guard, completely piercing through. The defense of a 9th level guard was nothing in front of the stone blade. It was broken in an instant. When the crowd in the distance saw this scene, they were all shocked. Chapter 2692. Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second /Small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The powerful level 9 was so vulnerable in front of a level 7 with the god-trapping hand. Poof! The stone knife flashed again, and the bodies of the level 9 were separated. At the same time, Godzi-chan dashed forward quickly. During this time, the stone knife flashed twice more, and the left hands of the 2 level 9s were cut off. Godzi-chan took away their divine rings. All this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in an instant. Godzi-chan had already fled before Moshidi arrived. There were 2 wounds on his body left by the 2 level 9s. Divine blood gushed out from the wounds and sprinkled on the ground. The 2 level 9s' attacks were indeed powerful, but it was obviously impossible to kill Godzi-chan, who had the heaven god's bone. When the divine envoys in the distance saw this scene, they were all shocked. After being hit by 2 level 9s, a level 7 was completely unscathed. Instead, he cut the bodies of the 2 level 9s in half. While everyone was shocked, they looked at Zi-chun, who was running away, and their eyes lit up. A mere level 7 could easily break through the defenses of level 9s. Obviously, it wasn't just because of his strength and terror. That weapon was also the main reason. There was no doubt that in addition to the god-trapping hand, the weapon in his hand was also an extraordinary supreme treasure. Earlier, Willie had wanted to know why Goddess Ichien had brought 2 level 7s instead of level 9s. Now that he saw God Zi-chen's means, he understood the reason. In addition to the inevitable arrival of God Zi-chen, his own powerful combat strength was also a major factor. A level 7 like this was much more dangerous than a level 9. The black-robed bald man had been full of confidence earlier, saying that the 2 level 9s would be enough to suppress God Zi-chen. However, when he saw God Zi-chen running away, he was also shocked. Then he exclaimed, "He has the god-trapping hand from afar, and that weapon at close range. His vitality is also so strong. He seems to have no weaknesses. Is there a way to deal with him?" Willie asked. "It's still under control. Should we make a move?" Willie shook his head and said, "Don't worry, let's wait and see." At this moment, everyone had arrived, including quite a number of level 9s. They had already surrounded the area. It was obviously impossible for this level 7 to escape. They had enough time to wait and see, and they didn't have to worry about the other party running away. At this moment, it was like catching a turtle in a jar. An angry roar came from the front. Divine light flashed on the bodies of the Ryan brothers, and their bodies reformed in midair. With God Zi-chen's current strength, he could only suppress the 2 of them. There was no way he could kill them. The 9th level was only 1 step away from becoming a divine general. That was an exceptionally boundless amount of vitality. Emoshidi caught up with them. Like the other 2, he had also lost his divine ring. At this moment, the 3 of them looked at each other and felt sympathy for each other. After that, the 3 of them rushed forward together. When the other divine envoys saw this, they burst into an uproar. God Zi-chan was still running away. The figures of other divine envoys appeared in front of him. One of them was a level 9. He stood there, forming a seal with his hands, and a powerful aura was released from his body. An earth-shattering roar sounded, and the shadow of a huge beast appeared from his body. God Zi-chan didn't know him, but it was obvious why he was blocking his way. He looked forward and saw the cold expression on his opponent's face. Obviously, if he continued to move forward, he would be attacked. At the same time, he looked in several other directions and saw the figures of other level 9s. They all released their auras and reflected each other. God Zi-chan was surrounded, and the level 9s didn't intend to let him go. Even though he had displayed extremely powerful means earlier, he still couldn't suppress these level 9s. 3 furious auras were approaching from behind. The Ryan brothers and Emoshidi were about to catch up. God Zichun shook his head and laughed. It seems that a battle is inevitable. His words were clearly directed at his true body. The three of them quickly arrived and surrounded him in a triangle. 3 against 1, and a level 7 at that. If this had happened in the outside world, people would have laughed at it. But after seeing God Zichun's means, even though the three of them were bullying him, no one felt that it was unfair. They followed and stayed in the distance, their eyes fixed on the stone knife in God Zichun's hand. Without a doubt, this was a real treasure. Kid, why don't you hand over the divine ring and surrender? Emoshidi looked at God Zichun and said coldly. Purple Chun shook his head disappointedly and said, "What's the point? I've already let you go. Why do you still want to court death?" Shameless boasting. Emoshidi's eyes flashed. His figure flashed, and he retreated. With the Ryan brothers as an example, he obviously wouldn't deliberately approach his opponent. He wanted to injure him from afar with spells. The Ryan brothers also retreated. After suffering a loss, they learned their lesson. As a result, a funny scene occurred. They obviously wanted to catch God Zichun and take away his things, but they didn't dare to approach him. As the three of them retreated, the space beside God Zichun distorted. A portal emitting lightning appeared out of thin air. Zichun's real body walked out with Yiqian. The real body looked like Zichun, holding a sheathed knife. The doppelganger had changed his appearance. After the real body appeared, he looked around. He saw the level 9 people in the distance, and there were some familiar faces among them. He spread out his spiritual thoughts and sensed the abnormalities around him. They were surrounded. 3 against 3? The real body looked away and said to the people in the distance, "Anyone else want to join us?" Hearing this, the people around him were stunned. They didn't understand what he meant. "Anyone else wants to join us? You can come together," Zichun's real body said again. This time, his meaning was expressed more clearly. There was an uproar. Everyone stared at Zichun's real body in disbelief. They could all sense that the real body was at level 7. But now, he said such words. Was he boasting shamelessly, or was he full of confidence? No one stepped forward. Only the 3 level 9 people. Buzz. There was a strong fluctuation of energy where Emoshidi was standing. A knife light that was hundreds of feet long appeared out of thin air. This was his powerful technique. The doppelganger had already experienced it. The 4th knife was already very dangerous. The 5th knife was broken by the god-trapping hand. The 6th and 7th knife had not been used yet. At this moment, the knife light that was hundreds of feet long trembled in the void. Its brilliance skyrocketed. In an instant, it turned into 2 knife lights. Emoshidi's hand seals changed again. The 2 knife lights turned into 3, and then into 4. But as the number of knife lights increased, his face became paler. The aura on the knife light grew stronger. There was no doubt that he had skipped the first few slashes. He wanted to directly display a powerful technique that could destroy the enemy. Seeing this, Zichun's real body said, "Leave this person to me." The doppelganger and Yiqian nodded. The two of them turned and rushed towards the Ryan brothers. The scabbard in Zichun's hand disappeared. He slowly stretched out his left and right hands. The power of yin and yang appeared in his palms. His left hand was yang, and his right hand was yin. 2 completely opposite energies appeared between heaven and earth. Lightning flashed on the surface of the energy body. A strong aura burst forth. Seeing these completely opposite energies, exclamations came from all around. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. How can he have 2 types of energy? What is he doing? Fusing these 2 types of energy? Amidst the exclamations, Zichun's left and right hands started to move closer. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the 2 types of energy came into contact. Buzz. A fluctuation spread. It was a repulsive force. It spread out and formed a visible ripple. Buzz. Buzz. The 2 types of energy were still close to each other. More ripples spread out and kept moving further and further away. The divine envoys, who were far away, felt this fluctuation and their expressions changed. Meanwhile, the robes of the level 7 and level 8 divine envoys fluttered as they were shocked. Just this fluctuation alone made them feel a dangerous aura. What would happen if they were hit by the 2 types of energy? At this moment, some people even guessed that this guy would die prematurely under the two completely opposite types of energy. However, this worry was obviously unnecessary. As the powerful energy fluctuations spread out, the yin and yang energies fused at a very fast speed. After the fusion, they swelled and changed continuously. Finally, they turned into a lotus with yin and yang intertwining. The yin-yang thunder lotus. On the other side, Maxi's face was very pale. Above his head were 7 100-meter-long blade lights. There was no doubt that the power of the 7-blade divine cleaving had been extended to its limit at this moment. He looked at Zichun from afar. Looking at the lotus in front of him that was surrounded by yin and yang light, a cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He made the last seal in his hand and shouted, "Slash!" The 7 blades trembled in the sky and then slashed downwards. They formed a blade array that was unusually powerful. This blade array had a precedent of killing people of the same level. It was quite famous in the 10th domain. As the blade lights fell, the void seemed to be torn apart. A strong oppressive aura swept over, causing the heavens and earth to become unusually oppressive at this moment. The surroundings were unusually quiet. Everyone looked at the descending 7-blade divine, cleaving with astonishment. Even the Ryan brothers did not continue to attack. Instead, they raised their heads and looked over. They were looking at the upcoming battle. Go! Looking at the descending 7-blade godly slash, a faint smile appeared on Zichun's face. He pointed his finger, and the yin-yang thunder lotus flew forward. Chapter 2693. A genius remembers love in 1 second / small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The 7 saber lights, which were hundreds of meters long, had a vast aura. They brought with them a powerful pressure that caused the world to lose its color. This was a technique that had killed those of the same level. It was extremely famous in the 10th region and was abnormally powerful and terrifying. Compared to the 7-blade godly slash, Zichun's yin-yang lightning lotus was only the size of a palm. Furthermore, its aura was not fully released and appeared to be in a restrained state. At a glance, it was clearly far from the 7-blade godly slash. However, no one dared to underestimate this little lightning lotus because it contained 2 completely opposite types of energy which went against the rules of heaven and earth. To be able to appear in such a manner despite violating the rules, it was naturally not to be underestimated. Boom! Sure enough, when the yin-yang lightning lotus was about 100 feet away from Zichun, the aura on its body suddenly erupted. In an instant, it expanded to nearly 1,000 feet in size. Boundless yin and yang light flashed, dyeing the heaven and earth in gold and silver. At the same time, the yin-yang thunder lotus spun continuously, heading towards the 7-blade god slash. Under the nervous gazes of the crowd, the 2 attacks collided. Chi, chi. One after another, energy ripples spread out in all directions. Within those ripples, there were powerful fluctuations. The 2 streams of energy were locked in a stalemate. The space there was twisting crazily, as if it could be torn apart at any time because it could not withstand the power. While the energy was in a stalemate, Maxi's face became even paler. He coughed up blood and shouted, "Cut!" Above the 7-blade godly slash, an even more dazzling light burst out in an instant, dyeing the entire sky, and the aura became even more powerful. Zichun coldly snorted, his expression unchanged. The aura within the yin-yang lightning lotus was also in a completely berserk state. The colorful light that lingered between heaven and earth was instantly suppressed by the light of yin and yang. At this moment, the 2 attacks each occupied half of the sky. They were in a stalemate, wearing each other down. Boom! In the end, the 2 attacks reached their limits and exploded with a loud bang, forming a substantial energy ripple. Love, go little, say, netku terrifying energy spread out, extending in the distorted void. The world became abnormally bright, and the boundless energy rumbled. Zichun and Maxi's bodies were instantly drowned by the violent energy. The energy spread out from afar. Many of the level 7 and level 8 existences immediately retreated. Their faces were filled with fear. The entire area was silent as everyone stared at the center of the violent energy, waiting for the outcome of this attack. Just like that, the powerful shockwaves of energy continued for several dozen breaths of time before dispersing. The world regained its clarity and the distorted space returned to normal. In the sky, Zichen and Maxi D were still standing in the air, looking at each other from afar. Other than their robes being somewhat tattered, there seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary. Seeing this result, there was another uproar in the distance. A mere level 7 had actually blocked the attack of a level 9, and that level 9 had used a powerful move like the 7-Blade God Slash. It seems that this 7th level is even more powerful than the one who knows the God-trapping hand. Willie's expression also changed at this moment. He clearly understood why Goddess Ichien brought these 2 level 7s with her. They were much more powerful than ordinary level 9 existences. Maxi D wasn't considered weak in the 10th region, but he still couldn't gain any advantage over his opponent. After all, his opponent was only level 7. What if he advanced to level 8 or level 9? Then, who would be able to suppress him? Moreover, Willie was very clear that it would be easier for these level 7s to advance in the next stage. At that time, who would be able to suppress these 2? At this moment, he felt a strong sense of danger in his heart. The same sense of danger appeared on the faces of the other level 9 existences. At this moment, the same thought appeared in their minds, and that was that the 2 of them couldn't be left alive. However, in the next moment, this sense of danger became even stronger. Puff. This was because Maxi D coughed up blood. He, who had been standing in the air, was now half kneeling in the sky. After coughing up blood, his aura had obviously weakened. All the level 9 existences' expressions changed drastically. It was obvious that this battle wasn't evenly matched. Maxi D had lost and was injured, and his injuries weren't light. Love, go little, say W, chew the 7-Blade Godly Slash, which had killed someone of the same level as him, had lost to the ultimate Thunder Lotus. Buzz. At this moment, lightning flashed on Zichen's back, and the 10-winged heavenly thunder wings appeared. He flapped his thunder wings, and his entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he charged towards Maxi D. A sheathed long saber appeared in his hand again. The scabbard was simple and unadorned, and it looked extraordinary. Attack! On the other side, Godzi Chun shouted loudly as he charged towards the Ryan brothers. The stone saber in his hand flickered with a bright divine light. Ichien also charged forward. Her opponent was another person. At this moment, it didn't mean that they had to kill their opponent. As long as they could buy some time, their real bodies would naturally be able to kill Maxi D. The level 9 existences in the distance had already sensed the threat from Zichan. They wanted to eliminate him, but when they saw that Maxi D was in danger, they didn't intend to help. Obviously, they still subconsciously regarded each other as an enemy. Zichun, who had used the heavenly thunder wings, was naturally at his fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Maxi D. At this moment, Maxi D had already stood up. His eyes were filled with fear, not only because of the strength of his opponent, but also because of the speed displayed by his opponent. Everyone knew that the fleetfoot stride of the divine world was the fastest in the world. However, at this moment, Zichen's speed was even faster than his fleetfoot stride. Moreover, his opponent was at level 7. What kind of speed was this? It was obviously too late for him to retreat, so he formed a seal with his hands again. In the void, a large bell surrounded by divine light appeared. It was an illusion of the divine bell of annihilation, but it was substantial and contained a trace of the will of the divine bell of annihilation. Dang! The large bell enveloped Maxi D, protecting him. At the same time, the bell rang, forming a strange wave that went straight for Zichun. Zichen's soul was strongly shaken, but this didn't affect his charging speed. In other words, his soul was strong enough to be called perfect. A mere ordinary technique couldn't destroy it. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Maxi D. On his right hand, the veins protruded and rays of light surrounded his body. During this period, the power of yin and yang flowed through his arm and into the blade. Wang! The long blade in his hand vibrated and the sound of the blade rang. In the next moment, the long blade was unsheathed. The power of yin and yang enveloped the blade and slashed at Maxi D. During this period, 3 rays of blade will circled around the blade. The sound of the blade resounded between heaven and earth, unusually loud and clear. Poof! Maxi D's level 9 defense was quickly destroyed by this slash. A stream of divine blood splattered. Zichun withdrew his blade and stood in the air. He looked at Maxi D, who had already retreated a few hundred feet away. There was a long cut on his chest, and he was almost cut in half. When the divine envoys in the distance saw this, they were all shocked. There was no doubt that this Zichun was more powerful. At the same time, the blade in his hand was definitely not an ordinary weapon. This was because it could break a level 9 defense with one slash. Another supreme treasure. In the distance, Wiley stared at the sheathed long blade in Zichun's hand. His eyes flashed with a glint. The eyes of the other level 9s also burned with desire. Both of them have supreme treasure weapons. This is really unusual. Moreover, both of them have unlimited potential. I really don't know where Goddess Ichien found these 2 guards, Wiley exclaimed. The level 7 who came later is stronger than the previous one. Also, pay attention. His aura is obviously different from ours, the black-robed bald man said in a deep voice. Different aura from us. Could he be from a foreign tribe? A level 9 at the side asked. He was puzzled. No, that's the aura of a person from the lower world. He's not on the same path as us. I really didn't expect a person from the lower world to have such powerful combat power, Wiley said in disbelief. On the other side, Ji Wei and the others stood there, watching the battle in shock. Although they had already guessed that Zichun was not weaker than Skeleton, seeing it with their own eyes gave them too much shock. In this way, if they didn't speed up their breakthroughs, the gap between them and Zichun would only increase. Slash. The battle continued. 2 rays of blade light appeared behind Maxi D. The 7-blade God Slash was his biggest trump card. He used it again, but because of Zichun's pressure, he couldn't condense the 7-blade God Slash. In addition, he was already injured before, so his current attack was not as powerful as before. The 2 rays of blade light fell. Zichun swung his blade. This blade contained the power of yin and yang. Together with the blade intent, it was naturally more powerful. Like a waterfall, the blade light flew up against the sky and met the 2 blades. Bang! Bang! The 2 rays of blade light shattered in an instant. At the same time, the blade light didn't lose its momentum and went straight for Maxi D. Maxi D kept retreating. His face turned paler and paler, and he looked more and more shocked. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would actually be suppressed by a 7th grade. Whoosh! God Zichun used the heavenly thunder wings and flashed up. He surrounded Maxi D and attacked. The blade light kept flashing, and the power of yin and yang lingered on those attacks. As a level 7, he naturally didn't dare to hold back against a level 9. The divine envoys in the distance watched this scene in shock. At this moment, the powerful Maxi D only had the power to defend himself, but he didn't have the power to counterattack. Space-rending slash. With a loud shout, a pitch-black crack extended in all directions. This was a spatial technique that tore the void apart, causing the black crack to contain the absolute power of the rules. Poof! Maxi D's body was forcibly separated from the middle by the power of the rules. The reason why the space-rending slash could be effective against a level 9 was because he was seriously injured. Just as his body was separated from the middle, Zichun rushed in front of him. He unsheathed his long blade and went straight for Maxi D's neck. Poof! The blade light flashed, and Maxi D's head flew up. Chapter 2694. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Zichun's blade flashed with the power of yin and yang. This power had another name, which was the power of defiance of the heavens. At this moment, the 2 powers of defiance of the heavens appeared at the same time. Coupled with the unique destruction attribute of the power of defiance of the heavens, it had a strong effect on the destruction of life force. Poof! Blood splattered as the destructive energy entered Maxi D's sea of consciousness and destroyed his divine soul. During this time, Maxi D's vigorous life force was rapidly dissipating. In the blink of an eye, Maxi D's life force was completely extinguished, and he was completely dead. The surroundings were silent as everyone stared in shock at Zichun, who was standing with a blade in his hand, especially after they sensed that Maxi D's vitality had disappeared. He was dead. The level 7 Zichun had killed the level 9 Maxi D, and the level 9 Maxi D had once killed an expert of the same level. At this moment, all the level 7 and level 8 experts felt a chill in their hearts as they felt a deep sense of fear. Those who had stopped while they were ahead rejoiced inwardly, especially those who had regained their divine rings. To be able to take back their divine rings from this lord was absolutely amazing. Maxi D's death shocked all the oracles. Even some of the level 9 experts felt a chill in their hearts at this moment. Scary. It's really scary. Willie's heart palpitated as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Such an existence must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would be everyone's nightmare in the next stage. Shall we take action? The bald man in black robes asked. Be prepared. It's best if we can kill him in one blow. Willie said. Don't worry. Once the God-trapping hand is used, no one can defend against it. A level 9 expert only needs one blow to kill a level 7 soul. The bald man seemed very confident. It seems that the others need to be prepared. Our target is Skeleton. Once we capture him, we will leave immediately. Weiwei glanced around and said in a deep voice. Zichun didn't seem to notice the abnormality around him. After killing the level 9 Mercedai, he put away the corpse and looked at the Ryan brothers. The two of them were shocked by Maxi D's death. When they saw Zichun looking at them, their hearts trembled and they subconsciously wanted to retreat. However, right at that moment, Zichun began to form hand seals with his hands. Then, Zichun's true body rushed toward the two of them. Retreat! The Ryan brothers shouted as they retreated quickly. God-trapping hand! At this moment, a deep roar rang out. A huge palm surrounded by resplendent divine light rapidly descended from the sky. The God-trapping hand descended, and the space around them seemed to be frozen. The brothers' expressions changed drastically. They turned around and unleashed powerful attacks at the sky. Two streaks of God-trapping God rushed God-trapping God's palm. Cracks appeared on the surface of the God-trapping hand when it was attacked. However, it did not slow down or break apart. Instead, it quickly descended and grabbed one of the Ryan brothers. At this moment, Zichun had already rushed in front of that person and slashed at him with his blade. With a flash of blade light, the level 9 expert who had been grabbed by the God-trapping hand was beheaded. Zichun did not continue to pay attention to the level 9 expert's life. Instead, he turned around and looked at the second person. Spirit binding. At this moment, Ichin's cold voice resounded through the air. Beside her, a beam of energy rapidly shot over like a snake and coiled itself around the body of another rank 9 expert. The level 9 expert who had been trapped by the spirit binding before he could even grieve over the death of his brother was terrified. Swoosh! At this moment, the thunder wings on Zichin's back flapped, and he reached his maximum speed. He was like a flash of gold and silver lightning as he rushed forward rapidly. A beam of golden light flew past, and another head flew. Let's go! At the same time, Zichun let out a low roar. The two figures in the sky disappeared in a flash. At the same time, a space portal appeared in front of Zichun. He walked into the portal. God-trapping hand! God-trapping hand! Two voices were heard from afar. The sky above started to distort as two huge palm prints surrounded by divine light descended from the sky. One of the palm prints went straight for Zichun, while the other went straight for the portal. The divine envoys in the surroundings were in an uproar when they saw the two God-trapping hands appear at the same time. Evidently, the other level 9 experts had noticed the threat of Zichun and joined forces to attack. At this moment, everyone could feel the potential threat of Zichun. Naturally, they could not let him escape. In the past, Zichun had only used the God-trapping hand to control others. His speed had been so fast that his opponents had not been able to react in time. However, he had become the target of the God-trapping hand. He could clearly sense the terror of the God-trapping hand. Buzz! The void trembled as the God-trapping hand rapidly approached. Zichun, who only needed one step to enter the space portal and leave, was blocked by the god-trapping hand. The god-trapping hand fell and grabbed the space portal. His body retreated backward. Boundless divine light, shown as a powerful aura, swept out. Following a loud explosion, the space portal and the god-trapping hand collapsed together. Zichen, who was retreating, found that the space around him had been forcibly sealed, making it impossible for him to escape. He let out a loud roar as his body released a strong light. A powerful vibration force emerged, trying to break through the sealed space. Swoosh! Before he could break through this force, the god-trapping hand fell from the sky and caught Zichen. In the face of this heavenly god skill, even he could not react. At this moment, a figure of light flew over from afar. It was a level 9 divine envoy. He held a long sword in his hand and had a pair of divine feathers on his back. His speed was much faster than the ordinary Fleetfoot steps. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the god-trapping hand. The long sword in his hand slashed forward. Puff! A sharp sword light flashed past and Zichen's head flew up into the air. Golden blood spurted out from the wound. Swoosh! The god-trapping hand dissipated, along with Zichen's body, turning into energy and disappearing. As for Zichen's head, it flew high into the air and fell into the distance. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They felt that it was unbelievable. Zichen had been so arrogant before, killing 3 level 9 divine envoys in an instant. But now, he was killed so easily. However, this showed that the god-trapping hand was indeed terrifying. No one could defend against it. He's dead? Ji Wei's face was full of astonishment. He could not believe it. It was because Zichen was too difficult to deal with. Every time, he was on the verge of death. But now, he was beheaded so easily and his life force was extinguished. This made Yin Wei somewhat unable to believe it. This is the heavenly god skill. It's the most unique existence in the world. No one can avoid it, Kai Meng said, his eyes shining. Since Zichen is dead, what about Skeleton and Ichien? Ben Sinlu asked. He had seen the power of the god-trapping hand in today's battle. Obviously, he was very tempted. However, at that moment, cries of alarm rang out from all around. Zichen's head, which had flown high into the air, exploded with a loud bang. Behind the person with the divine wings, the space distorted and another Zichen appeared. Behind him, the 10-winged heavenly thunder wings released the light of thunder and lightning as he slashed forward with his blade. Swoosh! The other party sensed that something was wrong and quickly dodged. The blade light brushed past his body. He's not dead. He's not dead. Wasn't he caught by the god-trapping hand? How could this be? Exclamations rose and fell. In the distance, Wiley frowned slightly. Even he did not notice the abnormality in the previous scene. Beside him, the black-robed bald man who attacked earlier said, "The god-trapping hand should have caught him. How could he not be dead?" Hearing the exclamations around him, Yue's expression did not change much. This was the Zichen he knew. Even the abyss could not kill him. How could he die so easily in such a situation? At this moment, Zichen used his extreme speed in the sky. Like a bolt of lightning, he circled around the light figure with the divine wings. The other party also transformed into divine light. But as a level 9, his speed could not be compared to Zichen's. During this time, the two light figures were constantly entangled. The sound of weapons clashing could be heard. Blade light and sword light shot out in all directions. Obviously, the two of them were engaged in a fierce battle. "Attack! Trap both of them! We can't let him escape!" Someone roared. Among the 5 people who knew the god-trapping hand, 2 of them formed seals. Besides the black-robed bald man, the other one was also forming seals. In the blink of an eye, 2 god-trapping hands appeared again and went straight for the 2 people in front. Clang, clang, clang. During this time, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. Under the energy fluctuations, the space was constantly distorted. In the next moment, a loud explosion was heard. Zichen's body was quickly sent flying backward. In front of him, the level 9 divine envoy who had transformed into divine light appeared. At this moment, he was standing in the air, staring at Zichen. His eyes were wide open and gradually became lifeless. On his chest, there was a blade wound that completely penetrated his body. Blood flowed down the wound. His life force was disappearing at a rapid pace. As Zichun flew backward, a space portal appeared behind him. He fell into the portal. After that, the portal flickered a few times and disappeared. The two god-trapping hands fell one after another. One of them missed, while the other caught the level 9 divine envoy who had already lost his vitality. As the god-trapping hands dissipated, the level 9 divine envoy's body also turned into light spots and disappeared under the power of the god-trapping hands. The remaining fluctuations were still dissipating in the sky, but Zichun's trace had disappeared. One after another, the level 9 divine envoys rushed in this direction. Waves of powerful aura raged in the sky. Unfortunately, they were one step too late. Zichun had already left. They released their divine consciousness to sense where Zichun had gone, but they couldn't sense him. How could this be? The level 9 divine envoys were furious. Under such circumstances, the other party had still managed to escape. Who would be able to find him and kill him in the future? Search. Everyone spread out and search. We must find them. Chapter 2695. Today, Zichun had displayed an extremely powerful offensive technique. If he was allowed to continue growing, he would be a threat to everyone present. Therefore, they would not allow such an existence to continue living. All the level 9s spread out and began to search for him. The level 7s and 8s were still shocked. Whether Zichun was strong or not did not have much to do with them, because the difference between them was too big. Whether the opponent was strong or not did not affect them. Zichun had a world that he could open at will. Those people would be dreaming if they wanted to catch him. Previously, he had teleported thousands of miles away because he did not want to teleport any further. Now, with a single thought, his body appeared tens of thousands of miles away. With such a long distance, he believed that no level 9s would be able to sense him. After a few teleportations, he arrived at a dense forest. His body flashed and he entered. Then, he entered his own world again. The world that belonged to him turned into a speck of dust and landed on a leaf. At this point, Zichun had truly hidden himself. It would be extremely difficult for anyone to find him. During this time, Shadowless walked out of his world. He was Zichun's strongest spy. No one could know of his existence. After today's battle, Zichun could see that everyone wanted to kill him. Therefore, he would be in seclusion for a long time to cultivate and increase his combat strength. When he came out of seclusion, the next stage would begin. During this time, Shadowless would naturally send him messages. After leaving Zichun's world, Shadowless began to walk around. During this time, he would see level 9s flying across the sky. This time, Zichun is determined to escape. It will be very difficult to find him, Yanwei said. They had been looking for Zichun for a long time, but it was as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. You're as good as not saying anything, Bin Senlu said unhappily. He was in a bad mood. After watching the previous battle, as the son of God, he was shocked. From the heavenly gods to the divine envoys, he had seen existences of every realm. At the same time, he had also seen many existences with powerful combat strength, including those famous experts. However, he had never seen an existence as powerful as Zichun. A mere level 7 was able to extinguish a level 9 soul. Even though he knew that the other party was a heaven-defying existence, the one who was most likely to defy the heavens, wasn't the other party a little too powerful? Furthermore, the god-trapping hand was the ultimate technique for trapping the mind. Even the powerful Zichun was almost caught by it. He believed that if the other party hadn't run so fast, he would have been killed by the god-trapping hand. After witnessing the power of the god-trapping hand with his own eyes, how could he not be envious? Moreover, that skeleton was only at level 7. If he could capture him now, he would definitely be able to obtain the heavenly god skill. At the same time, he felt a little regretful. If he had known that the god-trapping hand was so powerful and that there would be such an opportunity, he would have brought people to trap the other party first. However, it was a pity that the other party had run away. They had been looking for him for a few months, but still couldn't find him. Jiwei ignored Bin Sinla's complaints and said again, "Now, we might not be able to find him. Instead of wasting our time like this, why don't we look for more law crystals? As long as we can get more law crystals, we will be able to increase our cultivation level quickly in the next stage." Sina and the others naturally agreed. Moreover, they had been looking for Zichun for a few months and still couldn't find him. In their hearts, they had long given up. As such, their main focus was placed on searching for law crystals. During this period of time, Shadowless walked past them, but they did not sense him. The same situation occurred in other places. After not being able to find any trace of Zichun, some people gradually gave up. In other words, they focused on looking for law crystals and looking for Zichun as a supplement. As for those level 7 and level 8 cultivators, they had already started looking for law crystals. Because of Zichun's powerful battle prowess, many people were worried. After all, Zichun had a record of stealing law crystals. Therefore, many divine envoys chose to form an alliance. Except for a few level 9 cultivators who had absolute confidence in themselves, the others formed one team after another. Zichun didn't know that because of him, the divine envoys had formed a team. He was in his own world, working hard to understand the saber intent contained in the saber ancestor's steel. Not far away, Ichian was also comprehending her spirit binding technique. Speaking of spirit binding, its origin was not small. It was given to her by the Tower Battle God after her relationship with him had improved. Although it wasn't a heavenly god technique, it was still an extraordinary technique. When he first heard Ichian say it, Zichun felt very emotional. If others wanted to obtain a technique, they would need to spend many years of effort to exchange for it, even risking their lives. Ichian, on the other hand, was different. If a heavenly god wanted to give her a technique, it would depend on whether she was happy or not. It should be known that she had never accepted anything given to her by a heavenly god. She didn't even recognize the goddess mansion. However, since the last time he went back and proposed marriage, the relationship between the two of them had greatly improved. Ichian was once a defiant of the heavens. Naturally, her talent was needless to say. Even if she had become a god clan, she still had extremely strong talent. In another place, the divine avatar was sitting cross-legged and comprehending the god-binding hand. Since the last time he used the god-binding hand, he felt that there were other changes to this technique. At this moment, he was trying to figure out what they were. The golden body, Yin avatar, and Yang avatar were sitting cross-legged beside the real body. They were comprehending the saber ancestor's steel together with the real body. During this time, the spiritual thoughts of the four of them were constantly extending toward the saber ancestor's steel, comprehending the saber intent within. The sound of the saber was constantly heard. In Zichen's sea of consciousness, there was a saber light that was constantly flying. It was a pure saber intent. At this moment, all he could do was to catch up with this saber intent, understand its principle, and then completely subdue it. His spiritual thoughts could manifest everything, so there was a saber in his hand. It was a long saber with a scabbard. He unsheathed the saber, and a golden saber light that contained 3 saber intents went straight toward the saber light. Buzz! As the saber light attacked, the saber intent's light suddenly accelerated, leaving the saber light far behind. After several attempts, the saber light could not catch up with the saber intent. In desperation, Zichun could only give up this opportunistic method and use his spiritual thoughts to explore. His spiritual thoughts could be released without any strings, so he could easily catch up with the saber intent and comprehend its changes. Time passed, and the outside world was quiet. There were often divine envoys flying above, but they did not deliberately stay here. The other teams were still hunting the spiders and collecting the law crystals. This space was very large, and so far, no one had explored to the end, so there were many law crystals for these divine envoys to explore. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Shadowless went out and did not return, which meant that the entrance had not yet opened. On this day, Ichian, who was comprehending spirit binding, opened her eyes. She felt a strange fluctuation. She turned around, and on her beautiful face, her bright eyes looked in Zichen's direction. The bodies of the doppelgangers sitting cross-legged beside Zichun suddenly turned into streams of light and entered the body of the real body. At this moment, The real body opened his eyes. In his eyes, there was a sharp saber light. He stood up, and light of energy flowed around his body. A powerful aura emerged from his body. In this aura, there was the sound of a saber hum. Then, rays of saber intent appeared from his body and surrounded him. There were 4 rays of saber intent. Seeing this, Yi Qian's face showed a touch of surprise. Clearly, in just a few years, Zi Qian had comprehended another saber intent. The previous 3 saber intents were already so powerful. Now that he had comprehended another one, his combat power was naturally stronger. The saber intent lingered with a sharp aura. Zi Qian turned to look at Yi Qian. Yi Qian's body shone with divine light, blocking her eyes. In an instant, she felt saber intent rushing toward her eyes. Obviously, Zi Qian did this unconsciously. He had just comprehended saber intent and could not control it perfectly. Soon, the sharpness in Zi Qian's eyes disappeared. His eyes returned to normal. The divine light on Yi Qian disappeared. She looked at Zi Qian and said, "Congratulations." Zi Qian nodded and scanned with his spiritual mind. Shadowless had not returned yet. The doppelgangers were still meditating. "It seems that the entrance has not opened yet," Zi Qian said. Yi Qian nodded and said, "Well, let's not waste time." After exchanging a few simple words, Yi Qian turned around and continued to comprehend the spirit binding technique. Zi Qian, on the other hand, headed for another Saber Ancestor's tablet. When he was within range, his real body, Yin-Yang Doppelganger, and Yang Doppelganger appeared again and continued to comprehend the new Saber essence. Time passed again. Zi Qian's world became quiet. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. It had been more than 6 years since they came here. The entrance had not appeared yet. In the eyes of the people outside, Goddess Yi Qian had disappeared for 6 years. Then it was 10 years, 20 years, 50 years. After coming to this world and staying for 50 years, Zi Qian's doppelgangers turned into light again and entered his body. Then saber intent emerged from his body. 5 saber intents. His combat power increased again. Zi Qian was very satisfied with this speed. After 50 years of cultivation, both Yi Qian and the doppelgangers had improved a lot. However, they had gained nothing in these 50 miles. After so many years, the entrance still hasn't appeared. Maybe we should prepare more law crystals. Otherwise, when the entrance opens, everyone will use the law crystals to level up one after another, Yi Qian said. Even though Zi Qian's combat power had increased in these 50 miles, if the others directly leveled up, the gap between the two sides would be even bigger. Divine generals and divine envoys were 2 completely different concepts. Then let's go out for a walk, Zi Qian said. After comprehending 5 saber intents, he was more confident in his combat power. Chapter 2696. It was naturally good to go out for a walk. After all, they had been here for too long. Why don't we take a look at our gains first? Yi Qian suggested before leaving. Zi Qian nodded in agreement. Previously, he had killed 4 level 9 experts. Although he had only obtained 1 level 9 corpse, he had taken 4 god rings. At this moment, these 4 god rings were ownerless and could be opened easily. The first one to be opened was Maxi D's god ring. Yi Qian came forward and asked, "How is it?" Zi Qian took out the law crystals in the god ring. There were actually 42 of them. This was a very good number. As expected of City Lord Maxi D, who had a history of killing level 9 experts. "Look at this." Yi Qian smiled. With a flip of her hand, many law crystals appeared. There were actually 38 of them. This is the god ring of the person with the god wings. There are quite a lot of them. Zi Qian nodded in satisfaction. The other party was responsible for killing him after using the god-binding hand. Naturally, it was extraordinary. The last 2 items were the divine rings of the Ryan brothers. If the 2 brothers fought alone, their battle prowess wouldn't be considered very strong. However, wherever the 2 brothers went, they would always be together. When 2 9th-rank experts joined hands, their gains were imaginable. "I have 71 law crystals here," Yi Qian said in surprise. "I have 72 here." Zi Qian nodded and smiled. When he took out the law crystals, he also took out many god rings. It was the same for Yi Qian. It was obvious that the two of them had killed many people and robbed many times. Ichian did a final count of the law crystals they had obtained this time. There were a total of 303 of them. These were their harvests from decades ago. They had only obtained 13 law crystals themselves, and the rest were all snatched from others. Now that a few decades had passed, everyone's gains had already exceeded this number. Let's go. It's time to look for our gains. Zichun left the world. His god avatar was still in meditation. Ichian followed him out. After coming out, Zichun spread out his spiritual senses. Within the range of his spiritual senses, there were fluctuations of battle. Zichun looked ahead and said, "Let's go there and take a look." Ichian nodded. The two of them transformed into streams of light and moved forward. Thousands of miles away, a group of oracles was besieging and killing several spiders. Among the oracles, there was a level 9. He held a long sword in his hand, and a sharp sword energy slashed through the spider's web, splitting it in half. Then, a group of divine envoys rushed up and landed on the spider's body, slashing the spider with all the weapons in their hands. Poisonous blood sprayed out from the spider's body. When the poisonous blood came into contact with everyone's defenses, they emitted a sizzling sound as they were continuously corroded. These oracles attacked even faster. Obviously, they knew the characteristics of the spider's venomous blood. Poo, poo, poo. As the spiders were killed one by one, the poisonous blood on their bodies was turned into the purest power of the rules, which was absorbed by the spiders. As for the spider's enormous body, it had turned into a law crystal. There were currently 4 law crystals floating in the sky. That level 9 expert quickly stepped forward and took away the 4 law crystals. "You're pretty lucky." Right at this moment, a voice sounded from behind. The level 9 expert smiled faintly and said, "What kind of luck is this?" At most, his words came to an abrupt halt, because he had sensed something abnormal. When he turned his head around, he saw the person who had spoken. At this moment, the level 7 and level 8 divine envoys were also stunned, their faces slightly pale. "It's you," the level 9 expert said, staring at the man and woman in the distance, a strange light flashing in his eyes. "What do you think?" Zichun looked at the other party. "You've been hiding for so many years. I didn't expect you to have the guts to show yourself today," the level 9 expert said coldly. "I see that you seem to have a lot of law crystals on you. Why? After so many years, you must have gained a lot, right?" Zichun said. "Oomph." The level 9 expert snorted coldly, his eyes flashing continuously. This was the closest he had to a great opportunity, but he had seen the other party's means with his own eyes last time. He didn't think he had the ability to kill the other party, even if there were more than 20 level 7 and level 8 existences by his side. At such a close distance, he could feel the fear of those level 7 and level 8 existences. He sighed helplessly, clearly not hoping to kill the other party. Even if he had the guts, these level 7 and level 8 existences wouldn't cooperate. Upon seeing that the other party didn't react, Zichun felt rather regretful. He and Ichian really couldn't do something like kill someone and rob them as soon as they met. Furthermore, the other party didn't have any enmity towards them. Why are there 4 spiders? Did you guys herd them together? Since they weren't going to make a move, he could only voice his doubts regretfully. He guessed that the other party definitely had a lot of law crystals on them and would definitely be able to obtain a number that would satisfy him if he snatched them. No, these spiders have always been together. These 4 spiders are already considered rare. At most, we've seen more than a dozen spiders together, the level 9 expert said. Zichun nodded and flew to the side with Ichian. The level 7 and level 8 existences only heaved a sigh of relief when the other party had flown far away. Previously, when the other party had just stood there, they had all felt a kind of pressure. The level 9 expert took in everyone's expressions and said, "Next, I plan to contact the other level 9 existences. Who wants to come with me?" When the other level 7 and level 8 existences heard this, their expressions changed and they looked at the level 9 expert in confusion. Zichun had once displayed extremely strong combat power. A mere level 9 would simply be courting death if they went up against him. However, the other party still had such thoughts. After this is done, everyone will be given an additional 20 law crystals, the level 9 expert said again. 20 law crystals were naturally coveted, but many level 7 and level 8 divine envoys shook their heads when they recalled the battle where the other party had killed several level 9 existences. It was naturally good to be able to obtain law crystals, but they obviously cared more about their lives. Due to differences in opinion, this team that had been established for decades announced its disbandment at this moment. The level 7 and level 8 existences who should have gotten some gains also gave up and voluntarily withdrew. They didn't want to snatch other people's things, but they also didn't want to get into trouble. There were still 5 level 8 existences left. They obviously thought that they could still put up a fight against Ichan. You go and keep an eye on him, the level 9 expert said to a level 8, and then led the other level 8 existences in the opposite direction. It was obvious that he wanted to win over more level 9 existences and engage in a great battle. Zichen, who was advancing, quickly noticed that there were level 8 existences tailing him. He couldn't help but smile faintly and say, "Looks like we're about to have a business deal." Ichian also noticed the level 8 and nodded. Although they wouldn't take the initiative to kill and plunder, if these people wanted to kill them, they naturally wouldn't hold back. In this place, if one wanted to obtain more law crystals, one had to rely on one's own strength to slowly search for spiders to kill. This was undoubtedly the slowest way. The fastest way was to kill and plunder. Therefore, Zichun deliberately made himself appear more cautious as he moved forward. He didn't want to be entangled by other spiders. This way, the level 8 existences behind him wouldn't be able to detect his true combat power and wouldn't scare off the people behind him. Even though he was very careful, he and Ichien were still blocked by spiders. Perhaps it was because all teams in this world were teaming up. The spiders that appeared now were also teaming up. A total of 5 spider webs fell from above and covered the entire sky, making it impossible to avoid. Swoosh! Zichen looked up at the falling spider webs. The power of yin and yang coiled around his body. He formed a sword with 2 fingers and pierced upwards. A waterfall-like sword aura that contained 2 types of power of yin and yang directly split the spider webs above them. Zichen and Ichien both flew upwards. When they were in the air, the 5 spiders attacked the 2 of them. Some sprayed venom, while others used their legs to stab straight ahead. Above the sky, the space constantly distorted as a powerful aura surged. Zichen's figure flashed and disappeared. His body shone with a defensive light as he passed through the venom. His body was emitting smoke as he dodged the spider legs' attacks. He arrived in front of the spider and pointed his 2 fingers at it. Poof! The sharp sword aura broke through the spider's defense. The power of yin and yang contained in it instantly exploded, obliterating the life force of a spider. After easily killing a spider, his body flashed again. He arrived in front of the second spider and pointed his finger again. Poof! The sword aura pierced through the spider's body and killed it. On the other side, Ichin's body shone with divine light. Her body nimbly flew up on the spider's body, her colorful dress dancing in the wind. Below her, the spider's body turned into light spots and turned into a law crystal. Clearly, after decades of meditation, both Zichen and Ichien's combat strength had improved significantly. Soon, Ichien killed another spider. Only one of the 5 spiders was left. Regarding this, both Zichen and Ichien deliberately did not kill it immediately. Instead, they held back. In the outside world, the level 8 expert saw the 2 of them disappear and knew that they had encountered spiders. However, he did not see how many spiders there were. When the sealed space in front of him appeared, he saw the 2 of them besieging a spider. Both of them were emitting smoke from the corrosion of venom. They did not seem to be as powerful as the legends said. Not long after, the spider was killed and the 2 of them quickly left. Chapter 2697. My lord, the other party shouted, and those people descended one after another. There were a total of 13 level 9s, and the rest were all level 8. There was not a single level 7. Where is he? The level 9 asked. He's just ahead. He just left. The level 8 pointed ahead. Let's go. The crowd continued to chase forward. Just as they disappeared, another group of people appeared behind them. Most of them were level 7 divine envoys. They just wanted to watch the battle and had no other intentions. Obviously, they also wanted to see if the 13 level 9 divine envoys could kill that guy and successfully take away the god-trapping hand. Zichen, who was moving forward, sensed the divine envoys behind him. He smiled faintly and said, "Our business has come to us." Ichian also felt the same and nodded. Zichen turned around and looked at the crowd that was gradually approaching. When the level 9 divine envoys were about to reach them, they quickly spread out and surrounded the two of them. The other level 8 divine envoys also spread out, their expressions full of vigilance. The level 9 divine envoys that Zichen had seen before looked at him coldly and said, "Where's the one who knows the god-trapping hand?" "He's in seclusion," Zichen said truthfully. "Well, I'll kill you and then trap him." The level 9 divine envoy's expression was cold. Zichen looked at them and said, "Are you ready?" Everyone was stunned, not knowing what he meant. "Are you ready to be killed?" Zichen asked again. Everyone's expression changed. The level 9 divine envoy's eyes flashed with killing intent and shouted, "Attack!" Just as he shouted, the level 7 divine envoys who wanted to watch the battle from afar had already caught up. They stood in the distance and watched the scene. A dozen level 9 divine envoys and a group of level 8 divine envoys besieging a level 7's divine envoys. This was the first time they had seen something like this. However, they were still nervous and doubtful about whether the level 7 divine envoys could be killed. At this moment, they saw the level 7 divine envoys make their move. They saw him take out the scabbard long saber and fiercely stabbing it into the void. Buzz! The void trembled in an instant. A black crack appeared in their line of sight. The black crack tore through the space and spread out in an instant. After that, they were shocked to find that within the range of the crack, regardless of whether it was the 9th or 8th grade, their bodies were forcefully separated. During this time, the 9th grade warriors were still fine. Their bodies, which had been separated, were shining with divine light. Powerful auras burst out, and the surging vitality allowed their bodies to continue to reassemble. However, those grade 8 beings would forever lose the chance to reconstruct their bodies. As the black crack spread out, all of the level 8 creatures died. The faces of the onlookers were filled with shock. At this moment, they truly felt fear. At the same time, many people were secretly glad that they did not listen to the words of the level 9. Otherwise, they would have become one of the dead. Ichien's body began to glow, and her hands formed a seal. At this moment, Zichen took the initiative to use the space rending kill. A single space rend killed all of the level 8s in the vicinity. It was very easy for him, who was at the 7th rank, to kill a soul at the 8th rank. However, the 9th grade warriors were a little more troublesome. Their bodies began to reassemble one after another, and none of them died. The heavenly thunder wings appeared behind Zichen. Boundless lightning flashed, illuminating the sky. Swoosh! With a flap of the thunder wings, his figure disappeared and appeared in front of a 9th grade warrior. In his hand, he unsheathed his long saber and stabbed it forward. On the blade, there were 3 saber intents. He did not use 5 saber intents, but the power of yin and yang filled the long saber. This was the key to killing a 9th grade warrior. The 9th grade warrior, whose body had just been reassembled, was shocked when he sensed Zichen's arrival. Divine light flickered on his body, and a defensive light shield appeared naturally. As long as this defensive light shield could withstand for a moment, he would be able to get rid of his opponent, widen the distance between them, and then kill his opponent. Crack! However, his defense could not withstand a single blow from Zichen. It shattered in an instant. At the same time, the saber flashed with the light of yin and yang and stabbed into the body of the 9th grade warrior. Puff! The long saber sank into the warrior's body. The power of yin and yang surged into the warrior's body and then rushed into his mind, destroying his soul. In the mind of the 9th grade divine envoy, the power of yin and yang was in a state of frenzy. It was like a raging wave, slapping forward. His soul seemed so fragile in this raging wave. Wherever the raging wave passed, his soul was extinguished. In the end, His spiritual soul could not withstand Zichen's power of yin and yang. After stabbing the body of the ninth-grade warrior, Zichen did not stop. Using his extreme speed, he rushed toward the second ninth-grade warrior. However, during this period of time, the other level 9s had recovered and were retreating. During this period of time, they launched one attack after another at him. Saber radiance and sword chi raged in the sky. Boundless divine power surged and turned into powerful attacks, slashing towards Zichen. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lightning flashed on Zichen's body. The speed of the 9 lightning flashes was displayed to the extreme by him. The incoming attacks all brushed past his body and did not injure him. Roar! With a deafening roar, a divine tiger appeared and rushed towards Zichen. The divine tiger was hundreds of feet long. When its tiger claws fell on the void, the entire void trembled. This attack was fast and powerful. It was accompanied by a sound wave attack from the tiger's roar, heading towards Zichen. In the face of this divine tiger, Zichen's attack was very simple. He just drew his saber. Buzz! When the saber was unsheathed, the void trembled. Saber radiance with the power of yin and yang slashed forward. The saber radiance shot out from the tip of the saber. In an instant, it expanded to hundreds of feet in size and slashed down. Puff! The gigantic divine tiger was unable to put up the slightest resistance in the face of this blade, as it was split apart from the middle. The power of the saber radiance did not diminish. It slashed down and slashed the body of the ninth-grade warrior behind. The defense of the ninth-grade warrior was shattered in an instant. His body flew backward. Whoosh! At this moment, the void beside him twisted and Zichen's figure quickly appeared. When he saw Zichen, his face was filled with horror. He wanted to open his mouth, but it was too late. He did not know if he should cry for help or beg for mercy. Puff! The saber radiance broke through the defense that had just appeared and went straight into his body. The power of yin and yang poured into his soul. The ninth-grade warrior's body fell to the ground. Sheathing his saber, Zichen's body flashed. His body turned into a series of afterimages and disappeared from the spot. The space where he had been standing was distorted. One attack after another appeared, instantly killing all the afterimages that his body had turned into. Bound spirits. At this moment, Yiqian's voice rang out. She had deliberately shouted out to remind Zichen that she had already made her preparations. As soon as the bound spirits appeared, they split into 4 in midair and rushed toward the 4 ninth-grade warriors. They had seen Yiqian's moves before. Although this attack was not as unpredictable as the god-trapping hand, it was still very fast. During this time, the 4 ninth-grade warriors attacked one after another. Saber radiance and sword shadows flashed constantly. The bound spirits that rushed forward were immediately cut into pieces. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw that the scattered bound spirits did not slow down at all. Then, when they were about to reach them, they regrouped again and entangled their bodies. Their bodies were trapped layer by layer. These ninth-grade warriors were frightened. They did not understand what kind of technique was this. It was so difficult and strange to deal with. Could it be a heavenly god technique? Unfortunately, no one could answer this question for them. Zichen, who was already prepared, attacked in an instant. 2 saber radiances chopped off the heads of 4 people. 4 heads flew up just like that. Out of the 13 ninth-grade warriors, 6 had died in the blink of an eye. Almost half of them had died. As for the remaining 7 people, they were still unable to injure Zichen in the slightest. If this continued, what awaited them would be death. Thus, their faces were filled with fear as they retreated backwards. Obviously, they were preparing to escape. Zichen's strength was far beyond their expectations. When they escaped, they spread out. Obviously, they had to rely on their own luck. This was because even if Zichen could chase after them, it was impossible for him to go everywhere. You can't escape. Zichen looked at them and said coldly. In the next moment, the void was torn apart, and a huge black hole appeared. This was his world. He fully opened it and enveloped the 7 people who were preparing to escape. This was the first time Zichen had opened a world to trap his enemies since he came to the divine realm. However, no one knew that this was a world. They all thought that he had used some special method to open up a space. Except for Ichien and the corpses on the ground, the 7th grade warriors in the sky and Zichun were nowhere to be seen. What is this place? These 9th grade warriors were confused when they suddenly came to Zichen's world. Welcome to my world. Zichen appeared and looked at them. Your world? The 9th grade warriors were stunned. They didn't understand. They cultivated divine pills, not worlds. Before they could react, Zichen said, "Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. Now, it's time to send you on your way." Of course, he wouldn't show them any mercy. After all, these people's original intention was to kill him. One after another, the power of the rules descended from the sky, trapping them in layers. This was the rule power of his world. Naturally, it was powerful and couldn't be underestimated. The 7 9th grade warriors felt their bodies being suppressed. Their expressions changed drastically. Divine light kept circling around them as they tried to break free. At this moment, they felt as if there were ropes wrapped around their bodies. If I give you some more time, maybe you can really break free and escape from here. Unfortunately, you don't have time. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light appeared in the eyes of these 9th grade warriors. In the outside world, the 7th grade warriors who came to watch the battle looked in front of them in shock. They stared at the place where the 7 9th grade warriors had disappeared. They were bewildered and had all kinds of guesses. Soon, that 7th grade warrior appeared again. However, the 7 9th grade warriors were nowhere to be seen. Were they dead? They were frightened and felt that it was inconceivable. Chapter 2698. What's wrong? Zichen's figure appeared. Seeing that Ichien's expression was not good, he asked, "Take a look." Ichien pointed below. Zichen noticed that the corpse on the ground was gone. Looking at Ichien's expression, it was obvious that she did not take it away. "I only took the level 9 divine rings. The others were taken away by those things before I could take them," Ichien said, a little angry. "Oh, are there a lot?" Zichen knew what Ichien was talking about. There were tentacles on the ground along the way, but they had not killed a single tentacle monster so far. The level 7 beings in the distance obviously noticed this scene and exclaimed. There were many level 8 beings who had died earlier. Each of them had at least 1 divine ring. Naturally, there were a considerable number of law crystals in the divine rings. Other than that, there was also wealth. This loss was huge. As they cried out in surprise, their expressions fluctuated greatly, and their eyes flashed with greed. They did not dare to attack Zichun, but they obviously dared to attack the existence underground. After all, there were so many divine rings. Any one of them would be a shocking amount of wealth. At this moment, they saw Zichun suddenly turn his head and draw his saber. A saber gleam that could kill level 9 beings flew forward. It drew a saber arc and landed on the ground. Poof! The ground was split open. A bloody light burst out from it. The saber gleam that exuded the power of yin and yang slashed into the ground. Zichun flew above the crack and saw a few tentacles twisting inside. In addition, there was a level 8 corpse. He raised his hand and shot out a ray of light. The level 8 divine envoy turned into a pure crystal. It wrapped a divine ring and flew up. After putting away the divine ring, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Since you dare to steal from me, then let me see where exactly you are hiding." Zichun flew forward and sheathed his saber. "You can sense them?" Ichien followed him, her beautiful face full of doubt. Zichun nodded. His previous slash contained the power of yin and yang. This power did not form a destructive force, but was hidden in the other party's body. This way, he could sense the other party's movement through this energy. The two of them flew forward. Behind them, the other level 7 warriors didn't leave. Instead, they followed from a distance. Obviously, they could guess that the two of them were chasing after the tentacle monster that had snatched the corpse and divine ring. After all, there were dozens of god rings. Putting aside the wealth contained in them, just the law crystals alone were already an extremely large number. One had to know that in the past few decades, no one had given up on searching for law crystals. Even rank 7s like them had dozens of law crystals on them, let alone rank 8s. Zichun furrowed his brows as he walked forward. Ichian noticed his abnormality and turned to look at him doubtfully. This seems a little unexpected. Zichen frowned and said, my doppelganger tried a similar method before, but the energy mark disappeared after a while. Although my power is different from my doppelgangers, I can't last that long. Previously, I wanted to continue leaving a mark, but now it seems that there's no need. Maybe they're deliberately leading us there? Is that possible? Ichian couldn't believe it. Let's go and see. Zichun sensed that the mark showed no signs of disappearing and continued to fly forward. If someone were to fly above this world at this moment, they would notice that the same situation was happening in other places. In the entire world, more than 80% of the oracles were flying in the same direction. Zichun looked. After flying for a while, Ichian suddenly spoke and looked to the side. Zichun turned his head and saw a group of oracles. Looking at the path they were taking, it seemed that they were going the same way. In addition, other teams appeared in several other directions. Interesting. Looks like they're leading everyone to the same place. If that's the case, we'll be facing real intelligent beings. Seeing this, Zichun smiled, but his smile was cold. If everyone arrived at the same place, it was inevitable that there would be people who were hostile to him. Those people in the distance quickly noticed Zichun. Of course, they recognized Zichun. At this moment, their expressions changed, and many people's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. There were many 9th-level people. After seeing Zichun, they naturally had other thoughts in their minds. Among them, some of the level 9 martialists already had other thoughts. However, their expressions suddenly changed as they stared at Zichun in shock. Obviously, the 7th-level people behind them had given them some kind of information through voice transmission, causing them to reevaluate Zichun's combat strength. The murderous intent in their eyes turned into reverence. Some 9th-level people, who had originally intended to move forward, deliberately chose to retreat. After knowing what had happened previously, not only did they lose the courage to attack Zichun, but they also felt fear in the depths of their hearts. They were even worried that Zichun would turn around and kill them. Zichun didn't attack them. Instead, he moved forward according to his own perception. In several other places, the oracles were also moving in the same direction. Along the way, they met other people who seemed to be going in the same direction. Soon, more 9th-level people discovered Zichun. However, they also knew that 13 9th-level people had been killed, so no one dared to attack him. The 7th-level people were like the most loyal propagandists. Wherever they went, they would tell Zichun about the battle that had happened. As a result, all the 9th-level people lost the courage to kill Zichun. Although this saved him some trouble, it also indirectly caused him to lose a lot of law crystals. The 9th-level people in front chose to observe and wait. The people who might attack Zichun next would probably be those who knew how to use the trapping divine hand. After all, they were the real powerhouses and the main characters of this trial. The rest of the journey was peaceful. During this time, they met more and more oracles. It seemed like everyone had gathered together. In this boundless field, a mountain peak suddenly appeared. The mountain peak was several thousand feet tall, and there were some plants growing on it. It was very lush. However, the surroundings of the mountain peak were barren. This scene inevitably made people feel that something was wrong. Zichun sensed that the existence underground was moving towards the mountain peak. This was its final destination. At the moment, many oracles had already gathered around the mountain peak. They were sizing up the mountain peak, looking for any suspicious places. Is it here? Ichian looked ahead. Zichun nodded and said, it's right there. Yes, it disappeared. What disappeared? The mark disappeared. This is indeed the place. Moreover, the other party should have discovered the mark long ago. As soon as the two of them arrived, one figure after another flew over from the distance. There were quite a few 9th-level auras. Sensing this aura, Zichun turned around and looked at a certain group of people. It was Yue and the others. After not seeing them for so many years, their realms still hadn't increased. However, the 5 9th-level guards were not to be underestimated. Yue also saw Zichun and Ichian. His pupils shrank slightly, but he ignored them and quickly approached the mountain peak. I didn't expect them to actually show up, Sina said coldly as he flew. Along the way, they also heard about Zichun killing 13 9th-level guards. Let's go ahead and take a look. Yue said. Said Chi-Wei. The group of people quickly flew towards the mountain peak. There were quite a few ninth-level guards here. When Zichun and Ichien went to the square, there weren't so many people. It was obvious that these people had arrived later. When they saw Zichun, they also didn't attack. Everyone was deliberately waiting. News of that battle had already spread. Everyone knew that if they couldn't trap the other party in advance, no one could kill him. Therefore, they were waiting for the god-trapping hand to arrive. There were a total of 5 who knew the god-trapping hand. Last time, 2 of them had already attacked Zichun. One of them was Baldy, who followed Willy. The second was Butterball. His body shape was similar to a monk's, but his face was ferocious. Last time, he had cooperated with Baldy to attack Zichun. Butterball, who knew the god-trapping hand, was the first to arrive. There were many divine envoys following him, including several 9th-level guards. Among all the teams, they had the highest number of 9th-level guards. When he arrived, he saw Zichun at first glance. His eyes surged with a cold light. He stopped in midair and stared at Zichun. Zichun looked at him with an indifferent expression. He knew that the other party had attacked him last time. The two of them faced each other from afar. The surrounding divine envoys all stepped aside and stood in the distance. The atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. Beside Butterball, the other 9th-level guards stared coldly at Zichun. They seemed eager to fight. Humph! The other party snorted coldly and didn't attack in the end. Because he was the only one here, he didn't have the confidence to kill Zichun. Moreover, the one who knew the god-trapping hand on Zichun's side hadn't appeared yet. After waiting for a while, the short 9th-level guard arrived. There were many divine envoys following him. When he arrived, he was slightly startled when he saw Zichun. Then, a cold smile appeared in his eyes. Next came the cold-looking man. There were even more people around him. There were quite a number of 7th-level guards. It was a big group. Of the 5 who knew the god-trapping hand, 3 had arrived. The 3 of them didn't exchange any words. However, from where they stopped, it seemed like they were going to surround Zichun. The 4th one who knew the god-trapping hand was a man shrouded in a black robe. He came alone. No one followed him. After arriving here and seeing this scene, he deliberately took a detour around it. The last one, a bald man in a black robe, came with Willy. Although he was still some distance away, his eyes revealed an undisguised murderous intent as he flew toward them. Following his arrival, the other 3 who knew the god-trapping hand also moved. Chapter 2699. The 4 of them stepped forward and released their auras, filling heaven and earth with the powerful pressure of a level 9. The atmosphere immediately became tense. The surrounding divine envoys had already retreated far away, and the people who were still observing the mountain peak also flew over. It was obvious that a great battle was about to break out here. The 4 level 9 masters of the god-trapping hand were going to join forces to deal with Zichun and Goddess Ichien. Of course, there was also the level 7 master of the god-trapping hand, but for some reason, he had yet to appear. Everyone was filled with anticipation as to who would emerge victorious in this battle. Of course, deep in their hearts, they believed that the 4 level 9 masters would win. If even the 4 of them couldn't defeat the other party, then the other party would really be invincible here. Facing the 4 approaching auras, Zichun's expression didn't change. He stood there indifferently, and streams of energy flowed around his body, enveloping him. Beside him, Ichien's body was filled with divine power. As divine light swirled around her, it was as if she was wearing a divine veil, adding a bit of mystery to her beautiful face. Obviously, the 2 of them were ready for battle. There's going to be a good show. Sina and the others left the mountain peak and quickly approached. Their gazes swept past the level 9 masters, and their expressions became playful. At this moment, there were too many level 9s around. Once the 4 of them made a move, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. In this chaos, many people would be killed. Moreover, once the 4 of them and Zichun fought to a draw, there would be a good show to watch. Who wouldn't covet the heavenly god's skill? Perhaps the other level 9 masters would join forces and snatch the god-trapping hand and the token from them. Yen Wei's gaze swept across Wily's face in the distance, and he said calmly, Maybe this battle won't even happen. The others heard him and looked at him, puzzled. Yanwei didn't explain, and he looked forward. The 4 level 9 masters of the god trapping hand were ready, and their auras began to rise. Zichun stood there, his expression still unchanged. It was just that the energy light lingering around his body already became 2 types of yin and yang. From his expression, there was no sign of panic. There was only confidence, absolute confidence. It seemed that at this moment, he was still full of confidence even though there were 2 against 4 ninth-grade experts. The surrounding people were all bewildered. They didn't know if Zichun was bluffing, or if he really had the strength to back it up. Willie stared at them, his expression changing. Naturally, he could see that Zichun would be a threat to them in the future. It would be best if they could get rid of him now. However, the other party had suddenly disappeared for several decades, and the moment he reappeared, he had killed 13 level 9 experts. This made him somewhat unable to see through the other party. Furthermore, it was said that he had killed 13 grade 9 powerhouses on his own. In the dozens of years that he had disappeared, it was clear that he had not slacked off and had been cultivating. Perhaps his battle prowess had improved tremendously. Otherwise, why would he dare to appear so brazenly? Moreover, when he looked at Ichien again, she was also very confident. Considering her identity, Wiley let out an unwilling sigh. In the God world, it seemed that anything could happen when it came to the Son of God. In front of him, the 4 ninth-level experts were ready to attack. His changing expression finally came to a stop. He quickly flew over and yelled, "Stop! Everyone, stop!" The 4 people who were about to attack all turned around, surprise on their faces. They didn't understand why Wiley was stopping them. "Everyone, can you listen to me first?" Wiley approached them. As the person in charge of this trial, his words naturally carried weight. He first bowed towards Ichien, then nodded towards Zichun. His gaze swept past the others as he said, "This time, according to God King Sandini's intention, everyone will be allowed to undergo a heavenly god trial. If your luck is good enough, you might be able to obtain some heavenly god skills or even greater opportunities. However, the way things have developed has completely exceeded the normal scope of a trial." His voice spread out, clearly not only for Zichun and the others, but also for the others to hear. Everyone was looking at Wiley, waiting for him to say the next words. The fact that the entrance has not appeared after so long is already beyond common sense. Furthermore, I believe that everyone's arrival here is definitely not as simple as a coincidence. Willie turned his head to look at the lonely mountain peak filled with ancient trees and said, "Perhaps the thing that's preventing the entrance from opening is this mountain peak, or rather, the thing inside the mountain peak. Thus, before the entrance appears, I feel that we should temporarily put everything aside and work together to deal with the potential enemy." "Who are you referring to as the potential enemy?" At this moment, a voice came from the front. Well, before Wiley could think of an answer, the expressions of the surrounding divine envoys all changed. This was because the voice did not come from one of the divine envoys present, but from the mountain peak in front of them. Or rather, it came from within the mountain peak. Clearly, there was an intelligent life form hidden within the mountain peak. It was very likely that it was an intelligent life form transformed from a law crystal. It was precisely this life form that had lured everyone here. However, with so many powerhouses here, it still dared to lure them here. What was it trying to do? Bang, 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 bang. Just as everyone was in shock, the ground suddenly shook, and tentacles stretched out from the ground one after another. They were like agile snakes, wrapping around the people above. Swoosh, swoosh. Because this unforeseen event was very sudden, all the divine envoys' attention was focused on the mountain peak. They did not expect this unforeseen event to occur below them. Thus, many of the divine envoys were caught in an instant and dragged to the ground by the tentacles. During this time, divine light flickered and a powerful aura surged in the world. Saber light and sword shadows wreaked havoc. Light flashed, and popping sounds came one after another. Those tentacles were being cut off one by one. However, this was not absolute. Some divine envoys did not even have time to react before they were dragged into the ground. Afterwards, mournful screams came from underground. None of those who were pulled to the ground were able to come out. The light of energy on Zichen's body flickered, and a tentacle was instantly cut off. At the same time, the tentacle wrapped around Ichien was also cut off. Not only him, but the other 4 ninth-rank divine envoys were also attacked, but they were not injured. After cutting off the tentacles, the 4 of them were still staring at Zichen. Even though Willie had spoken, and even though there was indeed a powerful, intelligent creature on the mountain peak, they still did not want to give up this opportunity. At this time, the ground vibrated at an even higher frequency, and even more tentacles extended upwards. If the previous tentacles were 1 tentacle per person, then this time, there were 10 or more tentacles per person. In an instant, the flat ground within a radius of a few thousand meters around the mountain peak was covered by tentacles. These tentacles were emitting light and constantly swaying, going against the sky. They were like madly growing plants, wrapping around the group of divine envoys. Swoosh, swoosh. Divine light flickered, and a powerful aura circulated. Saber light and sword light constantly wreaked havoc on the field, and one tentacle after another was cut off. These tentacles were like plants that could not be destroyed. Once they were cut off, new ones would quickly grow out and wrap around the group of divine envoys. They could not be removed, nor could they be cut off. Moreover, these tentacles were very fast, like lightning. No matter how fast you soared, you could not be faster than them. Swoosh, swoosh. Some of the divine envoys were entangled by layers of tentacles, and then they were dragged into the ground. During this time, all kinds of exclamations were heard, and the figures of the divine envoys were dragged into the ground one after another. Boom! Violent energy vibrations came from the ground, and it was obvious that the divine envoys were fighting back underground. The 4 level 9 divine envoys around Zichen still had the idea of killing Zichen, but as the number of tentacles increased, they gradually found it difficult to resist. They could no longer care about Zichen, and when they cut off the tentacles, they retreated. They no longer attacked Zichen, but they were worried that Zichen would attack them, so they chose to retreat. Buzz. Around Zichen, the light of energy surged, and a black crack extended in all directions. Wherever the crack passed, the tentacles that extended were all cut off. The broken tentacles fell to the ground, but the part that was connected to the ground continued to move upwards, towards Zichen and Ichien. Swoosh! Zichen unsheathed his sword, and one after another, a large number of tentacles were cut off. After these tentacles were cut off, they fell to the ground, twisted and struggled, and then turned into energy and scattered. At this moment, everyone was dealing with these troublesome tentacles, but they did not notice that after the tentacles were cut off, they turned into energy and were absorbed by the mountain peak. No, it's impossible to kill them all. There were too many tentacles around, and after cutting off a batch, new ones would quickly grow out. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly, and he stopped resisting, allowing the tentacles to drag him underground. At this moment, there was a violent surge of energy on the ground, accompanied by the shouts of the divine envoys. Obviously, there was a battle happening underground. Boom! With a strong vibration, Zichen entered the ground, and the tentacles that wrapped around him were directly broken. The ground was empty, and in front of him, there was a strange creature. It was round like a ball, and it had no eyes or mouth. Its whole body was emitting light, and these lights extended out in the form of tentacles. A bright light burst from its body, and more tentacles extended towards Zichen. Swoosh! Zichen unsheathed his sword, and a kind light of the sword went forward. The light of the sword went forward, cutting off the tentacles and cutting the round ball. Although the other party did not have a mouth, Zichen clearly heard a scream. The sword cut it in half, and the other party died, turning into energy light. Chapter 2700. The light of energy followed the ground and moved forward. Yang. Zichen noticed this scene and released his spiritual senses. He found that the tentacle monsters killed by the oracles had all turned into pure energy at this moment and moved in the same direction. He reached out and grabbed a strand of energy. He found that he couldn't refine it. It seemed that this energy contained some kind of willpower. He followed the direction of the energy and sensed that after extending a certain distance, There was an inexplicable force that stopped his spiritual senses from extending further. That direction was the foot of the mountain. What's wrong? Looking at the stunned Zichun, Iqian flashed over. A god's sharp blade flashed, and a large number of tentacles that extended towards Zichun were cut off. Look at this energy. It's all going to the same place. Zichun's blade swept past, and the tentacle monster behind him was killed. He pointed at the energy that the tentacle monster had transformed into and said, I suspect that the existence in the mountain deliberately wants us to kill these tentacle monsters. Iqian also noticed the abnormality at this time because all the dead tentacle monsters had turned into energy and disappeared in front of them. This scene was clearly out of the ordinary. But now, facing the attack of the tentacle monsters, they could only choose to kill or retreat immediately. But obviously, not everyone could retreat smoothly. Moreover, this was related to whether the entrance could be opened or not. Even if they could retreat, they wouldn't. Then what should we do? Iqian asked. Let's go up and take a look. He raised his hand and cut off a large number of tentacles. Zichun flashed and flew up. When he reached the ground, the battle here was still ongoing. All kinds of powerful attacks appeared. The tentacle monsters that were dragging the ground suddenly jumped up to the ground one by one and fought with the oracles. The oracles were very strong. The tentacle monsters could barely sneak attack them when they were hiding in the dark. But once they showed themselves, they were naturally looking for death. Zichun looked around and saw the energy that the tentacle monsters had turned into after they died. This energy was being absorbed by the mountain. At this time, at a glance, the entire mountain was surrounded by rays of energy. These rays of energy rotated and entered the mountain. Seeing this scene, Zichun was even more certain of his guess. The existence in the mountain peak was indeed sending these tentacle monsters to their deaths, and then it would absorb the energy they turned into after they died. There was a high possibility that the other party had done this to increase his combat strength. According to Zichun's guess, this should be the time when he was at his weakest. After confirming his guess, he turned to Iqian and said, You stay here and be careful. After saying that, he flew forward. His goal was very clear. It was that mountain peak. It was obvious that other oracles had also noticed the strange scene around them. However, the tentacle monster here was already very difficult to deal with. The existence in the mountain peak was naturally even more powerful. Therefore, even though they knew that there might be something strange there, they were not willing to go forward and try. The level 9s who had wanted to kill Zichun earlier did not make a move at this moment. Instead, they stood in the distance and quietly waited for Jean to lose his composure. Zichun was the only one who had reached the mountain peak. His body flashed with the light of yin and yang energy. His gaze turned cold as he stared at the mountain peak. With a loud shout, he unsheathed the long blade in his hand. Shwa. When the long blade was unsheathed, the light of yin and yang flashed. A blade light like a waterfall rushed forward. The blade light shot out from the tip of the blade and instantly became hundreds of feet long. It surged with powerful energy and slashed toward the mountain peak. Bang! Bang! Before the blade light fell, a terrifying pressure fell on the mountain peak, causing the lush ancient trees on the mountain peak to explode in an instant. The ancient trees exploded, and sawdust flew everywhere. However, they were soon shattered by the pressure. However, the sawdust did not dissipate. Instead, it turned into pure energy and lingered there like clouds. Boom! The blade light fell on the mountain peak and instantly exploded. An even more terrifying energy continued to wreak havoc. Within the range of the blade light, the ancient trees collapsed and the mountain rocks exploded. However, they still did not dissipate. Instead, they turned into pure energy. This energy lingered in the mountain peak like a cloudy fairyland, flashing with rays of light. When the divine envoys saw this, their faces were filled with astonishment. Obviously, these mountain rocks were not real mountain rocks. They were formed by pure energy. Zichun's slash exposed his body. They are all formed by energy. Once they are absorbed, how powerful will they be? Seeing this scene, the divine envoys frowned and looked at Zichun and the mountain peak. The other divine envoys obviously saw Zichun's attack. Willie also frowned. The others who knew the god trapping hand stared at Zichen at this moment. Their expressions changed. Obviously, they were thinking about whether they should take the opportunity to attack him. At this moment, the light of energy that had appeared before was sucked into the mountain peak. It was obvious that it was going to be absorbed. Wind, come. Zichen stood in the air and shouted. The space in front of him distorted, and a space door appeared. From the space door, the rules of wind fell. After the rules of wind left the door, it turned into a powerful hurricane. This hurricane continued to expand and turned into a tornado. The tornado spun and extended downward. Wherever it passed, the energy of the clouds was constantly absorbed. Then, it spun and moved to the space above. The mountain peak absorbed the energy of the clouds very quickly, but the tornado's speed was not slow either. One end was connected to the mountain peak, and the other end was connected to the space above. Behind the space was Zichen's world. It could be said that all this energy entered Zichen's world. In addition to the energy of the clouds, the tornado even absorbed the energy of the tentacle monsters killed by the divine envoys. A rumbling sound resounded between heaven and earth. Lightning flashed in the tornado from time to time, and the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. In the distance, the divine envoys looked at this scene in shock. You are courting death. At this moment, an angry voice came from the mountain peak. Then, a powerful aura emerged from the mountain peak. Whoosh! A light of energy appeared out of thin air and went straight to the tornado. The seemingly powerful tornado, after encountering the light of energy, quickly exploded. The absorbed energy flowed between heaven and earth again. Above the sky, the space door was closing. As it closed, it was still absorbing the energy. The tentacle monsters in the distance did not know whether they could absorb the energy of the ancient trees on the mountain peak. However, they could not absorb the energy of the dead tentacle monsters. There seemed to be some kind of rule that prevented them from absorbing it. The space door disappeared completely, but there was still residual energy between heaven and earth. Zichen waved his sleeves and said, "Disperse." A hurricane of energy appeared. The remaining energy was blown away in all directions, away from the mountain peak. You deserve to die. The voice from the mountain peak was full of anger. Another powerful attack appeared out of thin air and slashed towards Zichen. Lightning appeared under Zichen's feet. In an instant, he broke free from the lock of the attack and flashed to the side. He dodged the attack. The attack fell from the sky and landed on the ground. The ground was torn apart, and the energy of the tentacle monsters rose. Zichen flashed to the other side. Once again, he unsheathed his saber and slashed down. According to the scene in front of him, the existence in the mountain peak should need this energy very much. Moreover, it should not be able to escape for the time being. As long as the other party was prevented from absorbing the energy, even if it forced its way out, its combat strength would be greatly reduced. Everyone understood this. At this moment, Zichen was doing this. Obviously, they did not think that the space door could really refine this energy. However, Zichen's threat wasn't small either. Many people's expressions changed as they wondered if they should let the two sides fight until both sides suffered heavy losses. Let's deal with the guy inside first. While the others were still hesitating, Jiwei took the initiative to speak. At this moment, a person in the distance quickly flew toward the mountain peak. It was a figure covered in a black robe. It was the existence who could use the trapping god's hand. He was also the only one who did not want to kill Zichen. At this moment, he went straight to the mountain peak. When he reached the other side, he raised his hand and attacked the mountain peak. Boom! On the mountain peak, the ancient trees exploded. The mountain rocks turned into energy. More clouds began to curl up. Looking at the clouds, his hands suddenly shook, and the energy began to vibrate. The energy of the clouds instantly flew into the distant sky. This person chose to deal with the existence in the mountain peak, preventing it from absorbing the energy. Let's go. Jiwei flew forward. Beside him were Sina and Xavier, as well as the level 9 experts they brought. As for Bin Senlu, Kai Ming, and Xian Lin, they did not go forward. They had a grudge against Zichen. The level 9 experts beside them also did not go forward. Let's go. Let's deal with those guys in the mountain peak first. At this moment, Wiley also made up his mind. He chose to lead the others forward. After that, the others went forward and began to attack the mountain peak together. Boom, boom. All kinds of powerful energy trembled in the sky. The terrifying aura wreaked havoc. The mountain rocks and ancient trees below were constantly exploding, turning into more energy. Seeing this scene, Zichen also shouted loudly. Above the sky, spatial portals appeared one after another. From these portals, tornadoes with the power of thunder appeared one after another. They were constantly devouring the energy. Seeing this scene, the people who came forward did not have any objections. They tried to feel it before, but they could not absorb the energy formed by the clouds and mist. You're all courting death. In the face of these energy attacks, the existence in the mountain peak roared angrily. After that, the ancient trees on the surface of the mountain withered. Their spiritual energy was quickly drained. Chapter 27:01. Rocks began to roll down the mountain, and the ancient trees gradually withered. It was obvious that the hidden existence in the mountain had begun to devour the attacks of the divine envoys. In this way, it would naturally have a great effect on itself. Otherwise, it would have absorbed it long ago. In the distance, there were still divine envoys who had not stepped forward. For example, Bin Senlu and the others, as well as the other 4 divine envoys who could use the trapping god hand, were also observing the battle. In addition, there were still some divine envoys who were dealing with the tentacle monsters. Almost all of the tentacle monsters had come to the surface from underground, so the threat to the divine envoys was relatively small. However, this time, after killing the tentacle monsters, they would use methods to disperse the energy that the tentacle monsters would turn into. In this way, they would prevent the existence in the mountain from continuing to absorb the energy. Rumble. Around the mountain, the hurricane that Zichen had summoned was still spinning. The damage was great, and the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. There were dozens of whirlpools that appeared one after another, surrounding the entire mountain. Most of the energy was swept into his world by the hurricane. After letting out an angry roar, the underground existence did not make any other sound. However, the speed of the withering of the ancient trees increased significantly. After losing all of their spiritual energy, a portion of the ancient trees dissipated between heaven and earth. Crash! More and more rocks fell from the mountain, smashing into the ground and turning into dust. Divine power attacks rained down from the sky and landed on the mountain peak. Loud explosions rang out continuously as energy smoke continued to rise. Boom! Boom! The mountain rocks began to explode, and large pieces fell off. A powerful and violent aura appeared from the mountain. At the same time, a crack appeared on the top of the mountain. This crack quickly spread from the center, and cracking sounds continuously sounded. The earth trembled, and the mountain moved to 2 sides. Rays of light, like sharp swords, flew out from the cracked mountain. You all must die. A voice filled with resentment came from the mountain peak. With a series of bangs, tentacles broke out of the mountain peak one after another and wrapped around the divine envoys. These tentacles flashed with light, and their speed was very fast. They were much faster than the attacks of the tentacle monsters. Many divine envoys did not have time to react and were dragged by the tentacles towards the mountain. Swoosh! Zichen's figure flickered as he dodged the attack. At the same time, he pulled out his blade and slashed at the tentacles. One tentacle after another was severed, and he saved the lives of several oracles. In other directions, other oracles also came to help. Evidently, at that moment, they were all working together to take on the existence in the mountain peak. Naturally, they could not watch with folded arms. However, even with the help of others, several oracles were still dragged into the mountain by the tentacles. Miserable screams could be heard coming from inside the mountain. Zichen held the long saber in his hand and flew forward. He stood in the middle of the cracked mountain peak in the air. In the next moment, he slashed down with his saber. A huge saber light that contained the power of yin and yang descended from the sky. It went through the crack in the mountain and directly slashed into the mountain. The boundless light was blocked by the saber light. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the saber light quickly fell and cut into the mountain peak. A roar filled with pain came from within the mountain. Then, the mountain trembled even more violently, and the speed at which it extended to both sides also became even faster. Bang! 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 More tentacles appeared and rushed toward the oracles. During this time, more than a dozen tentacles swept towards Zichun. Zichun retreated. During this time, he pulled out his blade. The golden saber light swept forward and cut off those tentacles. At that moment, the space in the sky distorted. Divine light lingered, and a surging aura surged. A huge palm print, emitting a violent aura, appeared out of thin air. This was the god-trapping hand, which was used by the existence shrouded in a black robe. The god-trapping hand fell, covering the sky and the sun, and landed on the mountain peak. In the next moment, the palm closed. When the palms closed, divine light flowed out from the gaps between the fingers, and powerful fluctuations spread out in all directions. Boom! After a few breaths, the god-trapping hand exploded. The huge mountain peak lost its peak. A large amount of light shot out from the mountain peak, and many tentacles were clearly visible. Undoubtedly, the god-trapping hand caused the existence in the mountain peak to reveal itself at that moment. All of you must die. A resentful and angry voice came from the mountain peak. Then, the tentacles began to extend upward. The existence in the ground was also slowly rising. Boom, boom, boom. When he came up, the whole mountain peak began to explode. Waves of powerful energy continued to wreak havoc. Zichun's figure began to retreat. At that moment, the raging energy between heaven and earth was very powerful. It made him feel a dangerous aura. The other oracles also began to retreat. Their eyes were fixed on the front. Boom! Accompanied by a series of explosions, the mountain peak exploded. It turned into energy or powder and dissipated. The hurricane that Zichun had summoned earlier had already disappeared. At that moment, it did not continue to absorb the energy. At that moment, everyone raised their heads and looked forward. They looked at the exploded mountain peak and the energy that filled the air. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. The existence in the middle was revealed. It was an even bigger tentacle monster. It had no eyes or mouth, but its body was extremely huge. Hidden in the mountain peak was an even bigger tentacle monster. This was a little surprising. After all, they had heard the sound coming from inside. They thought it would be something else. When the tentacle monster appeared, its whole body was shining brightly. It was releasing a powerful aura. At that moment, it was still absorbing the remaining energy around it. However, when the other tentacle monsters saw this scene, they all screamed in horror. Then, under the stunned expressions of some oracles, they turned around and ran away. All the smaller tentacle monsters, after seeing their king, not only did they not worship it, but they also ran away. Seeing this scene, the oracles were slightly stunned. At this moment, Zichun had come to a conclusion regarding his previous conjecture. This king did indeed want these little guys to die. Moreover, for some unknown reason, the two sides could not meet. The tentacle monster king appeared and floated in the air. Its tentacles were clearly visible. Many oracles retreated. Its oracles emitted a violent aura, but they did not immediately attack the crowd. Swoosh! Zichun held the long saber in his hand, rushed forward, and slashed down. The golden saber light, with the power of yin and yang, cut off the tentacles and fell on the body of the tentacle monster king. Puff! The saber light cut into the body fiercely. However, what flowed out was not blood, but a stream of energy that was dissipating. It was as if its whole body was made of energy at this moment. Go to hell. The tentacle monster king was obviously enraged. Its tentacles were like spiritual snakes, entangling and rushing towards Zichun. Swoosh! Zichun tapped his foot and used his extreme speed to dodge. Buzz! At this moment, the void trembled again. The existence in the black robe used the god-trapping hand again. The terrifying palm fell directly toward the tentacle monster king. The tentacle monster king was caught in an instant, and most of its tentacles were trapped. Zichun, who was dodging, immediately used his extreme speed to rush to the top of the tentacle monster king and stab down with his saber. Chi! A saber light shot out from the tip of the saber and pierced into the body of the Tentacle Monster King. The intense pain made the body of the Tentacle Monster King tremble constantly. Then, an even more powerful and terrifying aura burst out. Boom! The god-trapping hand was broken and exploded. The terrifying energy spread out, and Zichun took advantage of the momentum to retreat. During this time, all the tentacles that extended toward him were cut off by his saber. Let's kill this big guy first. After seeing this scene in the distance, Willie also rushed over here. There were many people beside him. In other places, Yue and the others also stepped forward and attacked one after another. Buzz! The void trembled, and another god-trapping hand appeared. Obviously, the others also attacked. At this moment, everyone put aside their grudges and joined forces to deal with the Tentacle Monster King. This was because all of the oracles felt a dangerous aura emanating from this king. As the divine power attacks fell, more and more wounds appeared on the king's body. However, the wounds on its body did not bleed. Instead, they were all emitting boundless energy. The oracles still couldn't absorb this energy, so they tried to disperse it. During this time, the Tentacle Monster King roared and counterattacked. However, its counterattack was useless against the oracles. Powerful attacks fell, and the tentacles that kept extending were all cut off. In this way, the Tentacle Monster King was completely suppressed. If nothing else were to happen, it would be killed soon. Damn it! You forced me to do this. The Tentacle Monster King roared angrily for the last time. Then, the oracle saw a crack appear on the top of the tentacle monster. Then, a hand stretched out from the crack. It was a human hand. It was very smooth and tender, like a newborn baby. After the palm appeared, it forcefully moved to the sides, and a head was revealed from within. It was a bald man with extremely handsome facial features. However, it seemed that because of anger, his eyes were full of resentment, and his facial features were even distorted. You forced me to come out prematurely. Then, you will die. The humanoid creature that appeared from the king's body said coldly. Then, he exerted force with both hands and flew out. As he flew out, there were still beams of energy between him and the Tentacle Monster King like viscous liquid. Swoosh! His speed was very fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of a 9th-level divine emissary and punched at him. Before the 9th-level divine emissary could counterattack, his fist pierced through his chest. Chapter 2702. The level 9 emissary, whose body was penetrated by the fist, instantly lost his life force. At the same time, his body turned into pure energy crystals. These crystals were disappearing at the moment. Rays of brilliance followed the fist and entered the body of the level 9 emissary. It took only about a breath's time for the level 9 emissary's energy crystals to be absorbed by the level 9 emissary. At this moment, after absorbing the energy of the level 9 emissary, the level 9 emissary's body was covered in a suit of armor. The armor emitted a faint light. The level 9 emissaries were instantly killed. Such combat strength shocked all the emissaries, and they subconsciously retreated. I said that everyone must die. The humanoid creature's cold voice resounded through the world. His body flickered again, and he rushed towards another level 9 emissary. Get lost! The level 9 emissary shouted angrily. Powerful divine energy began to surge. A blade of divine light appeared in his hand. He held the blade of light tightly and slashed forward. The blade of light slashed down. The void was distorted, and powerful fluctuations of power spread out. Bang! In the face of this attack, the humanoid creature's reaction was to punch. His fist shone with a dazzling light as it went straight towards the blade of light. His punch was indomitable. Its aura was terrifying, and it collided with the blade of light. Boom! There was a loud tremor. The energy vibrated and spread in all directions. The blade of light dissipated in this attack. At the same time, the light of the fist did not diminish. It landed on the level 9 emissary's chest. Seeing that his powerful attack was so easily neutralized, the level 9 emissary's face changed. However, he reacted quickly. He formed a seal with his hand and summoned the shadow of the divine bell of destruction. Buzz! The void trembled. The divine bell fell from the sky and shrouded his body, forming a powerful layer of defense. At the same time, a distant sound of a bell was heard. It formed a vibration force and went straight towards the opponent. This bell sound could cause changes in the soul. It did not affect the humanoid creature at all. The speed of the advancing fist did not decrease. It landed on the divine bell of destruction. Boom! The divine bell shattered in one hit. At the same time, the fist landed on the level 9 emissary's chest. The powerful vibration caused the level 9 emissary's body to explode. Drops of blood spilled between heaven and earth. These drops of blood quickly turned into energy crystals. What kind of strength was required to destroy a level 9 body with a single blow? When the other oracles saw this, their expressions changed drastically. They no longer had the slightest intention to resist, so they turned around and ran away. Especially those at LV7 and LV8, they ran as fast as they could. They were afraid that if they were too slow, they would be blown up by a single punch. Some of them even used secret techniques to escape. Streaks of blood-red light surrounded their bodies. Seeing how powerful the enemy was, Wiley and the rest of the divine envoys also quickly retreated, their expressions becoming extremely solemn. The other party was still so terrifying even though he was allowed to come into being ahead of time. What would happen if he came into being normally? Wouldn't he be able to sweep through everyone? Even at this moment, the other party had the strength to defeat all of the oracles present. Retreat. He was only at level 6, so it was even more impossible for him to be a match for this humanoid creature. He didn't even dare to try. Hurry up and back off. Don't come over. At the same time, Zichen also sent a voice transmission to Yiqian, who was charging forward. Facing such a dangerous existence, he naturally wouldn't let Yiqian take the risk. He even retreated himself. The other party was very fast and had strong attacks. He didn't know if this was temporary or permanent, so he wanted to observe for a while. After destroying a level 9, the humanoid creature paused for a moment to absorb the energy between heaven and earth. The armor on his body became a little brighter. Then, he found his third opponent. That was a slowest level 7 warrior, and he was easily killed. You can't escape. I've already said that all of you will die. Then, the humanoid creature killed 2 more oracles easily. Seeing this, Zichen couldn't help but be sure that this was a very impressive existence. Even if he wasn't a divine general, he was close. He was very angry at this moment because he came into being ahead of time, which prevented him from crossing the biggest threshold. At this moment, the humanoid creature saw the escaping black-robed man. It was the other party's god trapping hand that forced him to come out ahead of time. Swoosh! With a flash of his figure, he dashed towards the black-robed man like a bolt of lightning. When the oracles who were very close to the humanoid creature saw this scene, they all breathed a sigh of relief and ran away. When the other oracles saw this scene, their expressions changed one by one. With the powerful means displayed by the humanoid creature, it seemed that none of the oracles could deal with him. However, there were several powerhouses now. Not only were they level 9, but they also knew the god trapping hand. They were considered the strongest existences in the group and might be able to kill the humanoid creature. For a moment, when the other level 9 powerhouses retreated, they all extended their divine consciousness, wanting to see if the god trapping hand could defeat the humanoid creature. The black-robed man obviously sensed that the humanoid creature was chasing after him. At this moment, they couldn't see his face, but they believed that it must be very ugly. He turned around in an instant and launched a palm print. The palm print, flashing with divine light, moved forward. As it moved forward, it suddenly expanded and surged with a strong aura, going straight for the humanoid creature. Seeing this attack, the humanoid creature sneered disdainfully. He clenched his fist again and punched forward. Boom! When the two met, divine power raged and the palm print exploded. The humanoid creature rushed in front of the black-robed man amidst the violent energy. In order to use the god trapping hand, there must be enough distance between the two parties. However, the distance was obviously not enough. The humanoid creature instantly closed in and punched at the humanoid creature. The previous punch directly blew up a level 9 powerhouse. At this moment, the other oracles were watching this scene nervously. They wanted to see if the god-trapping hand could block the humanoid creature's attack. In the face of such a terrifying punch, the black-robed man didn't choose to attack. Instead, he took the initiative to defend. A light of energy appeared from the surface of his body and enveloped him. This light of energy had runes flashing on it. It was obviously a defensive technique. Bang! The humanoid creature's punch landed directly on the surface of the humanoid creature's defense. A dull sound was heard, followed by a terrifying energy ripple spreading in all directions. In the shock of the ripple, the black-robed man's body flew backward. As he flew backward, cracks appeared on his defense. After flying backward for hundreds of meters, he exploded with a loud boom. He didn't die from the humanoid creature's punch. He actually blocked it. Many people in the distance were shocked when they saw this scene. As he retreated, he formed a seal with both hands. Light of energy surged on his fingertips. It was obvious that he was going to use the god-trapping hand. However, the humanoid creature was faster. After seeing that the humanoid creature didn't die, he flashed and rushed toward the humanoid creature. Boom! His speed was much faster than a level 9 using the Fleetfoot stride. After arriving in front of the humanoid creature, he punched again. At such a close distance, the humanoid creature couldn't use the god-trapping hand. He had no choice but to put up his defense again. Boom! His powerful defense blocked the attack again. However, he coughed up blood and flew backward. In the sky, the black-robed man and the humanoid creature were fighting. Many level 9 experts were watching from afar. The level 7 and level 8 experts had already run away. Seeing the black-robed man retreating in defeat, no one was willing to step forward to help. Those who knew how to trap the divine hand were watching this scene indifferently. Obviously, they still hadn't forgotten the hostile relationship between the two sides. They also thought that if one of them died, there would be one less competitor. Zichun turned to look at Ichien. Ichien was a little nervous. She was also worried for the black-robed man. After all, the humanoid creature was the second to attack the existence in the mountain peak. He was also the first to join forces with Zichun. Swoosh! Zichun opened the world and put Ichien in it. He didn't want anything to happen to her. Then, he clenched his long saber tightly. The heavenly thunder wings appeared behind him. He used all his strength and rushed toward the battlefield. At this moment, everyone was watching the battle from afar. Zichun's sudden move quickly attracted everyone's attention and caused an uproar. All the level 9 experts were watching the battle. This level 7 expert actually rushed forward. This is interesting. When Wiley saw this scene, a faint smile appeared on his face. The other level 9 experts who knew the god-trapping hand were slightly stunned. Then, a cold smile appeared on their lips. This scene couldn't be better. When both sides were heavily injured, they would naturally clean up the battlefield. Swoosh! When Zichun was still a distance away from the battlefield, he instantly drew his saber. A saber light that contained the power of yin and yang extended for thousands of feet and went straight for the humanoid creature. I haven't killed you yet, but you came first. The humanoid creature punched the black-robed man and then turned to look at Zichun. His eyes flashed with cold, killing intent as he punched forward. This punch shook the void as if it was going to be torn apart by the fist light. It was obviously stronger than the previous attack. The dazzling fist light collided with the saber light that was flying toward him. Boom! There was a dull explosion in the sky. Then, two waves of energy swept out and spread in all directions. The humanoid creature broke the saber light with a punch, but his body was also knocked back dozens of meters. During this time, the violent yin and yang energy raged, but it was all blocked by the armor on his body. This scene caused people to exclaim. Even the black-robed man couldn't defeat the humanoid creature. Swoosh! When the saber slashed down, Zichun rushed forward and went straight for the humanoid creature. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the humanoid creature and slashed down with his saber again. This time, the saber light was attached to the saber. Although it wasn't as powerful as before, its power wasn't weak at all. The humanoid creature raised his fist to block. Bang! The two forces collided again, and both of them retreated. While retreating, Zichen sheathed his saber and clenched his fist to punch the humanoid creature. His fist was surrounded by the power of yin and yang. This was his most powerful attack. On the opposite side, the humanoid creature didn't dare to show any weakness. Boom! In this powerful collision, Zichen's body flew backward. After the powerful collision, Zichen fell to the ground. Chapter 2703. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Zichen's body flew backward. He could feel a strong force passing through his arm and into his body. Fortunately, his body was strong enough to be considered perfect, so it was easy for him to neutralize this terrifying force. However, he had to admit that his opponent was indeed very strong. This was the first person who dared to fight him head-on since he came to the realm of the gods. The power of yin and yang circled around his body like rising flames. The humanoid creature was obviously surprised. He did not expect Zichen to have such a strong body. However, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he rushed towards Zichen again. Buzz! At this moment, the void trembled and distorted. The god-trapping hand appeared in the sky and went straight for the humanoid creature. This was a heavenly god skill. It was very strong and fast, so no one could stop it. The target of the god-trapping hand was very clear. It was the humanoid creature. Obviously, the black-robed man did not choose to abandon Zichen and run away by himself. Under everyone's gaze, the god-trapping hand fell from the sky and trapped the humanoid creature, just like before. Zichen, who was retreating quickly, took the initiative to attack. The long saber that he had put away earlier appeared in an instant and slashed at the humanoid creature. Although the two did not know each other, they had a tacit understanding of each other. Zichen had a good grasp of the opportunity. However, before the saber light could reach the humanoid creature, the god-trapping hand exploded with a loud bang. A terrifying energy spread in all directions. The humanoid creature turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky. The saber light swept past his feet. Seeing this, many divine envoys in the distance exclaimed. They did not expect that the god-trapping hand could only trap the humanoid creature for a moment. Even though it had only trapped him for a moment, it had still enraged the humanoid creature. It abruptly turned its head and glared at the black-cloaked figure. Its face was distorted with rage. It was obvious that at that moment, the humanoid creature wanted to kill him more than Zichen. Swoosh! He rushed towards the black-robed man, ignoring Zichen. However, the black-robed man's melee attacks were not powerful. Zichen was very clear about this. Once the black-robed man caught up to him, he would be in danger. So, he quickly rushed forward and chopped down with his blade. The dazzling saber projection sliced through the air and headed straight for the humanoid creature. The black-robed man dodged, and the saber still missed. He was only chasing after the black-robed man and did not care about Zichen at all. Boom! The humanoid creature caught up to the black-robed man and punched out. The black-robed man's defenses exploded, and he coughed up blood as he was sent flying. Die! The humanoid figure shouted and arrived in front of the black-robed man in the blink of an eye. Before the black-robed man could retaliate, the humanoid figure threw a punch at his chest. With such a ferocious punch, even if the black-robed man didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Bang! At this moment, a saber projection fell. Zichen blocked the black-robed man's path with his saber and collided with the fist. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out, and Zichen and the black-robed man were sent flying. After flying for hundreds of feet, Zichen looked back at the black-robed man and said, "You heal your wounds first. I'll hold him off for a while." The black-robed man didn't say anything. He just nodded and flew back. Zichen rushed forward with his saber and attacked the humanoid creature. "Since you insist on courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." After being blocked again and again, the humanoid creature was completely enraged. He decided to ignore the black-robed man and turned to attack Zichen. Zichen struck with his saber, and the saber projection flashed, distorting the space around him. The humanoid creature threw a punch, and the dazzling fist projection seemed to tear the space apart. The two of them continued to fight in the sky. Powerful energy fluctuations continued to spread out, forming ripples after ripples. The oracles in the distance looked at the two of them, who were evenly matched, and their expressions were full of shock. It was obvious that Zichen was only at level 7, but he was able to fight the humanoid creature to a standstill. Once he stepped into level 9, wouldn't he be able to defeat the humanoid creature? While they were shocked by the humanoid creature's combat strength, they could also clearly feel the threat that Zichen posed. If such a person was a friend, then it would be a good thing. However, in such a place, there was no need for friends. All that was needed was benefits. Therefore, they were enemies. Boom. The powerful forces were still colliding, and the powerful forces were still surging. The terrifying aura swept out in all directions, bringing about powerful shockwaves. Swoosh! Zichen's saber slashed down, but he missed. His figure flickered, turning into afterimages as he retreated. Those afterimages were torn apart by the energy in the next moment. The humanoid creature's fist pierced through the space and came straight at Zichen. Zichen's figure flickered again and again. He drew his saber, but he couldn't hurt his opponent at all. Therefore, he put away his weapon and chose to attack head-on. Boom! The two fists collided, and a terrifying sound rang out. Wave after wave of shockwaves shook from the sky above. This was a head-on attack, and it was very powerful. In the distance, all the divine envoys looked at this scene in shock. After a series of collisions, Zichen was gradually at a disadvantage due to the gap in their levels. He kept retreating. Boom! Another collision. Powerful forces surged, and Zichen's body was sent flying. As he flew backward, he began to cough up blood. He didn't care about the blood at the corner of his mouth. He used his extreme speed to retreat again and again. As he retreated, a ball of energy appeared in each of his hands. It was the power of yin and yang. The humanoid creature chased after him. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. He quickly clasped his hands together, and the power of yin and yang began to converge. The power of shockwaves spread from the sky, forming terrifying shockwaves. The two attacks quickly converged, and ripples spread out one after another. At the center of the ripples, extremely terrifying energy fluctuations surged. Under the impact of the shockwaves with his physical body, Zichen's face turned pale. The converging energy began to distort, and eventually, it turned into a yin-yang lightning lotus. Zichen raised his hand and shook it. The lightning lotus, which was only the size of a palm, that was floating in front of him, flew forward. The lightning lotus flew forward, and the power of yin and yang lingered, dyeing the entire sky. A terrifying aura spread out. After it was a few dozen feet away from Zichen, the lightning lotus expanded in the wind. At this moment, the world was completely filled with the power of yin and yang. The powerful aura released by the lightning lotus made people feel suffocated. The humanoid creature clearly felt the pressure from the lightning lotus. His eyes turned cold, and he stopped chasing. For the first time, a seal appeared in his hand. Behind him, the space distorted, and a huge mountain appeared. Above the mountain, rays of divine light lingered, exuding a heavy and terrifying aura. After it appeared, it violently collided with the lightning lotus. The lightning lotus that was charging forward also expanded in size. Soon, it was comparable to the mountain. Boom! A huge tremor came from the sky. The two attacks collided in midair, and powerful energy fluctuations spread out, forming a terrifying shock. Faced with the powerful energy contained in the mountain, Zichen, who had been retreating repeatedly, could no longer bear it. His body flew back again, and he coughed up blood. This time, Zichen, who was flying back, was clearly no match for the humanoid creature. He coughed up blood in midair, and his face was very pale. His opponent was indeed stronger than him, but this was because his opponent was 2 whole levels higher than him. Moreover, the strength displayed by his opponent had clearly surpassed that of an ordinary grade 9. He was not far from becoming a divine champion. The mountain from before had not dispersed, but it was already riddled with holes by the lightning lotus. It spun towards him, and its aura was still powerful. Faced with this attack, Zichen could only dodge. However, this attack had locked onto his aura, and he could not avoid it. Boom! The mountain exploded, and the powerful shock wave sent Zichen flying back again, coughing up blood. The humanoid creature did not say a word. He chased after Zichen again and rushed towards him. Buzz. At this time, the void trembled at this time. The god-trapping hand appeared in the sky again. It was the black-robed man who had been healing him earlier. The god-trapping hand successfully trapped his opponent for a moment, but this short time was not enough for Zichen to kill his opponent. Therefore, after breaking free from the god-trapping hand, his opponent charged towards Zichen again. Bang! Faced with the black-robed man's attack, Zichen was forced to retreat again and again. He no longer had the strength to resist, or rather, he could only barely resist and ensure that he would not die. He could not do anything to his opponent. The black-robed man's punch passed through his defense and landed on his chest. The powerful shock wave caused Zichen to be sent flying again, coughing up blood. Seeing that Zichen was forced to retreat again and again, not a single level 9 came to help. They just watched the scene indifferently. In fact, they even hoped that Zichen would be killed. Looking at the current situation, it was obviously impossible for Zichen to break free from his opponent. Although the black-robed man was helping, he was still unable to hold on. The opponent's strength was beyond his expectations. After being hit a few more times, Zichen's injuries were not light. At this time, Zichen heard a strange woman's voice transmission. If you can't do it, then think of a way to escape. They are all waiting for you to be seriously injured and then kill you. He was a little surprised. Obviously, this was the black-robed man's voice. He did not expect it to be a woman. At this time, there were many level 9s on the periphery, but they were looking at a level 7 as the main force. It was a kind of irony. It was obviously difficult to escape at this time, or even impossible. Therefore, Zichen chose to use his divine avatar. With a flash of brilliance, the divine avatar appeared. He held the stone sword tightly and rushed towards the humanoid creature. As for Zichen himself, he sped up and retreated. God Zichen rushed forward in a straight line and blocked the humanoid creature. Zichen's real body was able to escape successfully. In the distance, seeing that Zichen was escaping, some of the level 9's expressions changed. They shifted their gaze from the humanoid creature to him. A space portal appeared in front of Zichen. He was obviously going to leave. At this time, the void began to vibrate. A powerful force emerged in the sky. A god-trapping hand descended from the sky and enveloped Zichen. Obviously, the level 9s who were watching the battle had made their move. However, they were not targeting the humanoid creature, but Zichen. Chapter 2704. A genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Previously, the level 9 experts were just watching the show, allowing Zichen and the black-robed man to fight the humanoid creature. During this time, no one helped when Zichen was injured. Now, the god's doppelganger appeared and blocked the humanoid creature, resolving the crisis for Zichen. Unexpectedly, these level 9 experts who were watching the battle actually intervened at this moment to prevent Zichen from healing. The god-trapping hand descended from the sky, exuding a vast aura, and went straight for Zichen. Swoosh! At the same time, a level 9 divine envoy flew over from afar. He held a long sword in his hand, which was surrounded by rays of divine light. When he was a few hundred feet away from Zichen, he slashed out with his sword. A shining sword ray shot out from the tip of the sword and went straight for Zichen. At this moment, the god-trapping hand descended. It was obvious that this was an extremely coordinated attack with the goal of killing Zichen. Buzz! Just as the god-trapping hand was about to land and the sword ray was about to reach Zichen, the void trembled again and another god-trapping hand descended from the sky. This god-trapping hand was displayed by the black-robed man. When it collided with the previous god-trapping hand, a powerful energy burst out, forming a destructive wave that shook Zichen and forced him to retreat. Although the open door was affected because of this, the god-trapping hand and the sword ray that came after missed. Buzz! Although he dodged the attack, it did not mean that Zichen was completely safe. At this moment, the void trembled again and another palm print descended from the sky. It was another existence who knew how to use the god-trapping hand. Buzz, buzz. Then, the void trembled again and the god-trapping hand appeared one after another. Such a scene caused an uproar in the surroundings. Obviously, no one expected that the level 9 experts who had not made a move before would choose to attack at this moment. Moreover, all of them were attacking Zichun. When Yue saw this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that they feel that this fellow is a greater threat. Beside him, Ben Senlu and the others who had never fought sneered. They, who had a grudge against Zichun, were very happy to see such a scene. There were only 6 divine envoys who knew how to use the god's trapping hand. At this moment, 4 of them were attacking Zichun. This made many divine envoys speechless. Even if they were enemies, shouldn't they join forces to deal with the humanoid creature first? However, they didn't. These people had made their moves very clearly. Clearly, they knew who was the greatest threat. Shua. Looking at the palm print above his head, Zichun's eyes flashed with murderous intent. His expression became unusually cold. He unsheathed his saber, and a shining saber light shot up against the sky. What was different from before was that the saber light this time was surrounded by 4 saber intents. These saber intents were very powerful. A saber light containing 4 saber intents soared into the sky and headed straight for one of the palm prints. The power of yin and yang swirled within the blade radiance, emitting a bright and powerful light. Poof! The saber light soared up against the sky and directly cut open one of the god's trapping hands. At the same time, his body flickered, and his speed was displayed to the limit. He moved around in the narrow-sealed space. In the distance, when the crowd saw the god-trapping hand in the sky being slashed apart by a single slash, astonishment surfaced on their faces one after another. As for those who knew how to use the god-trapping hand, their expressions turned incomparably ugly. Evidently, they did not expect that Zichun would still hold back at such a critical juncture. Shua. The saber light flashed again, and another palm print was cut open. It turned into divine energy and dissipated in mid-air. The final palm landed directly on Zichun's body, firmly trapping him. As for the existence from before, he once again slashed out with his sword. He had grasped the opportunity very well. Buzz. Strong light shone on Zichun's body. The power of yin and yang erupted, forming a powerful wave of power. Under this wave of power, the god's trapping hands instantly exploded. Just like the cooperation between Zichun and the black-robed man just now, the saber light that followed closely behind brushed past Zichun's body and didn't hit him. Just as Zichun was freed, the thunder wings on his back flapped. He displayed extreme speed and headed straight for the level 9 martial artist. The world's fastest speed that he displayed in an instant was far beyond the speed of a level 9. Therefore, the other party could only watch in horror as Zichun arrived in front of him. Poof! In Zichun's hand, the saber pierced through the other party's body. When he pulled the saber back, he had already taken the other party's divine ring. Shua. In the next moment, his body twisted a few times, and he disappeared into the portal. The oracles in the distance were shocked. They didn't expect Zichun to be so terrifying even when he was injured. He could easily kill a level 9. The level 9 oracles who could use the god's trapping hands naturally had ugly expressions. This was because not only did they fail to take down their opponent, but one of them had also been killed. At the same time, they also realized that the god's trapping hands were no match for their opponent in a one-on-one fight. The battle here started and ended very quickly. In front of them, the battle between God Zichun and the humanoid creature was still going on. After sensing the changes in the battlefield, the humanoid creature was slightly stunned. Obviously, it hadn't expected such a thing to happen. However, it was obviously very intelligent. It knew that there was a conflict between the two parties, so it continued to chase after God Zichun. Zichun's real body returned to his own world. His face was a little pale. Ichien stepped forward and asked with concern, "How are you?" Zichun shook his head and said, "I'm fine. I'm not injured. Everything is an illusion. I didn't expect that they really didn't do anything." "Then what should we do?" Ichien's beautiful face was full of worry at the moment. The humanoid creature was very powerful. It would be very difficult to kill it with their strength. If both sides were injured, these people would naturally intervene. The most troublesome thing was that the humanoid creature was only chasing after God's clone. It didn't even pay attention to the black-robed man. Obviously, it had already seen the conflict between the two parties. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. He said, "Let's wait and see. If it doesn't work out, we can only kill the humanoid creature first." "You have a way to kill it? If we go all out, God's clone can kill it. However, after that, we'll have to face all the oracles. It will be very troublesome." Zichen frowned. Obviously, he hadn't thought of a way yet. Boom. In the sky, the mountain peak appeared and sent God Zichen flying. In the distance, all the oracles were quietly watching. They didn't have any intention of intervening. They didn't even attack Zichen. They were all waiting silently. Obviously, they were waiting for both sides to be injured. Or rather, they were waiting for God Zichen to be seriously injured. Then, they would kill him. At this moment, everyone's thoughts were surprisingly the same. The humanoid creature also saw this and firmly restrained God's clone so that it couldn't leave the battlefield. Buzz. The void distorted again, and the God-trapping hand appeared again. Although it could successfully trap the humanoid creature, it only lasted for a moment. In such a short time, God Zichen couldn't do anything. Although his God-trapping hand was stronger, it was obviously useless at this moment. What should we do now? They are obviously waiting for God's clone to be injured. Iqian saw the battle through Zichen's world, and her face showed anger. If this continues, the situation will only become more passive. We can only go out and kill. Zichen said helplessly. Then I will help you. Iqian said. No need. I can kill them with my clone, but I haven't figured out how to deal with the others. Do I really have to kill everyone here? Zichen didn't want to see a massacre, but if it really came to that, he had to make this choice. His figure flickered, and he reappeared. After his figure appeared, he went straight for the humanoid creature. The other oracles in the distance saw this scene and sneered. Their two targets had also appeared. Zichen rushed forward, and his clone retreated. Zichen slashed out with his blade, which contained 4 blade wills. This attack was faster and more powerful, completely locking on to the humanoid creature. Please use the God-trapping hand. At this moment, Zichen's real body sent a voice transmission to the black-robed man, while his clone retreated far away. While his clone was retreating, his hands were forming seals. This was to cooperate with his real body to use the God-trapping hand. Buzz. The void trembled, and the black-robed man's God-trapping hand came down from the sky and went straight for the humanoid creature. During this time, Zichen rushed forward with his long blade unsheathed. Boom! The energy vibrated, and the God-trapping hand exploded. The humanoid creature broke free and shouted, "This kind of attack can't trap me. God-trapping hand." At this moment, the clone shouted in a low voice in the distance. The clone's last seal fell, and the void began to tremble. A terrifying palm print surrounded by divine light appeared in the sky. It was the same God-trapping hand, but the one displayed by the clone was brighter and more agile. It was like a real palm, quickly falling and grabbing at the humanoid creature. At this moment, when the oracles in the distance felt the clone's God-trapping hand, their expressions all changed. Obviously, they had all sensed the difference. The humanoid creature couldn't even block the God-trapping hand before, so how could he block the clone's God-trapping hand? He was caught by the God-trapping hand before he could react. At this moment, Zichen's real body arrived in front of the humanoid creature. The long blade in his hand was already unsheathed, and he swept towards the humanoid creature's neck. When the blade was slashed, Zichen pushed the yin and yang energy in his body to the limit. The blade wills on the blade changed from 4 to 5. This was his strongest move, and it was fully displayed at this moment. Chapter 2705. A genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The disdainful humanoid creature seemed to have sensed the threat of the blade at this moment. His expression changed drastically. He wanted to resist, and the energy in his body surged wildly. However, he was unable to break free from the clone's God-trapping hand. Chinese language net pu. The flash of the blade was extremely fast. In an instant, it arrived and swept past his neck. As for his head, it was sent flying. However, what gushed out from his head was not blood, but endless energy. This energy was very pure, but it still contained some kind of law and will, making it impossible for people to absorb. In the distance, all the divine envoys looked at this scene in shock. They did not expect that such a powerful humanoid creature would be killed so easily. The combination of the two was simply too terrifying. It won't be that easy to kill me. At this moment, a shout came from the front. Above the head of the humanoid creature that flew out, divine light suddenly circulated, and a powerful aura surged. Below the head, a new body appeared. Zichen's previous slash had contained a heaven-defying power that had entered his opponent's sea of consciousness, along with the 5 strands of saber intent. He had wanted to destroy his opponent's soul, but he had not expected that his opponent's vitality would be so strong that it could not be destroyed. Very quickly, his body was reconstructed, but his aura had become slightly weaker. His eyes were currently staring venomously at Zichen. Behind Zichen, the nimble god trapping hand disappeared, and a crystal glowing with divine light floated in the air. Seeing the crystal, a look of regret flashed through the humanoid creature's eyes. With a flash, it turned into a stream of light and flew over. Clearly, it wanted to snatch it. Swoosh. Zichen was the first to act, directly putting away the crystal. Although he couldn't absorb it yet, the humanoid creature clearly had a special use for it, since it was so important. When the divine envoys saw that the humanoid creature was still alive, they heaved a sigh of relief. Love, go little, say Netku. It was normal for such a powerful existence to not die. If it was killed so easily, then the pressure on them would be even greater. Die. Seeing that Zichen had put away the crystal, the humanoid creature charged at him. The void behind him distorted, and the mountain peak appeared again. It was like a divine mountain, exuding a heavy aura. Surrounded by divine light, it smashed towards Zichen. The power of yin and yang flashed on Zichen's body. He slashed forward with his blade. 5 blade wheels surrounded the blade. This was his strongest attack. Boom. A deafening sound came from the sky as the 2 attacks collided. Zichen's saber light instantly shattered, and the mountain peak continued to descend, slamming into his body and sending him flying through the air. This time, he did not hold back. He was truly no match for his opponent. It was clear that his opponent was truly enraged at this moment. Zichen's body flew backward, and the humanoid creature chased after him. At this moment, the void trembled. The black-robed person attacked again, using the god-trapping hand repeatedly. She had consumed a lot of energy, and there were divine envoys all around her. She was worried that the others would suddenly attack her. However, it was clear that she could not retreat now. She could only cooperate and kill the humanoid creature first. Her god-trapping hand made it impossible for her opponent to defend, but it was not as powerful as the divine clone's god-trapping hand. It could only trap the humanoid creature for a moment, allowing Zichen to successfully escape. In the distance, the divine clone used the god-trapping hand again. The nimble divine light palm appeared again, heading straight for the humanoid creature that had just escaped. The humanoid creature let out an unwilling roar, but it still did not avoid such an attack. It was as if this attack was specially designed for it. Zichen, who had retreated, rushed forward again and slashed with his blade. The humanoid creature's head flew. At this moment, Zichen did not slow down. Lightning flashed on his body, and he flew forward, slashing down with his blade. The yin and yang energy fell on the humanoid creature's head, and then instantly exploded. The humanoid creature's mind exploded with a boom. However, such an attack still did not kill the humanoid creature. In the midst of the energy explosion, a light spot flew out. This light spot quickly released strong light and reformed a body. Without a doubt, the humanoid creature seemed to be an immortal existence. Its body could be reformed without limit. However, Zichen's perception was very sharp. He knew that the humanoid creature's aura had become weak. If this continued, a few more attacks like this would be enough to kill it. Damn it! The humanoid creature that had reformed its body was very angry. However, it could not do anything to its opponent, because the black-robed person in the distance used the god-trapping hand again. Just as its expression became extremely ugly, another god-trapping hand appeared from another direction. However, this god-trapping hand was not used to deal with the humanoid creature. Instead, it went to intercept the god-trapping hand that the black-robed person had used. At the same time, two level 9 beings rushed towards the black-robed person. Evidently, they had also sensed that the humanoid creature's condition was deteriorating. If this continued, Zichen would definitely be able to kill the humanoid creature. This was completely in line with their plan. What they needed was for both sides to suffer. The divine envoy in the distance was speechless. Not only were the level 9 beings not helping the humanoid creature, but they were also preventing others from making a move. On the other side, the void trembled again. This time, the short level 9 being and the bald man made a move against the divine clone. At this moment, the 4 people who could use the god-trapping hand made a move. However, no one made a move against Zichen. Evidently, everyone was counting on him to continue fighting the humanoid creature. In the distance, when Yue saw this scene, he said faintly, "Although this method is a little too shameless, it has to be said that it is very effective. However, doing so will only infuriate Zichen." "Whose side are you on exactly? So what if he is infuriated? He will still die in the end," Ben Senlu said coldly. Yue stared ahead and said, "Based on my understanding of Zichen, this matter is not as simple as it seems. If he could be killed so easily, who knows how many times he would have died already. Furthermore, since he dared to take the initiative to appear and force himself into this situation, he should still have some other tricks up his sleeve." "What other tricks could he possibly have?" Ben Senlu said disdainfully. "Regardless of whether he has any other tricks up his sleeve, Iqian has yet to appear. Although her cultivation level is not high, she is still a goddess. She cannot be underestimated." Yue continued, "If Iqian is really Zichen's last resort, it will be fine. At most, it will save his life. I am just worried." "Worried about what?" Kai Ming turned to look at Yue. He also felt that something was not quite right. "What I am worried about is that Zichen did not allow Iqian to appear because he was worried that she would be in danger. However, he still has a backup plan," Yue said solemnly. "Does he? Look at him now. In a one-on-one battle, he is already at a disadvantage." Ben Senlu said mockingly, "You have been beaten by him until you are afraid. You are always so suspicious." Yue did not say anything. He stared ahead. At this moment, in front of him, Zichen was indeed at a disadvantage, especially the mountain summoned by the humanoid creature. It was too powerful and terrifying. It was almost unstoppable. However, Yue felt that Zichen should have other tricks up his sleeve. He was very uneasy. "Haha, it seems that many people want you to die. Then I will fulfill your wish." The humanoid creature stared at Zichen and laughed coldly. Now, he only needed to fight one-on-one. Naturally, he would be able to suppress Zichen. Zichen raised his head to look at him. Beside him, the energy mountain exuded a terrifying aura. Even though the opponent's aura had become very weak, Zichen still could not defeat him. It had to be said that this rank 9 was the strongest rank 9 he had ever seen. The mountain whistled and smashed towards Zichen again. During this time, the humanoid creature spoke coldly. "If it were not for you, how could I have been born in advance? If it were not for you, how could I have been stuck at this step?" He was very angry. If it were not for Zichen, he could have become a divine general directly and defeated everyone present. However, the opponent's appearance had completely disrupted his plan. Boom! The divine peak smashed down with a loud bang. The defense on Zichen's body shattered, and his body flew backward. At the same time, he coughed up blood in midair. The opponent's attack was very strong. If he did not use other means, it would be very difficult for him to kill the opponent. At this moment, he spread out his spiritual senses and was very clear about the situation in the other two directions. The black-robed man was facing 2 rank 9 attacks. Not only was he unable to help him, but he was also at a disadvantage because he had used up a lot of energy in his previous attacks. Needless to say, the divine clone was obviously fighting 2 rank 9 beings who knew how to use the god-trapping hand. There were many more rank 9 beings attacking in the distance. If it were not for the fact that his physical body was stronger than his real body, he would have died many times over. It was obvious that this could not go on. Therefore, Zichen decided not to wait any longer. He would make the final attack. Boom. After 3 consecutive attacks, the divine mountain finally exploded and turned into energy that scattered in all directions. Zichen rushed forward. As he did so, he stretched out his finger and pointed at the humanoid creature. At the same time, he shouted, "Freeze!" As soon as he said that, the space above the opponent's head suddenly opened. Then, a beam of light descended from the sky and landed on the humanoid creature's body. There were all sorts of nomological powers lingering in that beam of light. It was as if the nomological powers of a world had been completely suppressed. The humanoid creature's body was no longer able to move. In addition, he also felt a powerful force that suppressed his vitality. At this moment, Zichen's real body arrived. With a slash of his blade, the humanoid creature's body was cut in two. When his body was cut in two, his surging vitality was also suppressed by the nomological powers. As a result, his vitality could not be released and was forcibly extinguished. Chapter 2706. Geniuses Remember Love in 1 Second. Go Little, this is a wonderful novel for you to read. Under the horrified gazes of the divine envoys in the distance, the life force of the humanoid creature was quickly extinguished until it completely disappeared. He had been killed just like that. After his death, his body also turned into specks of light and turned into a huge crystal. This crystal shone with 7-colored divine light and was full of life force. It was as if it contained a living creature that could be born at any time. It floated in the air beside Zichen, its 7-colored divine light constantly changing. It was so beautiful that it lit up the surroundings. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on the crystal beside Zichen, whether they were fighting or watching. If the law crystal they had obtained before could be considered an opportunity, then this larger crystal was the biggest opportunity there was. This was because it was full of life force and seemed to contain the principles of heaven and earth, as well as the great path of heaven and earth. At this moment, this was a real treasure for those level 9 divine envoys. This was because their perception was very sharp. After their divine consciousness fell on it, they seemed to have seen a shortcut to breaking through to the divine champion level. The level 9 divine champion level seemed to be only 1 level away, but this gap was like a natural chasm that blocked all level 9 divine envoys. It was like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. Only by leaping over the dragon gate could one become a real dragon, but most people couldn't make the leap. However, right now they saw a shortcut, a real shortcut. Their eyes were shining brightly, and their faces were gradually filled with greed. The battles in the other directions had stopped, and all the divine envoys were staring at this crystal at this moment. The black-robed person began to retreat, obviously not intending to participate. At the same time, she sent a voice transmission to Zichen. "Be careful." After saying that, she left very decisively. At the same time, the divine clone also returned to Zichen's side and stood side by side with him. Obviously, there was going to be a battle, and it was going to be the most difficult battle since coming here. He was going to face all the heroes. Within the range of Zichen's spiritual senses, there were already people making hand seals. They were those who knew how to use the trapping hand. Obviously, they wanted to take advantage of Zichen's unpreparedness and steal the crystal in advance. In fact, the humanoid creatures had died far too quickly, far faster than they had expected. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so passive. Zichen gently waved his hand, and a beam of energy landed on the rainbow crystal beside him. The light on the crystal flashed and then disappeared. Just as the rainbow-colored crystal disappeared, the silence was broken in an instant. Those 9th-tier powerhouses rushed over, and the light of energy kept flashing. As for those level 7 and level 8 existences, they did not chase after them. They had already seen how powerful Zichen was, so they did not have any extravagant hopes in their hearts. Moreover, their purpose of coming here was at most to join in the fun. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. He was completely filled with murderous intent. The power of yin and yang on his body surged wildly, enveloping his whole body. Then, he held the long saber in his hand and rushed forward. He was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the crowd of ninth-tier powerhouses. The next moment, he stabbed the long saber in his hand forward. The void trembled, and a light ripple spread out in all directions. In the middle of the ripple, a crack appeared in the void, as if it was being torn apart, spreading out in all directions. Within the range of the spread of the black crack, the defenses of the ninth-tier powerhouses nearby were all shattered. At the same time, the crack swept past their bodies and then went straight into the distance. During this time, blood spurted out. The bodies of the ninth-tier powerhouses were all separated from the middle. During this time, there were only a few who were lucky enough to escape this attack. However, with Zichen's current strength, it was obvious that he was not able to destroy the life of the ninth-tier powerhouses. Therefore, their bodies were only separated, and their lives were not lost by much. Wong. At this moment, the void started to tremble. Light ripples appeared in the sky one after another. One after another, palm prints exuding divine light descended from the sky, heading straight for Zichen. These were the god-trapping hands. They came at the right time. However, the divine clone was even more prepared. When these god-trapping hands appeared, he was already prepared. The nimble god-trapping hands had already appeared in advance, heading straight for the sky. God Zichen wanted to use his own strength to block the numerous energy attacks in the sky. Boom! Powerful energy surged, and a terrifying aura shook the air, exuding a surging aura. At this moment, God Zichen's god-trapping hands rushed forward nimbly, crushing a god-trapping hand in mid-air. In a clash of techniques, the divine clone's god-trapping hand was clearly stronger. After crushing a god-trapping hand, the divine clone's god-trapping hand continued flying in several other directions. While God Zichen was using the god-trapping hand to block the attacks, Zichen's real body was flying downwards. The bodies of the ninth-tier powerhouses were separated and had no time to reassemble. Zichen slashed out with his blade. The power of yin and yang flowed on the blade, while 5-blade intents lingered on the surface of his body. Since he had already decided to kill, Zichen naturally would not hold back. As the blade light flashed past, popping sounds were heard again. The bodies of the ninth-tier powerhouses, which had no time to reassemble, could no longer reassemble. This was because Zichen's blade had directly destroyed their life force. In an instant, 4 of the ninth-tier powerhouses had died. The other ninth-tier powerhouses took advantage of this time to reassemble their bodies. However, they did not dare move forward anymore. Instead, they retreated one after another. Whoosh! Zichen followed closely and slashed out with his blade again. The blade light flashed like a waterfall, killing another 2 ninth-tier powerhouses who were not running very fast. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but it actually happened in an instant. At this moment, God Zichen's god-trapping hand had destroyed 2 attacks in the sky. The other 2 attacks reached Zichen one after another, trapping him within. Divine light flashed on Zichen's body as he slashed out with his blade light. First, he destroyed one of the god-trapping hands. The energy on his body vibrated and shook off the other god-trapping hand that had already caught him. During this time, the other ninth-tier powerhouses had already dispersed. Therefore, no one came forward to besiege Zichen. Willie, who was watching from afar, narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. Clearly, he was shocked. He did not expect the 2 of them to be so powerful when they worked together. Even the 4 god-trapping hand experts could not suppress them. Just as he frowned, he sensed a powerful aura not too far away. A giant golden wolf appeared out of thin air. It was as big as a mountain. Its eyes were cold and its body was dazzling with golden light as it rushed towards Zichen. This was a ninth-tier powerhouse. Since it dared to make a move now, it was obviously much stronger than the previous ninth-tier powerhouses. Just as the giant golden wolf arrived, the existences that knew how to use the god-trapping hand made their move again. It was the same move. It was as if the few of them did not know how to use anything other than the god-trapping hands. Attack! Ben Senlu was not willing to wait any longer when the others chose to attack. He did not wait for Yue to say anything. He waved his hand and gestured for the person beside him to attack. The ninth-tier powerhouse beside him shouted and rushed forward. As an existence specially assigned by the Sky God to Ben Senlu, this ninth-tier powerhouse who had never fought before was not to be underestimated. As he rushed forward, the light of energy around his body turned into a black bear. Armor appeared on the body of this bear. The armor shone brightly in this world, exuding a heavy aura. He directly rushed towards Ziqian and joined forces with the other ninth-tier powerhouses. In the sky, the energy was turbulent. A terrifying aura surged. Facing the siege of these people, Ziqian was obviously not a match. He began to retreat. "You guys go too." At this time, Kai Ming, who had been watching the battle from afar, waved his hand and said. Two ninth-tier powerhouses walked out from beside him. One of them was his bodyguard, the other was Xian Lin's bodyguard. Sina looked at Yue and asked, "Should we join in?" Seeing Ziqian retreating, Yue shook his head and said, "The current Ziqian is not a match for these people. If he can die, then he will die. It is useless to send more people. Besides, I don't believe he has no backup plan." At this time, do you think he won't use his backup plan? Don't deceive yourself. You are obviously scared out of your wits. Ben Senlu laughed mockingly. Yue clearly did not argue with him. The reason he did not let Sina and the others join in was because he saw that Wiley did not make a move. As the instigator of this matter, he did not believe that the opponent was just an ordinary ninth tier. He believed that the opponent was hiding a powerful move. In addition, the four existences who knew the god trapping hand seemed to be cooperating. However, each of them was using the god trapping hand. None of them chose to approach Ziqian. Clearly, they did not fully trust each other. To put it bluntly, they were all hiding their strength. In this situation, everyone had the mentality of relying on each other. Naturally, they would not use their full strength. Even so, Ziqian was gradually losing. Even the one who knew the god trapping hand had already hidden himself. At the moment, Yue still could not tell that the one who knew the god trapping hand was Ziqian's clone, as the aura of the two was completely different. Ziqian, who was retreating, looked at the ninth-tier powerhouses surrounding him with a cold glint in his eyes. Clearly, he had made up his mind to kill all these people. The void beside him distorted, and a powerful aura surged. He had chosen to open his world at this time. The moment his world was about to open, the faces of these ninth-tier powerhouses changed drastically. In the next moment, wave after wave of powerful auras erupted from their bodies. Each of these auras was abnormally terrifying and made people feel suffocated. For example, the short ninth-tier powerhouse who knew the god-trapping hand took out a ring. That ring exuded a terrifying aura. It was clearly not an ordinary item. Another person took out a large flag with a majestic beast carved on it. When the flag was unfolded, the majestic beast seemed like it was about to rush out. There were also other people who displayed their powerful moves one after another. Ziqian's face changed drastically when he sensed this aura. If he rashly opened his world at this moment, he suspected that it would be completely destroyed by these people. The passage has already opened. How long are you guys going to fight for? Suddenly, a voice was heard from afar. Chapter 2707. A genius remembers love in 1 second /small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The voice came from the black-robed person who had just left. She had obviously returned after seeing the entrance. She hadn't gone to find the opportunity herself, but had instead come back to inform everyone. It was obvious that she had come to resolve the crisis Ziqian was in. Previously, Ziqian had chosen to enter the trap in order to help her. Then, he had been targeted by a group of level 9 oracles. Now, she had returned to inform him of the news, which could be considered as repaying him. The previous scene had been very tense, and it had been on the verge of breaking out at any moment. They had sensed a strong sense of danger from Ziqian. Ziqian had also felt uneasy from the aura that everyone was exuding, as well as the methods that they had used. Once the two sides started fighting, even Ziqian, who had a world, wouldn't dare to say that he would win. As the black-robed person spoke, everyone subconsciously turned around. When they turned around, they either retracted their aura or concealed their own things. Ziqian had also concealed the world that was about to open. The passage has opened? Willie was startled when he heard this. Then, he looked at the oracles and turned to leave without stopping. Let's go too. Just as Willie was about to leave, Chiwei also spoke up and led a few people away. What about Ziqian? Sina asked. Chiwei said, can't you see? Those people from before all had powerful methods hidden away, but no one wanted to use them in advance. They were all on guard against each other because no one could be sure that their previous allies wouldn't become enemies in the next moment. Instead of suspecting each other, it's better to find the opportunity in advance. As Chiwei spoke, the level 7 and level 8 oracles all flew into the distance. It was obvious that they were going to the place where the passage had opened. As for the other level 9 oracles surrounding Ziqian, their expressions were also changing. Some of them had already thought of retreating. Then, they slowly retreated and finally flew into the distance. Seeing these god emissaries leave, the other god emissaries did not insist. The scene that Ziqian had just displayed had caused them to feel fear in their hearts. It was clear that Ziqian had powerful means, so they left as well. Most of the level 9 experts chose to leave. Those who knew how to trap the god's hand no longer persisted. In fact, they left even faster. Previously, the four of them seemed to be working together, but in fact, they were very wary of each other. Just like how they could attack the black-robed man at any time, the four of them could also attack each other at any time. Previously, they were enemies with Ziqian, but in the next moment, they could become friends and work together to kill others. In the blink of an eye, these people left. A light flashed beside Ziqian, and Yiqian appeared. Ziqian looked at the black-robed man in front of him, cupped his fists and said, "Thank you. You're welcome. We're even now." The black-robed man spoke. His voice was light and pleasant to the ear as he turned around and left. "Woman?" Yiqian asked. Her words were filled with doubt. She tilted her head and stared at Ziqian with her beautiful eyes. "When I first found out, I was also very surprised," Ziqian said. "Let's go." He looked down and said. When the battle broke out, Shadowless was already here and had been standing there all along. At this time, he said this to Shadowless. Then, the three of them flew forward. During this time, they didn't meet any other god's emissaries. It was clear that everyone's speed was very fast. At this time, Willie had returned to the place where he first entered this place. According to the information he received, this was the entrance. The void in front of him was constantly twisting and distorting, and there were 6 spatial tunnels. However, above the tunnels, there was a power of law that prevented people from forcefully entering. The other gods' emissaries also arrived. When they saw the 6 tunnels, their faces were filled with surprise. Clearly, this wasn't a coincidence. The 6 tunnels corresponded to the 6 tokens. The bald man came in front of Willie and asked, "What should we do now?" Willie looked at the tunnel in front of him and said, "Use the god's hand to send the token into the tunnel. When the tunnel senses the token, it will automatically open." However what? The bald man asked. However, the 6 tunnels don't lead to the same place. There will be opportunities and dangers in between. There's no pattern to it. Willie said, "Doesn't that mean that everything depends on luck?" The bald man was very surprised. "That's right." Willie nodded and said, "It does depend on luck. However, it might also be based on the strength of the god's hand. If it was based on the strength of the god's hand, then their god's hand wasn't as strong as Yiqian's subordinate. Yiqian was only at the 7th level, but her god's hand was much stronger than theirs. The two of them spoke very softly. The people around them didn't hear them, so they didn't know. During this time, some gods' emissaries tried to fly into the tunnel. However, they were all blocked by the light of law and were sent flying back. Although the tunnel appeared, it still needed other methods to open it. At this time, the bald man came forward and shouted, "If you want to enter through the tunnel, everyone has to pay 20 law crystals. Otherwise, don't even think about entering." Why? Hearing this, the other gods' emissaries all spoke up. They were very dissatisfied. The bald man sneered and said, "Why? Because there aren't many who can open this tunnel. That's right. Only the few of us can open this tunnel. If you want to enter, everyone has to pay 20 law crystals. Of course, 19 is also fine. Another voice sounded. It was the short guy who stood up. If that's the case, 18 is fine with me too, said Butterball, who looked like a monk. I have 17, said the last cold man. He had a group of people behind him. These words were clearly directed at the other gods' emissaries. If they wanted to enter through this tunnel, everyone had to pay law crystals. One person had to pay more than 10 law crystals, and there were many gods' emissaries here. When added together, it was a huge number. Only the existence of the god's hand could open these tunnels. Thus, these gods' emissaries subconsciously looked at the black-robed person. She was the fifth god's emissary here who could use the god's hand. However, her voice had changed, so no one knew that she was a woman. In such a place, it was very inconvenient for a woman to move alone. Unless it was a goddess like I Chien, no one dared to provoke her. Just as the god's emissaries looked at the black-robed person, the four existences who could use the god's hand also looked at each other. 30. The black-robed person said aloud. As soon as this was said, the god's emissaries sighed in disappointment. It was obvious that the other party didn't want to compete with the other four and chose to stay out of it. In this way, everyone was looking forward to Zichen's arrival. However, they didn't think that the other party had the strength to challenge the four of them. Perhaps he would also ask for a high price. Zichen and Ichien soon arrived. When they arrived and saw this scene, they also understood what was going on. Thus, with a flash of brilliance, God Zichen appeared. Goddess, if you want to enter these tunnels, you have to pay a certain amount of law crystals. I wonder if the goddess has a similar requirement? Wiley, who was in the distance, cupped his fists and said to Ichien, "Oh, how much is their price?" Ichien asked curiously. Wiley quickly stated the price. When Zichen heard that the black-robed person wanted 30, he was slightly startled, but he clearly understood the other party's meaning. Ichien looked at Zichen, and Zichen looked back at the clone. The clone thought for a moment and said, "We'll do it for free." As soon as this was said, it caused an uproar. They were prepared for the other party to ask for a higher price, or a similar price to the others. However, they definitely didn't expect the other party to say that it was for free. Clearly, not only was the other party still angry about the previous battle, but more importantly, the other party wasn't afraid of them and wasn't afraid of causing trouble. Even the black-robed person in the distance looked at Zichen with surprise. The eyes shrouded by the black robe were a little strange. "Do you know what you're doing?" The bald man snorted and stared at God Zichen. The clone said indifferently, "Of course I know. I can let them enter through the passage I opened for free, but don't worry, I won't enter through here. I'll give you 60 law crystals and enter through the passage you opened." As soon as this was said, it caused an even bigger uproar. Clearly, not only was the other party not afraid of them, but he was also going to follow them in. In this way, it was obvious that they were opposing each other. If the two of them really chose to enter the same passage, once a battle broke out, the bald man alone would be more likely to be at a disadvantage. The bald man was stunned at first, but then he sneered, not to be outdone. "All right, I'm afraid you won't dare to come. I wasn't afraid of the few of you joining forces before. Do you think I'll be afraid of you alone?" The clone looked around and said loudly, "I'm not wrong. Enter through my passage, and you won't take a single cent." The other divine envoys were very tempted when they heard this. "Brother, you may not know this, but these 6 passageways don't lead to the same place. Once you enter, your opportunities will be limited. If too many oracles enter the passageway, it will naturally have a big impact on your opportunities," Willie added. "Oh, there's such a thing? Then I'll give each of you 10 law crystals as a token of appreciation." After saying this, the clone didn't wait for the others to respond and flew forward. As he moved forward, he formed a seal with both hands, and the god-trapping hand descended from the sky. At the same time, Ichien threw out a token. The god-trapping hand caught the token and pressed it into the passage. Buzz! The god-trapping hand and the token pressed on the passage. The passage trembled, and a strong light burst out from it. Then, the light disappeared, and the passage door opened immediately. Zichen's figure flashed and stood outside the passage door, holding his saber. Chapter 2708. Once the passage was opened, everyone could enter. Hence, Zichen's figure flashed, and he stood at the side of the passage with his saber in hand. His clone flashed forward, clearly waiting to collect the law crystals. Speaking of which, the price of 10 crystals per person was really not much. The other existences with the god's hand were stunned when they saw this scene. Their faces became gloomy and ugly. The bald man was about to step forward, but he was stopped by Willie. He shook his head at the bald man, clearly not wanting him to cause any more trouble. You guys go in. It's good that everyone enters the same passage. No one will fight for the resources in the other places. The bald man snorted coldly. Hearing the bald man's words, all the divine envoys were stunned. Some became hesitant, but some were even faster. As they rushed forward, they all took out law crystals and threw them at the clones. At the same time, they rushed into the passage without slowing down. Buzz! With a flash of light, the first divine envoy successfully entered the passage. The others who followed closely behind also cupped their fists at Zicchen in the distance as they entered. Their faces were filled with gratitude. The reason they entered quickly was not only because Zichen's passage was cheaper, but also because of Goddess Zichen's identity. One had to know that they had once wanted to hunt down Goddess Zichen's guards, but unexpectedly, all the divine rings were snatched away by them. Just as they were extremely unwilling to give up searching, Goddess Zicchen took the initiative to return the divine rings. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that Goddess Zicchen was much kinder than the others. This was also the reason why they chose to enter through this passage, because after entering, the law crystal might be able to be used. In that case, it was possible that those experts would do things like killing others to seize their treasures. At the very least, Goddess Zicchen would not do such a thing. It was fine if the bald man did not say it before. Now that he said it, people entered even faster. They were all people whose realms were not high, and they did not have a level 9 to rely on. It was fine even if they had fewer opportunities by taking the path of the goddess. At the very least, their safety would be greatly guaranteed. Seeing so many people paying the law crystals and walking in, the baldy and the others' expressions turned even uglier. Thus, he shouted, 10 it is. Everyone will pay 10 law crystals, and you can all go in now. Just as he was speaking, the others took out their tokens one after another and used the god-trapping hand to open the passageway. Apart from the black-robed man who still refused to budge, the others also relented, saying that they only wanted 10 law crystals. However, even though the price was lowered, very few people went in. Most of the level 7 and level 8 people went straight to Zichen's place. During this time, the divine avatar had collected quite a few law crystals. Those who entered from Zichen's side were mostly level 7 or level 7. They had their own concerns, so they didn't dare to enter from other people's side. As for those in the 9th level, they had the same concerns, which made them not dare to enter from Zichen's side. Therefore, they could only wait. Previously, they had already seen how powerful Zichen was. It was easy for him to kill a level 9. They were worried that after Zichen entered, he would attack them. After all, they were level 9 and would gain much more than the other level 7 or level 8 people. Killing one of them would be equivalent to killing a group of them. Moreover, after what happened earlier, they were worried that the other party would hold a grudge. Thus, after some hesitation, they each chose another passageway to enter. During this time, naturally, there were level 9 people who chose to enter the black-robed man's passageway. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. Even though each of them had to pay 30 law crystals, this greatly reduced the danger. Most of the level 7 and level 8 people entered Zichen's passageway, while some of the level 9 people went to the black-robed man's side. This made the other 4 people angry, their eyes flashing with cold light. As for those who stayed behind, most of them were the teams that the 4 of them had gathered before, so they were considered to be on the same side. At this time, Yue and the others had not entered yet. At this time, the choice was naturally more important. However, they were not good at this kind of thing, so they all waited for Yue to make his choice. Even Benson Liu stayed there obediently, not saying a word. Yue said, "Actually, It's best for us to go to the black-robed man's side now. They could not go to Zichin's side because they were enemies. If they met, they might kill each other. Naturally, they could not go. As for the other 4 people, they would more or less be in danger. Only the black-robed man's side was the easiest. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. Benson Liu said impatiently. If we wait any longer, all the good stuff will be gone. Clearly, they did not care about 30 law crystals per person. Yue thought for a moment and said, but I think we should be more aggressive. When the others heard this, they were all stunned. It's obviously impossible to deal with Zichun now, but we can't come here for nothing. So, let's be more aggressive and see if we can get some benefits from the others. When he spoke, Yue used telepathy. This kind of thing naturally could not be known by others. When the others heard this, they were a little moved. According to the battle strength of their team, they were naturally very strong. In a situation where the 4 of them were separated, it was very likely that they could kill one of them. Then who should we go to? Sina asked. Let's go to the shorty. After saying this, Yue flew forward, and the others followed behind him. As they moved forward, he took out dozens of law crystals and threw them to the shorty. Then, he led the others through his passage. The shorty naturally knew the identity of Yue and the others. When he saw them walk through his passage, he was a little surprised and then a little annoyed. If he had known that they were going to go through his passage, he would have raised the price. Behind them, Willie's pupil shrank slightly when he saw this scene, but he did not say anything. He took out 10 law crystals and walked toward the slightly fat man. He went into the other party's tunnel alone. As for the people he had brought with him, they all went in with the Baldi. In the blink of an eye, all the divine envoys had gone in, leaving only the 6 with the trapping god's hand, Iqian and Zichun. The black-robed person was the first to enter. When her figure disappeared, the original passage twisted a few times and then disappeared. Obviously, the passage was closed. Seeing this scene, the others looked coldly at Zichun, then turned and entered the passage. Let's go. Zichun looked at Iqian and said, then walked into the passage. He went in first, followed by Iqian and Shadowless. Last was the divine clone. Just as the divine clone was about to enter, the passageway closed, and a beam of light caught up to the divine clone and landed on his body. This light flashed and disappeared. When the divine clone tried to sense it again, he could not detect it. After entering the passage, they came to a space. This was a very large space, and one could not see the end of it. The people who had entered before were all stopped in this space. When spiritual senses swept over, not only could they sense their existence, but they could also detect that some of the divine envoys were fighting. They were fighting some beasts. After killing them, law crystals would appear, just like the spiders in the outside world. However, there were not many of them. At this time, Zichun took out a law crystal. The previously dim law crystal now emitted a bright light again, becoming exceptionally bright. The layer of law seal that had once been on top of it had now completely disappeared. You can refine it? Iqian was pleasantly surprised when she saw this. Zichun nodded, his eyes flashing. These law crystals could indeed be refined. In this way, it was time to reap the rewards of all the hard work he had put in. Then hurry up and refine it, Iqian urged. There must be unknown dangers here. If they could raise their cultivation level in this situation, it would naturally be a good thing. Zichun nodded again. At this moment, he found many divine envoys looking for a relatively safe place to refine the law crystals. Let's go. Zichun put away the law crystals and flew forward. Along the way, he could sense hidden auras. They were all level 7 and level 8 existences. It was worth mentioning that this time, not a single level 9 existence came through their passage. Seems like they've all chosen to stay at a high place. Zichun looked away from a towering mountain peak and said lightly. There were at least a dozen divine envoys refining law crystals there. Staying at a high place not only allowed them to see far, but they could also detect possible dangers in advance and make judgments in advance. Since there were people there, Zichun did not want to disturb them. He turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, the void suddenly distorted. A terrifying energy descended from the sky and fell directly on the mountain peak. When this energy fell, it turned into a divine light palm print. It was somewhat similar to the god-trapping hand, but its aura was more terrifying. Everywhere it passed, it was filled with destructive power. Boom! The palm landed on the mountain peak. The terrifying energy exploded, forming a violent wave that spread in all directions. When the energy dissipated, half of the mountain peak had disappeared. The divine envoys on the mountain peak could no longer sense their auras. Obviously, they had been killed by the sudden appearance of the palm. How could this be? Ichien was very surprised to see this scene. Her beautiful face was filled with disbelief. Zichen obviously did not know what had happened. Even he felt the terror of the sudden appearance of the palm print. If he had been hit unprepared, even he would have died. Chapter 2709. God-Slaying Hand? Zichen and Ichien both turned their heads to look at the doppelganger. Obviously, this was the first time they had heard of this heavenly god skill. The doppelganger looked at the half-destroyed mountain in front of him and said, "When the god-trapping hand reaches a certain level, it can evolve into the god-slaying hand. The god-slaying hand is even more powerful, but if you want to use it, you have to be at least in the divine general realm." The doppelganger had a complete heavenly god's bone, and his divine soul was also derived from the heavenly god's bone. His combat skills were also naturally awakened, so he was naturally aware of these changes. At this moment, the void in the distance trembled again, and powerful energy vibrated out. Another palm print surrounded by divine light fell from the sky and landed on the ground, leaving a deep palm print on the ground. There should be a restriction here. After we came in, we triggered this restriction, which caused the god-slaying hand to appear here. After seeing the god-slaying hand in the distance, the doppelganger said again. Zichen nodded when he heard this. He thought so too. The appearance of these god-slaying hands should be irregular. Just like before, many divine envoys were killed, but the second god-slaying hand did not kill any divine envoys. At this moment, there were rays of light flying over from the distance, heading straight for the previous mountain. Obviously, they were looking for the divine rings of the dead divine envoys. After all, there should be a lot of law crystals in them. Get lost. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the distance. A divine envoy who was sitting cross-legged in the dense forest refining law crystals was suddenly entangled by a ray of energy that appeared from the ground. His figure instantly soared into the sky and launched an attack, cutting off the previous ray of energy. His body flew up. Swish, swish, swish. Just as he soared into the sky, other energy lights broke out from the ground. They were like energy ropes, twisting and turning against the sky as they moved towards the divine emissary. Such a scene was also happening in other places. Obviously, the danger did not only come from the sky, but also from the ground. In that case, it would be somewhat unrealistic for everyone to successfully refine the law crystal here. Seeing the dangers around him, Zichen decided to stop advancing. After all, there was no point in continuing. In the end, he still had to find a safe place to refine the law crystal. His figure flashed as he brought his clone and Ichien back to his own world. There was no place safer than here. Shadowless didn't enter. He continued to walk deeper, wanting to look around to see if there was anything out of the ordinary. After returning to his own world, Zichen took out the law crystal. The crystal shone brightly, and he could refine it without worry. Since there is danger outside, let's refine it here and strive to break through as soon as possible, Zichen said. Ichien nodded. She had many law crystals on her, and did not need Zichen to give her extra. After that, she walked into a valley full of spirit flowers and sat down cross-legged in a sea of flowers to refine these law crystals. At the same time, Zichen and his divine avatar also began to refine the law crystals, striving to break through as soon as possible. Refining the law crystal was somewhat similar to refining the mother nest. However, there was no doubt that the law of heaven and earth contained in the law crystal was clearer and easier to sense. During this period, his soul power was constantly increasing. At the same time, Zichen also took out the law crystal for his other avatars to refine and comprehend. He found that when these avatars were refining the law crystal, they would comprehend the saber essence contained in the saber ancestor's tablet at a much faster speed. He was pleasantly surprised by this discovery. It was equivalent to finding a shortcut. While Zichen was refining these law crystals, the other divine envoys outside his world were also refining law crystals. However, they weren't as relaxed as Zichen. While refining, they still had to worry about the dangers that could appear at any time. They seemed to be on tenterhooks. On Zichen's body, law powers surged one after another. These powers quickly surrounded his body and then entered his body. They were refined by his soul one by one, finally strengthening it. As time passed, his soul began to change bit by bit. Wang. After an unknown amount of time, there was a tremor in his world. There was a strong fluctuation coming from afar, forming a ripple of divine light that spread into the distance. Sensing this fluctuation, Zichen opened his eyes and looked ahead. The divine light fluctuation was coming from that direction. In his perception, there was an 8th-level aura there. Clearly, Yiqian had broken through. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He muttered, "Looks like I have to speed up." Just as Yiqian was speeding up refining the law crystal and improving his realm, 2 pursuits were taking place in 2 other spaces. In one of them, Willy was chasing after Butterball, who used the god-trapping hand. Butterball was in a very sorry state at the moment, and his aura had also become weak. He was running away, his eyes full of fear. From time to time, he would look back and see Willy steadily chasing after him. "Willy, I am also one of Sacred King Sandini's people. Aren't you afraid that I will go back and tell the Sacred King that you are chasing me like this?" said the weak Butterball coldly. Willy swept away his previous kindness and said indifferently, "That is if you can return alive. Even if I can't return alive, there are others here. They will definitely bring the news back. When the Sacred King finds out about this, how do you think he will punish you? Punishment? No, when I get everything, the Sacred King won't even have time to reward me." Willy smiled indifferently. He stretched out his hand, and a small bell appeared in his palm. This bell was surrounded by divine light and emitted a violent aura. Seeing this small bell, Butterball's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He cried out involuntarily, "That is, the divine bell of annihilation?" Willy smiled faintly. "It's just a replica. Don't be so nervous." After saying that, he threw out the small bell. The small bell grew in the wind and became several hundred feet long. Its surface was surrounded by divine light and runes. It was no different from a real divine bell. Although it was just a replica, it was still powerful enough. One must know that existences that could replicate divine weapons were already very impressive. Butterball, who was already seriously injured, had a face full of fear. He formed a seal with both hands. Divine light quickly circled around him and turned into a large axe surrounded by divine light. Divine slash. The large axe fell from the sky with a terrifying aura. Everywhere it passed, the void was constantly distorted. Endless pressure spread out. Dang! At this moment, a bell rang in the distance. A ripple of light spread out. When the descending divine axe came into contact with the ripple of light, it paused for a moment. Dang! The bell rang again, and the sound waves spread out once more. The speed of the descending divine axe was even slower than before, and the condensed light of energy was showing signs of crumbling. Boom! Then, the divine bell that came after collided with the divine axe. The divine axe, which couldn't be condensed, exploded with a loud bang. At the same time, the divine bell passed through the violent energy of the divine axe and floated above Butterball's head. Divine light fell from the divine bell one after another, enveloping Butterball. Dang! The bell rang continuously and then slowly fell. A powerful aura was released, trying to trap Butterball. God-trapping hand. Butterball used the God-trapping hand. The void was distorted. The God-trapping hand fell from the sky and grabbed the divine bell. It wanted to crush it. Buzz. The divine bell shook again. After a few more times, the God-trapping hand collapsed. At the same time, the divine bell fell from the sky and enveloped Butterball. After that, the divine bell turned back. Its volume kept shrinking. When it fell into Willy's hand, it was already the size of a palm. Butterball, who knew the god-trapping hand, was trapped just like that. In the distance, many divine envoys looked at this scene in shock. In their knowledge, those who knew the god-trapping hand were the strongest among the level 9. They didn't expect that he would be captured in a one-on-one fight. My target was Heart. Unfortunately, someone beat me to it. So, I can only look for you. Willie put away the divine bell and turned into a stream of light and flew away. In the second battle, in the world where Waver was, they found the dwarf named Heart without any problems. After that, without needing Chi Wei's order, the level 9 divine envoys who had been waiting for a long time immediately rushed forward. Their aura was very strong. Naturally, they were also the strongest. So, under their joint efforts, the team that followed Heart was quickly scattered. All the divine envoys ran away. Obviously, they knew the purpose of these people. Damn it! You dare to attack me! The dwarf named Heart's eyes flashed with murderous intent. A ring appeared in his hand. This ring released a bright light and surged with a terrifying aura. As soon as it appeared, the void seemed to be unable to withstand this power and began to distort violently. Seeing this scene, Chi Wei's expression didn't change. He looked to the side. Except for him, everyone else here was a true son of God. He believed that they definitely had something special on them. Capture him. I want to refine his soul first. At this moment, Ben Sinlu spoke. Then, small array flags appeared in his hand. With a shake of his hand, the array flags flew out and fixed the surroundings. At the same time, divine beasts rushed out from the array flags and rushed toward Heart. During this time, the restriction on the 4 array flags came into effect. The surroundings became gray, making it impossible to see the situation of the battle. No one knew how long this battle lasted, but Ben Sinlu's face was getting paler and paler. The 4 flags began to close up, and in the process of closing up, cracks appeared on the flags one after another. Finally, they exploded with a bang. In the middle of the array flags that had exploded, there was a trembling divine soul. In the divine soul's hand was a ring. The ring was emitting its final light, protecting him within. Ben Sinlu's eyes flashed with pain. He rushed forward. Chapter 27:10. Zichen's soul was transforming, becoming more condensed and powerful. His comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth had deepened. The so-called laws of heaven and earth referred to the laws of heaven and earth, not the laws contained in a certain world. This included the God realm, the vast starry sky world under the God realm, and the laws of heaven and earth where all life stars were located. While his soul was transforming, his world was also changing. The energy of heaven and earth in the world was surging wildly, and the world was changing. The barrier was also becoming stronger, making the world more stable. His body released a level 8 aura. At this moment, he had reached the level 8 divine envoy level. Advancing by 1 level would naturally greatly increase his combat strength. In addition, his ultimate trump card world was also stronger. If he were to encounter a group of level 9 divine envoys who had used all kinds of trump cards, he believed that he could deal with them for a while or even wipe them out in one fell swoop. Just as his real body was breaking through, the aura of his divine avatar, which was staying in another place, was also changing. He was Zichen's avatar. Although the soul power of the two was different, he shared life with the real body. The realms of the real body and the avatar were also the same. When the real body broke through, the avatar would also break through. This was because the laws that the two needed to comprehend were not very different. The only difference was that the avatar was a God clan avatar, which was controlled by the God soul. It was a soul of a different attribute from the real body, so the avatar could only use the avatar's techniques. Similarly, the avatar could not use the techniques of the real body. For example, the avatar could use the power of yin and yang of the real body, but it could not display the saber intent contained in the Saber Ancestors tablet. Similarly, the real body could not trap the god's hand, and did not even know about the existence of the god-destroying hand. Zichun had consumed a lot of law crystals to break through in a short period of time, so there were not many left at the moment. While comprehending his transformed soul, Zichun also took out several level 9 divine rings, which he had obtained after killing those level 9 divine rings. There were not many law crystals left, so he could only open them to see how many there were. As he opened the divine rings one by one, Zichun found that there were many law crystals in the divine rings. There were thousands of them in total. This discovery made him overjoyed. Iqian turned into a beam of light and appeared in front of Zichun. She smiled at him and said, "Congratulations." "Congratulations to you too," Zichun said with a smile. At the same time, he handed the divine ring to Iqian. "You don't have any law crystals left, right?" Zichun gave Iqian several divine rings. There were quite a few law crystals in them. Iqian didn't stand on ceremony with Zichun. There was no need for too many pleasantries between them. Since there were still law crystals, there was no need for the two of them to go out, so they continued to refine them. Boom! At this time, Zichun's world suddenly trembled. The entire world was shaking. A terrifying aura appeared from outside the world and poured into this world, causing the creatures in this world to tremble. A crack appeared in the sky. The crack was spreading, and terrifying energy surged into it, wreaking havoc. Neither Zichun nor Iqian were too surprised by such a scene. Over the years, similar situations had happened many times. They were all caused by the god-slaying hand that fell from the sky. One blow could break the world barrier. It was obvious how powerful the god-slaying hand was. He continued to sit cross-legged and refine. After a long time, the clones that were comprehending the Saber Ancestor's steel disappeared one by one. They turned into light and entered Zichun's body. At the same time, a powerful saber intent erupted from Zichun's body. The clear sound of a saber rang out, and 6 saber intents revolved around him. Together with these law crystals, the clones comprehended a new saber intent. Next was to continue comprehending. It was rare to have such a place that provided so many resources. Naturally, he had to make good use of it. Shadowless moved forward in this world. He had been walking for a long time. Sometimes, the god-slaying hand in the sky would hit him, but it couldn't hurt him. He was an extremely special existence. Other than Zichun, no one could discover him. In his eyes, everything was just scenery. Along the way, he saw many divine envoys being killed. He also saw some divine rings. Unfortunately, he couldn't reach out and take them. He was like a shadow. As he moved forward, he reached the end of the world. Then, he saw a black hole. The black hole was surrounded by gloomy black gas. It looked similar to demonic chi. He stood outside the black hole and observed for a long time. However, he didn't try to go in. He concluded that this should be a passage, but he didn't dare to go in rashly. So, after memorizing this place, he walked in another direction. He walked along the end of the world, wanting to see if there were any similar black holes. He didn't know how long he walked, but he didn't find anything. At this time, he was not too far away from Zichun's hiding place. So, he turned back. Zichun, who was sitting cross-legged, was still refining the law crystal. His soul was still growing. Because of the many steps he took, his law crystal was consumed very quickly. However, it was worth it. His doppelgangers were about to realize the 7th saber will, which was considered very fast for him. The only thing that made him a little dissatisfied was that the number of law crystals he had was decreasing. Moreover, if he wanted to break through to level 9, the consumption would be greater. At this time, he opened his eyes and opened the world. Shadowless walked in. "What did you find?" Zichun looked at Shadowless. He had been gone for a long time. "I saw a black hole. It should be a passage. It's also the only abnormality here. As for the god-slaying hand and the underground tentacles, they should have evolved from the laws." "I can't find the source," said Shadowless. Zichun stood up and asked, "Are there any other opportunities here?" Shadowless shook his head and said, "No. Even the beasts with the law crystals have been killed. If you want to find more opportunities, you can only try at the black hole." At this time, Zichun only had about 1,000 law crystals left. He left some for his clones and gave the rest to Iqian. He obviously had no hope of breaking through. Iqian had broken through to level 8 earlier than him. Now, she had a high chance of breaking through to level 9. The stronger she was, the stronger her combat power would be. When she encountered danger, she would be able to protect herself. "Let's go take a look." Zichen's real body walked out. His clone was still sitting cross-legged. According to him, he was trying to realize the god-slaying hand. Although this technique was limited to divine generals, his clone was extraordinary. If one traced back, it could even be said that he was the one who created the god-slaying hand. Next, Zichun didn't use teleportation. Instead, he flew forward with Shadowless. During this time, he also used his spiritual senses to check if there was anything else. Along the way, they encountered very few beasts. Instead, they met many oracles. When they saw Zichun, their expressions changed and they instinctively avoided him. Especially when they saw Zichun's aura that belonged to a level 8 divine envoy, they were even more frightened. Even at this time, there were already level 9 divine envoys in this world. The level 7 divine envoys had all advanced to level 8. At least, they had advanced by one realm. However, in front of Zichun, they still didn't dare to be arrogant, especially those level 9 divine envoys. When they saw Zichun, they were even more frightened than those level 8 divine envoys. Just like that, they didn't kill many beasts along the way. After obtaining a few law crystals, they arrived outside the black hole. At this time, there were already many divine envoys in the distance. It was obvious that they had discovered this place long ago and had been studying it. However, when they saw Zichun, they all retreated. Looking at the turbulent black light in front of him, Zichun asked, "This is the only strange place?" Shadowless nodded. The black light lingering in the passageway made Zichun feel uncomfortable. He shifted his gaze away from the passageway and turned back to look at the light shadows in the distance. He asked, "Have you found any other places that are similar to the passageway?" "I didn't find any. This is the only special place." Someone in the distance immediately answered, but they didn't go forward. Then, "Did anyone go in from here?" Zichun asked again. "Sir, you can't enter from here. There are laws blocking it." "Oh." Hearing this, Zichun tried to walk forward. However, after taking a few steps, he gave up on the idea. He and his doppelganger were of the same body. Although their souls were different, they were still connected. If he could enter from here and others couldn't, his secret would be exposed once the news spread. Therefore, he stopped and turned his head to look at the side. There was a flash of brilliance, and his doppelganger appeared. The doppelganger that appeared had changed its appearance. It looked different from Zichun. When the divine envoys in the distance saw the doppelganger appear, their expressions became excited. Obviously, this entrance was almost the same as the one before. They guessed that it must be opened by someone who could use the trapping god's hand. After the doppelganger appeared, he walked toward the black passage. When he reached the front, he stretched out his hand and pressed into the passage. Buzz! The light in front of the passage trembled and a law barrier appeared, blocking the doppelganger. At this moment, the divine envoys in the distance were approaching. However, when they saw this scene, their expressions changed. They wondered if they had guessed wrong. Even someone who could use the trapping god's hand couldn't enter. At this moment, divine light flashed on the doppelganger's palm. Then, he exerted force and pressed against the law barrier. Chapter 27:11. Genius remembers love in 1 second divided by small? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Under the watchful eyes of all the oracles, the black fog gushing out of the black hole directly enveloped Zichun's avatar. "Let's go." At the same time, Zichun let out a low shout. Taking advantage of the fact that the black fog had yet to dissipate, he entered the black fog with Shadowless. He was in such a hurry because there was a suction force coming from the black hole. This suction force was almost impossible for his avatar to resist, so Zichun could only enter with his avatar. Because it was too rushed, he originally intended to wait for Ichien to break through, but now he couldn't even discuss with Ichien. The swirling black fog disappeared again. Zichun, his avatar, and Shadowless, who everyone couldn't see, had all disappeared. The oracles behind them flew in this direction. When they saw the two disappear in the blink of an eye, they were all dumbfounded. Then, a hint of worry appeared on their faces, and they immediately came forward. The main characters had left. What if this place closed again? Under the signal of a level 9, A level 8 walked toward the black hole. Just as he walked in front of the black hole, a strong suction force emerged from the black hole and landed on his body. In the next moment, his body was forcefully swallowed by the black hole. The level 8 figure disappeared, but his cry of surprise still echoed in everyone's ears. The divine envoys, who were worried before, were now relieved. Since the passage was still open, it meant that they could go in. This discovery made their expressions become more relaxed. The same situation was happening in the other worlds as well. The only difference between these two worlds was that the expert who could use the trapping hand to open the passage again was no longer the same person. Zichun followed his avatar into the black passage. When he reappeared, he found himself standing in a ruined world. This was like an ancient battlefield, with traces of battles from many years ago. He looked forward and saw a huge skeleton that hadn't been weathered yet. It was like a small mountain that extended into the distance. Everything here was somewhat similar to the land of inheritance that he had prepared for them in the Tower Battle God, but it was obvious that this was not the same place. Yi Qian's figure flashed and appeared beside Zichun. Her pair of bright eyes scanned the surroundings, appearing to be very strange. "Why did you stop refining?" Zichun looked at her and asked. Yi Qian shook her head. It was her first time coming to this dangerous place, so how could she refine it with peace of mind? "Don't worry. The world here can still be opened. I'll be fine. You should break through as soon as possible. The stronger your combat power is, the safer we will be." Zichun could feel Yi Qian's worry, so he said aloud. Yi Qian retracted her gaze from the distance and said worriedly, "It seems that this is an ancient battlefield. Maybe there will be similar light shadows like the one we encountered." That undying light shadow was simply too terrifying. Even now, Yi Qian still had lingering fear in her heart when she recalled it. "Don't worry. I'll be fine." After receiving Zichun's reassurance that Yi Qian should call her out immediately if there was any danger, she returned to refine the law crystal. Zichun looked at his clone and asked, "Do you have any impression of this place?" The clone shook his head. Clearly, he had no impression of this place. However, it was understandable. He was just a soul derived from the heavenly god's bone and belonged to a new soul body. If he was familiar with this place, it proved that his soul still had the memories of the former heavenly god. In that case, he might become that heavenly god. However, this possibility was not high because that heavenly god's soul had been completely annihilated and could not be restored. This soul body could only be said to be a newly ascended heavenly god. It could awaken some battle skills because those battle skills were deeply engraved in the bones of the heavenly god. The three of them walked forward. Along the way, they passed by the skeletons and found that they had already lost all of their spiritual power. As long as there was a strong energy shock, they would all be shaken to pieces. After comparing the skeletons, Zichun came to the conclusion that most of these dead existences were creatures from another time and space. The bones on their bodies were in perfect condition. The only fatal injury was in the area of their heads, where there was a small hole. There was no other abnormality or danger here. The clone turned into a ray of light and entered Zichun's world to continue learning the technique. Zichun and Shadowless continued forward. After looking at dozens of corpses, they found that all of the creatures from another time and space had fatal injuries in their heads. It was as if a very small object had penetrated their heads and killed them. "What is this thing?" Zichun looked at the wounds with a strange expression on his face. Looking at the wounds, he could see that it was neither a sword nor a saber. Although many years had passed and he couldn't see the details of the battle clearly, he could see that it was a circular wound. Shadowless also looked at the wounds closely. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be a weapon we are familiar with." Without a conclusion, the two of them continued forward. This time, they saw many human skeletons. Some were weathered, and some were about to be weathered. However, most of the skeletons they saw along the way were the creatures from another time and space. Except for a small portion that was killed by other weapons. Most of the fatal injuries were in the head, and they were all circular wounds. After walking for a while, Shadowless suddenly thought of something and said, "No way?" "What?" Zichun turned to look at him. "I seem to have guessed what weapon killed these creatures from another time and space," Shadowless suddenly said. "What weapon?" Zichen asked curiously. Sky God Needle. Shadowless's tone became serious. Sky God Needle? Zichun was startled. He had never heard of this name before. It's a divine weapon, and it was recognized as a divine weapon in our time. It came from the primal chaos race. In the time when there were no gods, it was called a divine weapon. It was very powerful and terrifying. Legend has it that this weapon has always been in the hands of the strongest of the primal chaos race. I don't know how many invading creatures from another time and space were killed by them, but I have never seen it in person. How does it compare to the swords and sabers of the Life Star? Zichen asked. Shadowless said, although the swords and sabers are very ancient, they were formed after birth and refined with Khanate Chi. Legend has it that the Sky God Needle was a divine weapon that was born at the beginning of the world. It was a weapon that absorbed the essence of the world and grew with the world. In other words, it was born before the primal chaos race. Doesn't that mean the Sky God Needle is much more ancient and powerful than the 9 extreme weapons of heaven and earth? Zichun was very surprised. It's definitely ancient because no one has been able to trace it back to its origin. Legend has it that it came from the same era as the oldest ancient tablet, Shadowless said. Back then, the Sky God Needle was very famous. Legend has it that even the creatures from another time and space coveted it. It was also the first divine weapon that was recognized, and it could even be called the strongest divine weapon. If these creatures were killed by the Heavenly God Needle, doesn't that mean that the Heavenly God Needle is in this world, or has appeared in this world before? Zichen asked. Shadowless nodded. That's right, you can say that. You can even say that the dead Sky God left this world behind because of this special reason. The two didn't continue guessing because it was too unbelievable. However, they did have some sort of expectation in their hearts, even though it felt like it wouldn't come true. But thinking about it, if the Heavenly Divine Needle was really here, then the heavenly deity wouldn't have been killed back then. No matter how powerful the 4 ancient ancestors were, they wouldn't have been able to kill the heavenly deity who held the number 1 divine weapon. Continuing forward, the path was no longer smooth. There were even some places where there were no roads. There were only floating fragments of land. There was still no danger here, so the two flew forward. They saw traces of battle along the way. Soon, they found other fragments of land. They traveled through these fragments of land. Looks like the law crystals here weren't purposely collected. They're formed from this collapsed world and are originally from this world, Shadowless said after looking at the irregular fragments. Right at this moment, the space in front of the two of them distorted, and a spatial tunnel appeared. From that tunnel, a figure of light rushed out. The light figure held a divine saber in his hand and slashed down without any explanation. Chi. A saber light slashed towards Zichun. Zichun dodged to the side and the saber light slashed forward, directly splitting a fragment of land in the middle. After dodging the attack, Zichun formed a sword with his 2 fingers and pointed at the glabella of the glowing figure. As the sword chi containing yin and yang energy entered the light figure's consciousness, the light figure's body and the saber in his hand instantly scattered and disappeared in a stream of light. At this moment, the scattered light of energy reformed again and turned into a sparkling law crystal. Seeing this law crystal, Zichun was a little surprised. After receiving it, he sensed it and found that its quality was higher than the outside world. He was pleasantly surprised by this discovery. There seemed to be a chain reaction. Streaks of light and shadow appeared in the void one after another, and then they went straight for him. Buzz! A saber appeared in Zichun's hand. He unsheathed the saber, and the saber light quickly slashed forward. After breaking through, Zichun's combat strength became stronger. At this moment, these light figures couldn't hurt him at all. However, at this moment, Zichun felt a dangerous aura approaching. He subconsciously dodged. A ray of light instantly pierced through his body. Chapter 27:12. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. A ray of light flashed by. Before Zichun could react, and before Shadowless could even cry out, the light had already pierced through Zichun's chest. Blood flowed out of the wound. Zichun turned around and saw a ray of light land in the hands of a light figure. It was a staff, and its body was emitting rays of colorful light. The tip of the staff was not round. It had an extremely long tip, like an embroidery needle in the mortal world. Just as Zichun's face was filled with confusion, Shadowless said, "This is the Heavenly God Needle." Before, Zichun was still talking to Shadowless about the Heavenly God Needle. He didn't expect the Heavenly God Needle to appear so quickly. This made his face filled with shock. This is the strongest divine weapon? Looking at the divine weapon in the hands of the light figure, Zichun was confused. He looked up and down. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like the scariest divine weapon. Whoosh! At this moment, danger approached again. As Zichun turned around, he saw another ray of light flying towards him. However, this time, he reacted quickly. After using his extreme speed movement technique, the ray of light brushed past his body. This time, it only scratched his skin. It didn't hurt him. Although the previous attack penetrated his body, it wasn't fatal. The terrifying energy contained within had been completely absorbed by him. When the ray of light returned and landed in the hands of another light figure, Zichun saw that it was also holding a Heavenly God Needle. Why are there two God Needles? Zichun was puzzled when he saw this scene. Then, the light flashed again, and other light figures appeared. The weapons in their hands were almost all Heavenly God Needles. Other than a few who could use Heavenly God Needles to attack from afar, the others all used Heavenly God Needles to attack Zichun. Space Rend! With a shout, Zichun stabbed the ground with his blade. With him as the center, a black crack spread out in all directions. Pooh, pooh, poof. As the crack spread, the bodies of the silhouettes were immediately separated from the middle. At the same time, Zichun slashed out with his blade, and the light of yin and yang energy lingered around him, cutting through the silhouettes. As these silhouettes died, the needles in their hands immediately turned into specks of light and scattered. Just like the weapons from before, they all scattered along with their bodies and turned into law crystals. Shadowless, who was not far away, had a surprised expression on his face when he saw this scene. However, after exclaiming in surprise, he noticed that these heavenly divine needles were just for show. However, what he did not understand was why all the shadows here were holding weapons similar to the Heavenly God Needle. Zichun walked forward and put away the surrounding law crystals. He was also full of doubts. After taking away the crystal, there was no other light on the fragment. The two of them continued forward. While moving forward, Shadowless said, "It's said that the place where the Heavenly Divine Needles were born later became a world. Almost all the shadows here are holding Heavenly Divine Needles. Could this be the world where the Heavenly Divine Needles were born?" Of course, Zichun did not know the answer to this question. However, if this was really that world, then this world was very old. As they moved forward, more shadows appeared. Although not all of them were holding Heavenly Divine Needles, more than half of them were holding such needles. They rushed towards Zichun with the needles in their hands, but they were no longer a threat to Zichun. Just like this, after moving forward for a few more fragments, Zichun felt threatened by the shadows that appeared again. This was because they were no longer holding Heavenly Divine Needles in their hands. Instead, the needles floated around them like flying swords. The light figure in front of him formed a seal, and the divine needle that was circling around him immediately shot forward like a flying sword, heading straight for Zichun. Whoosh! The Heavenly Divine Needles were very fast. Zichun felt the danger and retreated. The Heavenly Divine Needle that was flying toward him shone with a misty divine light. He felt a sense of being locked onto, as if he was being locked onto by a divine hand. While retreating, Zichun slashed down with his saber, and a saber light shot out like a waterfall. Love go little, say W, chew bang. The saber light hit the Heavenly Divine Needle, which immediately turned into energy and exploded. However, he only managed to dodge one. More Heavenly Divine Needles were coming toward him. They were densely packed like flying swords. It was almost impossible to dodge. Swoosh! Seeing this scene, his eyes turned cold. He directly opened the world and used teleportation to disappear in front of him. These Heavenly Divine Needles met at the place where he disappeared. When they collided, there was a strong energy fluctuation. Zichen teleported and appeared beside them. He slashed with his saber. 6 saber intents surrounded them. Together with the power of yin and yang, these shadows were all killed after being cut in half. Their bodies turned into light spots and scattered. Then, they formed a new law crystal, which Zichen put away. It must be that world. Only the collapse of that kind of ancient world can produce so many law fragments and make them psychic, Shadowless said with certainty this time. The fragments of the continent here were the collapsed worlds. Zichen continued to encounter enemies. The heavenly divine needles were getting faster and faster. Even if Zichen blocked them, it was gradually becoming more and more strenuous. Swoosh! Just as he was moving forward, he called out his doppelganger. He looked at his doppelganger and said, "Feel it carefully and see if you can learn their techniques." The reason why he had this idea was not only because the heavenly divine needles were fast and almost impossible to defend against, but also because they would form seals when using them. Moreover, the speed of the seals was not fast. Some of them were even like beginners. This made Zichen's heart tremble. Could he learn how to control the heavenly divine needles through their seals? Even if he couldn't get the real heavenly divine needles, he could go back and create a replica. This way, he would have another powerful technique. However, Zichen obviously couldn't learn this technique. So, he could only let his doppelganger try. If Ichien wasn't refining the law crystal, Zichen would also want her to try. As he moved forward, his doppelganger followed behind Zichen. Zichen went up to fight while his doppelganger observed. The heavenly thunder wings appeared on Zichen's back. He displayed his maximum speed and shuttled through the heavenly divine needles. His figure was very elegant, but it was far from being able to freeze time and space. So, his seemingly elegant figure was inevitably attacked when facing the light of the heavenly divine needles. Bloody holes appeared on his body one after another. Blood gushed out from the wounds, shining with golden light. Although he was attacked several times, Zichen wasn't angry. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. The faster the heavenly divine needles were, the more powerful they were, and the better for his doppelganger. Once he mastered this technique, it would naturally become a powerful trump card. Clang! Zichen blocked with his saber. When he met the heavenly divine needles, a powerful shock wave shook his body. His body flew back in the air, but the heavenly divine needles were sent flying. Swoosh! His figure flashed again, dodging another heavenly divine needle attack. The silhouettes here were much more proficient in using the heavenly divine needles than the previous ones. One had to know that most of the previous silhouettes held the heavenly divine needles in their hands and used them as weapons. I've remembered it all. The doppelganger nodded, indicating that he had remembered it all. The thunder wings on Zichen's back flapped, and his figure disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared beside a silhouette and slashed with his saber. In the blink of an eye, the battle was over, and Zichen obtained more than a dozen law crystals. This seems to be only a part of it. It's not complete. We have to continue forward. The doppelganger behind him followed Shadowless forward. He could also see Shadowless. Zichen nodded and flew forward, landing on a new fragment of land. Then, one silhouette after another appeared. These silhouettes were surrounded by heavenly divine needles. Not only were the heavenly divine needles faster, but they were also brighter. There was no doubt that the existences here were stronger. Sure enough, as they fought, the silhouettes formed seals faster and more comprehensive. Not only were the heavenly divine needles faster, but they would also accelerate a second time during this period, becoming more dangerous. This time, Zichen's body had been pierced through at least 20 times. Although these attacks were not fatal, they still drained him quite a bit of energy. However, the doppelganger's understanding of the control of the seals deepened. After he had fully grasped it, he went forward again. This repeated over and over again, going deeper and deeper. Zichen didn't know how much time had passed, and he didn't know how many law crystals he had obtained. He was very satisfied with the number. If he was given time, these law crystals could allow him to break through to the 9th level, and possibly even go further. In front of him, there was only one last fragment of land left, and he stepped on it. However, as soon as he stepped on this fragment, the space around him began to distort. Then, a bright light appeared in front of Zichen. This light was heavenly divine light. It was constantly changing, and the light was very dazzling. As soon as he arrived, Zichen wasn't used to it. When he narrowed his eyes and looked ahead, he seemed to see something in the heavenly divine light. It was that thing that was releasing the light that made him unable to open his eyes. Through the dazzling light, he could barely see that it seemed to be a heavenly divine needle. A heavenly divine needle that was emitting a dazzling light. Buzz. At this moment, the heavenly divine needle in front of him trembled slightly, and an even brighter light flew out. Zichen didn't know what was going on at all. He just felt something penetrate his body. He looked down and saw a bloody hole where his heart was, and blood was flowing out. At the same time, a surge of energy went straight into his sea of consciousness. The surging life force that belonged to him was constantly being destroyed and dissipated at this moment. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.